All righty. Are we? Oh, whoa. There it is. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're having a wonderful day. If you're watching this and it does not say live at the bottom of the screen, unfortunately, you're watching the recap. The good news is we are live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. Make sure you're subscribed. You're on mobile. Press hot chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly watch list and main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts bootcamp and real estate course. But, ladies and gentlemen, very wild morning once again. This time, you have really good earnings. I believe most companies ended up beating today. Industrials, 3M, to RTX, all the way down to like GM and a couple of others. Everybody did pretty well. So that was good news. There was bad PMI data or softer PMI data in Europe, and that led to a little bit of an issue with the dollar being up. The bonds relaxed a little bit. Remember, we are coming off of that big covering out of your boy Bill Ackman, and then, yes, your boy Bitcoin has gone above $35,000, went absolutely insane last night. You got people feeling a certain way, but again, even then, you have big earnings after the bell. The earnings this morning started off good. We don't have a problem in bond land, so Chattadonia, let's see what happens. But my goodness, I hope you're ready for it. It's Tuesday, baby. Good morning. What's up, Keanu? What's up, Najee Wolf, Tlaloc, Carissa, Lucky Soldier, Patrick? Now the chat's waking up. Good morning, baby. What's up, Tim? Wandering, Laker, Jay. Oh, good morning. What's up, Lori, Ansel, Greg, Ale, Malcolm King, baby, Christina, Alex Lozano, Monica. Good morning, Dirty Bird, Lucky Soldier, Asset Work, D Hunter, Caballero, baby, Spark Vision, Jay Swisher. Good morning, Devlin. Good morning, baby. What's up, Surov? What's up, Candy? Tony Garlinger, Solo's in the house, baby. Good morning, Mr. Wilcox. Colt 45, Frothy Caprice, baby. Check T's, baby. Gregory Ruiz, good morning. Gus Abbey, Sun-Grown Organics, Safari Star, Jerry Woods, Reds, Craig, Alex Lozano, good morning, baby. Oh, what's up, Moses? What's up, Ray? What's up, Mr. Evans? Alejandro's in the house. Tamar's ready to play. Good morning. Amen. 10 KO contracts. Let's go see money. Good morning, baby. That's what I'm talking about. Gregory, S-Dub for mayor, PNC in the house, baby. Peggy Williams, Austin Corey, Guts for the long term, Wazda. Oh, good morning. What's up, Brittany? What's up, John Goodwin? What's up, baby? How you living? It's a beautiful morning. East West, Dan Kingsley, DD Noda, Patrick Coffee, baby, Wonder Girl. And Frothy once again at Caesar. Good morning, Chad. What about the Twitch? Ross Legion, Exotic Chaos, Ronnie Gonzo, Woodrow. Good morning, baby. What's up, Alfredo? What's up, Pre-Fords? You Nanny. Feed Me Seymour's ready to go. JG from NASA, baby. Hope the birthday was good. Good morning. 8012. What's up, man? Universe's favorite. Good morning. KJ Lemur. Sasha Gray Matter. Woodrow. Universe's favorite. Charlie in the tree. He ain't playing around. Good morning, baby. Payday Dever. Mother Liquor. Blowing Dough. Amor Fati Trav. 8012. Bay Bandit. Robo Hand Tech. And don't forget Mr. Blazing Bob. Oh, MBDA Cookie Monster, baby. Good morning. Amen, baby. So, Chattadonia, I hope your morning is good. I hope you're waking up good. It's Tuesday. We had a lot of fun on Monday. Let's see if bonds and earnings is enough. We have data 15 minutes after the bell. That's going to be our PMI, so we'll see what that does. But now, let us get into the news. So stocks are gaining before tech earnings as bonds steady. Stocks rose ahead of Microsoft earnings and Alphabet. Treasury stabilized amid growing speculation that the recent sell-off was excessive. Treasury yields, the 10-year slipped as much as 5 basis points to a one-week low of 4.8 before pairing the move. Euro stock 600 edged higher, while U.S. futures pointed to share swapping or snapping a 5-day losing streak. Bitcoin topped 35,000, and the euro swung to a loss against the dollar as data showed French and German economies struggling. Treasuries are steadying after some of the market's most prominent bears warned of an economic slowdown, stoking bets that the declines have overshot and that the Federal Reserve will need to lower interest rates. Wild swings and government debt are unsettling investors as a resilient economy makes it hard to work out when the Fed will raise or hike rates. Surging government issuance and geopolitical tensions are also clouding the outlook. I don't think you should be pounding the table saying this is absolutely the best time to buy, said Patrick Armstrong, chief investment at Plurimi Wealth, but I would not be shorting, he said. Brent crude halted 2 days of losses, climbing above 90 a barrel. French President Emmanuel Macron called for international coalition to fight Hamas and warned other Iranian-backed militant groups not to open up new fronts in the war as he met with Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu during a trip to Israel. Separately, Bitcoin hit the highest level since May last year as possible approval of the coming weeks for the U.S. spot Bitcoin ETF stoked appetite for the token. Asset managers BlackRock and Fidelity are among those in the race to offer such products. Shares in cryptocurrency companies gained in U.S. pre-market with Marathon, Hut 8, and CleanSpark all surging at least 12%. Futures on the NASDAQ 100 rose by 0.5. Mark Hafel, Chief Investment Officer at UBS Wealth, said he expects a strong outcome from top technology and growth firms despite the earnings season's sluggish start so far. Hit the brakes in Asia. Most Chinese stock gauges rose after the nation's sovereign wealth fund bought exchange-traded funds to shore up prices. That rebound in Chinese equities shows while it still may be too early to call a bottom, authorities are making it a rule to step on the brakes wherever they looks like there's an overwhelming downward momentum, said Raymond Chain, fund manager at Zizhou Investment Asset Management. Key events this week, you're going to get Reserve Bank of Australia today. Paris International Energy Agency releases World Energy Outlook Report. Eurozone and PMIs in America. Eurozone Area Bank Lending Survey on Tuesday. U.S. S&P PMIs Manufacturing on Tuesday. And then Microsoft and Alphabet earnings. Barclays cost cut. Barclays is planning to cost cuts after the banking giant's trading division missed estimates in the third quarter, and the firm lowered guidance for the UK lender again. Shares in the lender are down around 5% in London, dragging down the other US banks. The British group's corporate investment bank reported about 3.08 billion euros in revenue, weaker than the 3.2 billion expected by analysts, as fixed income, currency, commodity trading declined by 26% from a year ago. The investment bank had pockets of underperformance after a record-breaking spell in the prior year. Chief Executive Officer C.S. Venkatakrishnan told reporters. Treasury bears pivot. Treasury rose again on Tuesday as a historic move in 10-year above 5% yesterday quickly reversed. Some of the market's most prominent bond bears said the route has gone too far. Billionaire investor Bill Ackman wrote in social media on Monday that he unwound his biggest bet against the U.S. government bonds amid rising global risk, while Bill Gross, co-founder of Pacific Investment Management, wrote that he is buying short-dated interest rate futures in anticipation of a recession by year-end. Their comments coincided with a swift turnaround in yields during the trading session on Monday. The rate on the 10-year bond tumbled roughly 19 basis points from the peak of earlier, surpassing 5% for the first time in 16 years. The yield was at 4.83 on Tuesday. Bitcoin reached the highest price since May last year, fooled by expectations of fresh demand from the exchange-traded funds. The largest digital asset rose as much as 11.5% to top 35,000 before pairing some of the gains. The year-to-date rebound from 22's digital asset stands at about 105%. The possible approval in coming weeks for the first U.S. spot Bitcoin ETF is stoking speculative order for the token. Asset manager BlackRock and Fidelity are among those racing for it. Digital asset bulls argue that the ETFs would widen adoption of the cryptocurrency. Bonds rebound. The move in Treasury bonds led a rebound on global bond market amid growing speculation that the recent sell-off was excessive. S&P futures are up by 0.5 on Tuesday morning trading after U.S. equities finished mostly lower on Monday, with the S&P down for a fifth straight session. Its longest losing streak of the year. Treasuries mostly slightly weaker for some curve flattening. Front end of the supply coming today following yesterday's rate reprieve. Dollar index is up by 0.4. Gold is down by 0.6. Bitcoin futures are up by 10.3 on ETF approval optimism, and WTI crude is up by 0.2. Rate stabilization seems to be the go-to excuse for this morning's equity bounce, along with some better sentiment surrounding China following the latest policy support headlines. However, also some scrutiny given the ability of stocks to take advantage of the intraday rate reversal on Monday. Underwhelming earnings getting more attention as an overhang on risk sentiment, particularly in combination with the deceleration in earnings revisions breadth, a depressed guidance ratio, and expectations for a Q4 growth slowdown. Middle East tensions, another overhang given oil and deglobalization dynamics. Bulls are focused on oversold conditions, peak Fed, cautious positioning, upcoming buyback momentum, and seasonality. Flash PMIs and Richmond Fed on the U.S. economic calendar this morning. Treasury is selling $51 billion of two-year notes today. Middle East tensions continue to dominate the headlines. Global data in focus with Eurozone flash PMI in contraction for the fifth straight month and weakest since November 2020. UK flash PMIs contracted for the third straight month. Japan flash PMI slipped into contraction on weaker services growth. German GfK consumer confidence weakened further in November reading. More China policy support headlines with Beijing set to approve substantial sovereign debt issuance to spur infrastructure spending while Xi made unprecedented visit to the PBOC. Also more speculation about Bank of Japan policy tweak heading into next week's meeting. Bro, I forgot to tell you that the China PBOC news, I have another headline on it. We'll read it, but it's huge. Literally since like Mao Dong, you haven't had a Chinese president visit the People's Bank of China. It's very wild. I'm telling you, it's been 20 years or so since you have had a standing president of China go to visit his own like Federal Reserve. Very, very wild. I got another update on that, but let's talk about some of the earnings. Coca-Cola beat. They raised organic revenue growth guidance despite bigger Forex headwind. DHR beat on strong biotech performance. VZ, they beat with FCF well ahead of estimates. GE beat and raised. RTX highlighted strong commercial aerospace and defense momentum. CDNS beat on hardware and Q4 bookings. Commentary upbeat, though second half guidance was underwhelming. NUE, they beat and guided quarter four directionally as expected. Spotify post quarterly profit with notable beat on user growth. CCK results guidance mixed, though it does see higher can volumes in North America and price increases in Europe. CLF beat with company flagging robust demand and another record in auto steel shipments. HXL is missing, citing commercial aerospace market supply chain challenges. Ba-da-bop-bop-bop. So China is set to unleash fresh fiscal stimulus to shore up their economic recovery, drawing on a well-used playbook that relies heavily on debt and state spending but falls short on deeper reforms called for by a growing number of analysts. China's parliament is set to approve about $137 billion in additional sovereign debt issuance when it concludes a 5-day meeting that began on October 20th. Xi Jinping made his first known visit to China's central bank since he became president a decade ago, according to people familiar with the matter, underscoring the government's increased focus on shoring up the economy and financial markets. The Bank of Japan announced an unscheduled bond buying operation on Tuesday as they start a slow raise to Japanese government buying that had brought them to fresh decade highs. Japan Central Bank offered to buy $2 billion in bonds with maturities of 5 to 10 years and $100 billion worth of yen worth of maturities of 10 to 25 from Wednesday. Europe's flash PMIs fell short of expectations, with manufacturing at 43, down from 43.7, and services at 47.8, down from 48.6. The region's economy saw its downturn accelerate, with private sector output falling at the fastest pace in more than 10 years, excluding COVID. The Biden administration is concerned that Israel lacks achievable military objectives in Gaza and that the Israel Defense Forces are not yet ready to launch a ground invasion with a plan that could work, senior administration officials said. The U.S. ramped up the rhetoric towards Iran, saying it would hold Tehran accountable for a drone attack and rockets on U.S. troops by proxies in the Middle East, even as Washington tries to avoid a wider regional war. Global demand for oil will reach its peak this decade. The IEA predicted for the first time amid growing demand for EVs and the cooling of China's economy. The agency also lowered their predictions for gas consumptions for a fourth straight year, according to Annual World Energy Outlook. Jamie Dimon said central bank's forecasts were dead wrong about 18 months ago. I don't think it makes a difference whether rates go up 25 points or more, like zero, none, nada, he said. Also, the FII summit in Riyadh, Ray Dalio voiced pessimism on the global economy, and Larry Fink said he expects the Fed to raise rates further. And then Bitcoin jumped to the highest since May 2022, topping 35,000 before pairing some gains after a court ruled that the SEC must reconsider Grayscale's bid for a spot Bitcoin ETF. Wow. The China news is still trippy. And then even Japan, again, I'm surprised it didn't make it to the headlines. I read it this morning. But Japan was talking about changes to the yield curve, but they said it's because of America. So they're not blaming the inflation and currency. They said because what's going on with America rates and the dollar, ironically. Russia scrambles jets after 2 U.S. bombers fly close to Russian border. That's coming out now. But we still have earnings, or we have plays as well. A lot of plays here today. Again, a lot of earnings, and most of them did good. I'm surprised that thing we read said there's still overhang because the last couple of earnings weren't that good. So we'll see how tech plays out. But this morning, you got a lot of different movers, so let's see where we're at. Logitech, they're up 9.3 off of earnings. RTX up 8.2 off of earnings. BNTX, they're up 5.9. Phase 1-2 data for CAR T cell therapy candidate BNT 2011 or 211. GE is up by 5.1 off of earnings. FI 4.9 off of earnings. Verizon 3.8 off of earnings. 3M up 3.8 off of earnings. DraftKings 3.4. MoffettNathanson upgrade. Sherwin-Williams earnings. CNC earnings. Tesla up 2.3 on nothing. Coca-Cola up on earnings. Rio Tinto 1.9. Barclays upgrade. CTRA 1.9. Raymond James upgrade. GM earnings. ITW earnings. And then ARCC earnings. AMRX, they're up 9.2 preliminary quarter 3 results and guidance. NEP is up 5.8 off of earnings. RCKT up 3.4. Cantor Fitzgerald initiates overweight. ARI is up 3.1 off of nothing. APLS up 3.1 off of nothing as well. Same thing with Plug and Geo. Googl is up 2.5. Jeffries upgrade. XRX Xerox up 2.4 off of earnings. PVH JP Morgan upgrade up 2.4. Lian up 79.1. Agreement with Bristol Myers BMY. Bayer BAE up 26%, terminates proposed public offering. MAIA is up 18.5 preliminary efficacy data for ongoing phase 2 clinical trials of Theo 101. Tizu is up 13.3, earnings on 1 million share repurchase. DCGO up 12.5, update on payments under NYC HPD agreement, ZOTDA letter. LLAP is up 11.5, selected by Lockheed Martin to build satellite buses. Redfin up 10.4, 250 of financing commitment from funds managed by Apollo, and they used it to pay down other higher yielding debt, which was interesting. I don't know how they pulled that off. BLFS up 6.9, insider buy. Editas up 6.1, Citi upgrade. Crypto stocks 14 to 6% at the lowest. Trading lower. HCA is down 6.9 off of earnings. That one was bad. BCS down 5.6 off of earnings. VMware down 5.0 off of nothing. Spotify says down 2.3, but they've gone green. JD down 2.1. CDNS down 2.0 off of earnings. TFII down 1.8 off earnings, and MNST Piper Sandler downgrade. They're down 1.6. IONQ down 14%. Chief Executive Officer or Chief Science Officer Chris Monroe leaves. AGNC down 8.6 preliminary Q3 results. HXL down 7.6 off of earnings. PII down 4.9 off of earnings. Tencent Health THC down 3.3 off of HCA earnings. Sovo down 3.3. Campbell received second request from FTC under HSR Act. HLX down 3.2 off of earnings. FL down 3.2. JP Morgan downgrade. EHC down 2.3 off of HCA earnings sympathy. BBWI down 2.2 off JP Morgan downgrade. HRI down 1.8 off of earnings. SEE CEO steps down immediately and reaffirms guidance. And then MKFG down 16.7 preliminary Q3 results. CTXR down 5.8 to merge wholly owned subsidy with 10x Keen acquisition. And then CYH down on HCA earnings. HCA earnings sympathy again. What is this? The U.S. military is hiking measures to protect U.S. troops in the Middle East as concerns grow about global attack. U.S. military hiking measures to protect troops. Measures in Middle East include boosting patrols, limiting access to U.S. facilities, and hiking intel collection. That is all coming out now. Good morning, Chad. Good morning. That was all of your headlines. So I'm going to go to the bathroom. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. I will see you in a little bit. And BRB.
Roll in, go door to door kind of ground offensive that many people had anticipated.
And Maria, there's a question around how much the shift in tone from the Israeli government has come as a result of pressure from the United States. The U.S. has been sending more troops over to the region, preparing for withdrawing people from other regions in the Middle East should the conflict escalate. How much pressure is coming from D.C.?
Well, we reported, including myself, along with colleagues last week, that the U.S. and European officials were exerting this pressure on Benjamin Netanyahu and his government to delay this ground invasion, to make sure that these secret talks that the Qataris are facilitating to get more hostages out. Now, potentially it's encouraging. We now have 4 hostages, to Oliver's point, that have been released, even though there are hundreds still missing, and at least we know about 10 Americans missing. So there has been that pressure, and I would would also note that we've seen a flurry of diplomacy nonstop in and out of Tel Aviv. Today, we had Emmanuel Macron. He was the latest world leader to go to Tel Aviv, to stand shoulder to shoulder, as he said, with Benjamin Netanyahu. And you see a lot of pressure to make sure they can try to get these hostages out. And when President Biden was asked yesterday about a ceasefire, he says, let's see the hostages first, then we can talk.
Anne-Marie, Ali, thank you both so much for giving us the latest lay of the land. Still with us is Andrew Sliman. We've got, of course, also Bob with us as well. And I'm curious, Bob, from your vantage point, how much you're focusing on all of these geopolitical headwinds as a reason to really hide out, Bob Elliott, in the near term in gold and things like that.
Gold. Oh, let's see here.
I
Gold.
think most of us have not really experienced a period of heightened geopolitical conflict in our professional careers.
I'm waiting for him to say buy gold.
Very few asset managers out there have really navigated these sorts of environments. And I think the thing that you see when you go back through time and study these
he ran out of time. I thought he was going to get into it. But Chattadonia, good morning. A lot of earnings. Again, I just read all of those names for you. You got a little bit of action. Again, 15 minutes after the bell, we are going to get some data. But Chattadonia, amen. What are the plays? You are here right now. Oh, my gosh. You restricted the channel to unrestrict the channel. What does that even mean, bro? But I need the play, baby. Post them in the chat. Good morning, baby. What do we got? Wait for it. And SPY down 1.5. Holding RTX calls, TQQ shares, of course, SPY options, scalping 0-day, Apple puts, Microsoft calls, Amazon calls, long Dow futures, Pfizer put, buy the long term, flip to dailies, Intel call, SPY, Bank of America puts, MCD call, Microsoft call, SPY puts, CLSK call, NVIDIA 410 put, NVIDIA 410, Tesla 220, NVO shares, BlackRock, coin puts, Tesla, SPY, SQQ, PayPal long, Tesla calls, VXX, ARM calls, NVIDIA 410, Tesla, coin, Tesla, add into the long term, HUT calls, 3M, runners on the table, UEC long, BOK, Tesla call, Abivi, GNRC, short everything, MPW long, UNG, KO call, SPY thick puts, Tesla calls, SOXL shares, Teladoc calls, Tesla calls, Apple, having fun, VXS, UVXY puts, Microsoft, Amazon, Meta tomorrow, Google baby, VZ calls, coin calls, game looks cheap, weed calls, UVXY calls, Mara, ARM, long term, ARM calls, Intel leaps, IonQ below 10, Google puts, letting the long term cook, good morning, Google, NVIDIA puts, Nikolai long, bonds reversing, PayPal long, Ford puts for Friday, Tesla puts, ARM call, TLT dip buy, Tesla calls, still oversold, Jesus calls, and the final plays. QQQ calls, Roblox calls, sell XOP puts, anything on Exxon, and Nike calls. Wow. Chattadonia. Not bad. Not bad, my friend. Yes, and bonds have already gone red here. I have a couple of plays. RTX, again, we're actually in those shares, so we've been holding those. Those are actually great. I'll take a look at 3M. Like I said yesterday, just hopefully it doesn't sell off. CVM, that was that cancer drug from yesterday. It was one of those runners. I still kept an eye on it, so let's see what happens. Then watch anything related to Beto and Bitcoin. Lian, they're up 70%. One of the biotechs, then Intel, Meta. Keep that in mind for the earnings tomorrow, as well as IBM, and then GLD, and then Spotify. So I'm going to watch gold just in case the bonds continue. We'll see if that makes a play. And then Spotify was down, and now it's up. They had earnings growth. I think that one's going to be an interesting one for the first couple minutes. I'm not married to that one. And then we'll go from there. But Chattadonia, what's up, man? What's up? Good morning, Maria. What do you got for me? You got any questions? Anything? We could talk. We could chat again. I think the biggest news today is the fact that Xi Jinping is visiting the People's Bank of China for the first time. That's absolutely mind-blowing to me. But besides that, those PMIs, like we said, that could move some things. It already got the dollar and the euro moving earlier, but there is so many earnings plays that you have. Good morning. Little late. We had another Christina in the morning. I was tripping out. We usually only have one Christina. So good morning. Good morning. It's okay. You made it. Again, today's going to be a wild day. We'll see where it takes us. Again, I'm sure we're going to have a headline runner. Again, every day so far for the last week or two, we have been here and we have watched just things unfold. So we are going to find out. But get ready. I'm doing good, man. I'm doing good. Fitch says Chinese manufacturers to continue adding plants to overseas on geopolitical tensions. So 1 minute, one more minute. If you have anything, Whirlpool. Again, a lot of the industrial plays did good, but like I said, I think a lot of the earnings were good, but there was a couple of bad ones today. And so far, people are still kind of, they're kind of disappointed by earnings season so far. But again, I do think today, this morning, it could have been a lot worse. So we'll see. You like the energy? God bless. I like your energy, man. That's what I'm saying. You matching the energy by telling me you like the energy. You know what that's what I'm talking about. So get ready. That was last call. If anything, we'll do it. I am still in RTX. We got a nice little bag on that one. We'll see what happens. But ladies and gentlemen, more important than the bag. Because here at the Cult, every day, before we chase a dollar, before we try to enrich ourselves, we must pay homage to a very special group of people that has sacrificed more than most of us ever have and ever will. And I am talking about the veterans of the United States of America. So on behalf of the Cult, the people here, the people not here, I want to give a huge special shout out all the active servicemen, past servicemen, anybody who has served this country, even their families. They have made a sacrifice as well too. I hope you know you're appreciated, and I thank you for allowing my generation and the generations ahead of us to enjoy the life that we have today because of what you all have sacrificed. So thank you. That's the least we could do is shout it out, man. So God bless the veterans. Shout out to the vets. Big thank you and big shout out to anybody else out there giving out to their local communities, helping out all the doctors, nurses, teachers, firefighters, the police officers, the janitors, the coaches, helping out grandma. I'm thinking of a lot of things, man, for real. If you giving back and helping your community run, that's what I'm talking about, and keep it up. That is what makes this such a beautiful place. So God bless you and thank you. But now, ladies and gentlemen, please rise. Place your right hand over your heart. Say it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, baby. Send to the Jets! Oh, it's game time, baby. Oh, no. Let's go. Oh, yes. Good morning, baby. Happy Tuesday. Yesterday flew by, man, so we're going to see. We're going to see what happens, man. We are going to see, bro. Listen, ever since I've gotten into country music, if you haven't heard Josh Answers F350, all streaming platforms, yeah, I understand. But like I have had requests to do the national anthem. So maybe one of these days I will open up with the national anthem, you know what I'm saying? So the rockets, red glare, the bonds, I said the bonds, bro. Damn. I'm not even lying. That naturally came out as bonds and bonds. My goodness. Let's start off the morning with that. Clap, what do you mean? I got clap for singing? Oh, no. Wait, why am I clap, baby? I still see y'all. No. To the bombs, early light. Click live. I think you guys I didn't get banned. I didn't get banned. That's crazy. Oh, you got 1 minute, baby. Here, go to the Twitch. If it feels like a day where I might get banned, for just, I'm just so excited to be here. Just in case the stream lags, you got that, man. If anything disconnects, we got you. You don't have to miss me for too long. I thought I really got copyrighted because my voice was so good. I think maybe it was the song for a little bit. I forgot. Maybe they own it. Yeah, they almost got me banned. I said bonds, though. I've straight up. I added my own creative element. It's bullshit. Octa on the high already. All right, Chad, get ready. Less than 10 seconds. Let's focus. Let's have a good one. Thank you for being here. Like the video. 4, 3, 2, 1. Round 1. Fight. All righty. Well, let's see. There's RTX already slipped up 3. They were up 10 at one point. A couple of other names running. Let me see. There's like 2 biotechs. Who was it? CVM and Leanne. I think we see, again, Leanne still up 70%. We'll see how that plays. CVM, again, this one you just want it to go crazy from yesterday. We'll see what happens with that. CLS on the high. Again, RTX, don't forget about 3M and Coca-Cola. Those were the other ones. And then Barclays was the bad bank. SPY is up by 0.5. 4239. So, honestly, this is hideous. This isn't even that good right now. Again, we'd be a lot more uglier with bad earnings here. Don't forget about the pre-earnings run-ups here as well. So watch how this plays out, but we're still pretty much in all senses of the word right near the gulag. Yeah, Netflix was running up a little early. Again, see if RTX and bonds too. Just don't forget, we do need clarity in that sense of the word, or that world. We need bonds to calm down. So we're going to see Netflix 413. That's good now. Again, remember above 410. Next level is 418 and then 425. RTX is going to move after the options load. You've seen this before. So if the options aren't loading, don't fool yourself. It's going to make this move, and then right when those options go through, everything's, watch out. So get ready. RTX has a move in it. I'm telling you, it's going to either rocket up or it's going to sell off. They're not trading any options. So you've watched this many, many times. No. Just wait for it. That means once those options move, you're going to see the stock kind of go a little crazy there. Who was the other one? There was RTX and there was another earnings. Oh, Spotify. Yeah, because, again, Spotify was down 10. 3M's going up too. That one just gets a little weird, but if 3M could hold, that'd be good. Again, Spotify shouldn't even be up like this. Spotify's up 9, so you have a lot of demand there. RTX option chain is still closed, so like I'm saying, when that does open up, you should get a move. Leanne came down. Was it CVN or CVM? CVM. Pinduo, again, more China plays. A lot of people talking about the stimulus. Actually, China plays are up a decent amount. At least Pinduo Duo is. Coca-Cola's on the high. NASDAQ still up 0.4, SPY 0.5. Dow is actually the leader alongside the Russell. I don't know when option chain will open. This happens with earnings, though, sometimes. Especially if there's a big move, the option chain's super slow. And then it starts to go crazy from there. All right, RTX option chain is now open. And they're off. So you might start getting some moves right here. Is that Target GD on the low? Again, SPY just holding. LMT dropping. Yeah, they're barely holding on. Again, I mean, RTX already sold off 10 or 3%. They were up 10. Roblo's holding up. SPY's going up here again. I mean, up until we get past yesterday's high, I'm not really impressed by this move. Again, I feel like you had a lot of good news that could have got you up here, but not so much. Apple, massive red. Apple is down 0.3 right now. Coinbase running up. Don't forget about those crypto plays. Even Beto, IQV, Abivai is on the high. 3M red candles. Yeah, 3M's 3.4. They've given up like 1.5%. Netflix still just holding up on nothing. Meta came down. Microsoft, they're still green but coming down. Oh, where's the dollar? Again, the euro. And remember, data. You have data in like 10 minutes here, so don't forget bonds and everything else. We got another move still getting ready here. Bayer on the low. RTX, so it already flipped. Again, options haven't moved it too much yet, but now you have all those out. AMD, oh, I forgot. Remember, AMD kind of went down a little bit on the ARM news. DraftKings on the high. Netflix hitting another one. Again, NASDAQ is now, actually it's not the leader. Dow is still leading up, but you're making a move. Coinbase rocketing up. ARM still up from yesterday. Coinbase, again, 2 candles. Low to high right there. Beto's up 9.8. DVA on the high. CART is moving up. Coca-Cola is still up. Halliburton. And then RTX, big candle down. So, again, RTX giving up half of the gains right now from the morning. Boeing on the low. Yeah, Pinduo is killing. I think that is Temu. NVIDIA on the high now. Somebody was saying they were down. So I think they're moving. Square going up. You saw PayPal a lot yesterday. And then the SPY and then Baidu. So 4248. I mean, this is near the highs of yesterday, but you still got another 7 more points. We will see. And then a little bit until the data comes out. So that's going to have the ability to move things too. Verizon up 6. Immunity Bio. That sounds very familiar. Netflix, huge candle up. Watch RTX. I'm surprised that one's already sold off like that. Again, they gave up half of it. All of the defense names are coming down pretty hard here to start off the morning. Again, defend RTX now on the low. Who's the other one? Coinbase up 10. Yeah, that's crazy. Netflix 415. Again, watch 418 into 420. Walmart, is Disney going up? Disney is up. Walmart, Disney's up 1%. Roblo into another high. RTX a little bit off the bottom. Mara, all the crypto names still going. Bristol Myers, BMY. Crazy. Tesla. Yeah, 2.7. That's good. Again, remember yesterday they were like low 200s or something. Duke Energy on the high. Coin and Oxy. And then coin in the other cryptos too. Energy starting to move. On the video. Where's Intel? Intel even came up here. Again, remember Intel got clobbered after that little ARM headline yesterday. Up 1.6. Booking and DraftKings. DraftKings got a big upgrade and they're just running. That's 2 days of running. MSTR, another crypto play on the high. Bookings up 1. Airbnb's barely up 0.6. Haynes, Baidu, again, another China play. SPY is still working its way up. 42.48. The high of the day, 42.49. Ryanair. ARK. Oh, I forgot ARK. We got that play. Oh, that thing went up, actually. Not bad. Not bad. 38 cents to like 46 to 51. You actually got some moves. I totally forgot about that one. What will NVIDIA do? I have no idea. The ARM piece, it will hurt Intel unless Intel really develops. Again, I've been liking some of Intel's plans that they've been working on, but, I mean, it just all depends on the actual execution. That is the only problem. All right, bonds are coming up. And remember, you have data in about like 7 minutes here. That's what makes this all the more interesting. VKTX, that thing's moving up. We're in the green on that one now. Google, everything's holding. RTX at the bottom of the day. It was up 10. Now it's only up 6. Bitcoin is crazy, bro. Again, people were freaking out at 31, 32, already at 35,000. I mean, it's nuts. Nikolai, Outlook running again today too. I think there's just a lot of decent things. Unless you had a bad earnings, I mean, for the most part, we had relief on bonds yesterday. Things feel good for now, but I don't think it's permanent because we are still in this low-ass range. You know what I'm saying? Like, you're into the lows of Friday on all of this. So we'll see what happens after our PMI data. Again, maybe we have to wait till after hours earnings, but still kind of shady. Yeah, Netflix came back down a little bit. Pfizer's trying to climb up here. XLV's on the high. Again, 3M actually came back up to 90. Who was the other one? Coca-Cola. Oh, slow coin. Coin's up 10%, so that's the only thing. Sorry, no, I'm still holding the ARK position. Again, we just bought it yesterday. So I bought it yesterday with January of time. Like I said, you know, it's like a ghetto bond play. I'm down to ride it out for a little bit. I don't know the percentage. I guess it's what, hey, like 10 cents. You made like 30% on it so far. Disney does look nice. Again, a couple of names here off the bottom. Twilio on the high. Tesla still into the high. Roblo, they're going up good. The low ticker seems pretty chill for now. Even NVIDIA is holding up. Shopify now. Spotify came down from down 2 to up 10 to now up 7. ACMR, we saw that one. Microsoft moving up. ACMR up 4%. This is a runner. RCKT, oh, I saw something. Rocket Pharmaceuticals, they had something this morning. Google's starting to go up now. Again, Google and Microsoft are after the bell today. Do not forget about that. Lyft is popping. Oh, Lyft is actually an interesting one based on that price. Oof. Yeah, didn't we flip? We flipped it at the 11s. It's already up 2 on the day, though. Lyft is an interesting one. I'm going to keep an eye on that. DraftKings, Airbnb. Airbnb draft. A lot of green shoots right now. Hold on. Did that data drop? Watch the wire because sometimes those PMIs that's usually ISM comes out early. But again, we are getting U.S. PMI data in about 5 minutes here. We're looking for a number of 49.8 on the composite flash, 49.5 on manufacturing, and then 49.8 on services. So, and then you got Richmond Fed 15 minutes after that. JP Morgan on the lows, coin, and Mr. Hanlon again, baby. Horna. My man with the ear. God bless you. God bless you and good morning. What did you hit? What did you hit? 3M. Redfin did a ghetto refinance. So Redfin got Apollo to give them $250 million, and then they used $125 million of it to buy back some of their older warrants. So they pretty much were able to get a credit line for lower rates now to buy back old debt, which is mind-blowing to me when you think about it. Morning, Chad. What's up, Troy? Good morning, baby. Feeling fast today? Feeling fast? The environment is there. Every day we've had some fast headlines just pop out of nowhere. So, amen. You hope your fellow white boy baller is doing well. Oh, dude, I just remembered what happened. I'm like, what are you saying, Mikey? I forgot. Me and Mikey played a game yesterday, and these guys were awful. And the first thing he comes on the mic to tell me, he was like, are you guys white? And I'm like, excuse me? He was like, are you actually like how your player looks? And I'm like, this is the first thing you're telling me right now? It was the weirdest. I told you, man, 2K is a very judgmental game. I had almost a triple-double, too. I was, man, this is fucking. I forgot about that. You play on PS5, yeah. SFM on the high, Sprouts. One more. Billy on the high. That's not Bill. MSTR, more crypto. The Ackman boost, I think we got to wait. Give it 2 minutes right here. A minute and a half. Data's about to come in here. All right. Lyft came up. Okay, wait for it. Now let me turn on VWAP. I feel like Spy's right there. Yeah. We're just chilling again. MSTR, bro. More crypto movers, more crypto runners. My goodness. RTX still fighting a little bit here at the bottom. Again, those ARC plays are still moving up. I didn't think ARC was going to be that vicious. The ARM news yesterday. I think I got that one first on the wire. I had it on one of mine, and then it started hitting everywhere. But then Chad's El Coyote was posting it too, I believe. Pfizer's stuck. Coin and Mara. Pfizer's going down. Coin and Mara. Spies have VWAP in 30 seconds, Chad. So get ready for it. Just watch the bonds. Again, 49.8 to 49.5. That's pretty much what we're looking at. Anything above or below, watch. Again, there's weak ones out of Europe. So we'll see. 15 seconds. Oh, they all came in good. Ugh. So I don't know. It's better than not because at the same time, it's not going to be good for the bonds. That's the thing I don't like, but it's better than Europe. But services came in 50.9. Estimate was 49.8. Manufacturing came in at 50. Estimate was 49.5. And then composite came in at 51. Estimate was 49.8. So everything was strong. So, again, this morning you had weaker PMIs out of Europe. That moved around the dollar a little bit. I wonder what it's going to do in this case. Yeah, dollar got even stronger, so it's kind of a double whammy. Weak Europe, strong America. I mean, dollar and bonds are getting murked. A lot of things are moving now, actually. So, again, bro, what the hell? Lyft was just at the high. How's that thing on the low right there? Watch the crypto plays if they hold up or stay in their own little world. Some names are. Again, Netflix, not really moving. It feels like if they already had earnings, you're not moving as much. The yen, yeah, because yen was moving earlier. Yen's getting clapped. Again, bonds, bro, 30-year just dropped. You better pray to God that you get a bounce on this, because if this data is enough to knock out the little Bill Ackman pump, I mean, that's better than not, but at least we'll know quicker. But my goodness. Let's see. RTX 2 billion. I think it's 10 billion. I think they authorized 10 billion. I don't know how much, but again, they've raised their free cash flow, and RTX was talking about like capital return plans that investors really liked. So again, PMI data all came in strong, and you're watching a negative effect on the bonds. Stocks not too much yet. China plays are still moving. That oil's coming down on that, and then you just kind of woke up the low ticker a little bit, but let's see if this actually, again, you need the bonds. You just don't want to kill that rally from yesterday. United Steel, China plays. Again, materials to China are moving right here still. So you still got some stuff kind of fighting back right now. And you are near pretty much the opening candle of the day. NASDAQ 0.6, SPY 0.5, Dow 0.5. Dow was leading, and then Russell at 0.8. Don't want to build AMSC HBD. Happy birthday. All right, making a move up. Baba Baidu still running up. TGTX, I don't know. That sounds familiar. I don't remember seeing that one in the morning. Where's the other one? CVM. That was only one other one, and then Lian. These were the hype ones from the morning. Yum. Again, more China plays still. Absolutely insane. XOM flushed. Yeah, all of the oil plays. GE's going up now. GE's up 5%. Again, that's off of earnings there. What's going on? Market confused. It happens. So I was going to put in an order. And look, again, a lot of random ass plays here as far as looking at the option chains. I'm trying to see again. I think I've seen a couple of snakes the last couple days, so I am going to keep that in mind if we get anything. Barclays extends drop in London to 10%. I would consider Roblox for the long term, but I mean it's still pretty volatile ride. Like again, how it's held up. It never really hit the bargain bin, and anytime it did, Netflix or Meta was just, 90% cheaper or something like that. My E-Trade's working for now. Verizon up. RTX is coming back up. You got Nucor, a couple of materials. Boeing's on the high. Boeing's actually starting to rip. United Steel, that started to run there. Microsoft, Chicle, they're going through. First Solar's on the high. Remember, they got murdered the other day. And then bonds, 30 years trying to go down again. Moody's affirms UK bank ratings. Yeah, Microsoft, again, from 0.6 to now negative 0.15 MO on the high. And again, Boeing still, that's another candle. And then even Snap, 980. Halliburton CEOs see solid 24 international growth. Oxy a little bit off the bottom. Meta came down too with Microsoft. The numbers on PMI were good. So actually all good PMI data. In Europe, it was bad, and that gave us a little shaky start. But in this case, though, you kind of had a good news is bad news reaction because bonds went down. I mean, the fact they're still holding is good, but after that data release now, I mean, it is going to leave you with a couple of questions of whether or not yesterday's move is going to hold up. UVXY is on the high now, so VIX is still red. All the indexes are green, but I'm noticing a couple of those volatility indexes moving right around here. Netflix still 414. Baba's still moving up. Again, China plays are doing very good. What's STNG? Scorpio Tankers up 3.5. Good news for the economy is bad news for the stock market. Sometimes, I mean, really, it's not about the stock market. It's about interest rates. So, if you want to understand it a lot easier, is that the data is having an impact on interest rates, and then the markets are either going to respond or not respond to interest rates. But realistically, interest rates are the thing being affected, and then everything is a result from there. Just in case you don't hear it enough, thanks for all you do. Shout out to Uncle Spittin' Knowledge. God bless you, Mr. Steve McQueen. I'm gonna call you McQueen. Okay? I'm gonna call you McQueen. That's not his name. He changed one letter and it comes out a lot different. But I love you, man. Amen. Hi, Josh. Hello, Yvonne. I used to call you guys Ivan. Anybody named Ivan, I used to call you Ivan. Now I call you Yvonne. Why? Because anytime I'd say Iran, they would say Iran. I would say, whoa. I say Iran. They say Iran. So now I'm like Ivan. That's it. I'm like Ivan instead of Ivan. I don't know, but Ivan. I love you, Ivan. God bless you. Good morning. Ivan was good, bro. Was good. Fool me once. Not this time. TNK on the high. Tesla. DraftKings still holding up 4 again. They got another back-to-back upgrades yesterday and today. All right. See if that holds. No, I rolled the ZB to the long side. I'm still in it. I'm down on it, but I'm still holding that one. I don't know till when. 36 days. Be good. The 200 becoming the resistance. Anything is possible. This sucks. I mean, we're not all of these days of like, it looks like we're making progress. It looks like we're working so hard to go nowhere. But I do think that 4,200 level that we dealt with yesterday says a lot. SEDG, that's the second solar play that got murdered that's starting to move up right now. PayPal looks good. His coin starting to move up. Even Apple, Microsoft, Meta off the bottom. Coinbase 14% into another high. My goodness. RTX back up to 7. Not the worst. 3M up 4. Spotify up 11 or 9. And then Coca-Cola up 2.7. Speaker conclave, the first round of closed-door voting has begun. All right, man, this little run. Bonds did not die off of it, but, like, this doesn't mean anything. You need, like, an actual bond rally. Otherwise, it's all meaningless. It's been, what, just under 30 minutes? There's Uber... Lyft, GM's on the high. Interesting. Roblo's doing great. Egypt, cishead, Israel impending, foreigners exit from God. Is that Sisi? That's probably a quote from Sisi. North Face owner VF said to face second activist push. So there you go. Remember VFC, you had a runner on that. It's still up a lot, though. That's the thing. Or I guess you're a little bit cheaper, 87 cents, but you might get something out of that. 1805. Where were they at? 17. Let's see. We'll put one in there. I won't top tick it, but last time we got 7% off of it, and then it just slowly went up the rest of the day. So VFC, again, you're getting another activist put. We played this headline before. So, again, I think you're getting it a little bit earlier than not. It's not moving up a lot, though. I might want to chill out. I'm going to cancel that. Change my mind. Coin up almost 15. Yeah, VFC still moving up there. Richmond data, yeah, in 2 minutes. I don't know if it's going to move us as much. I'm still surprised. Again, the good data right now, market's still holding on. The bonds had the opportunity there if they wanted to give back anything. So let's see. But so far, I mean, that was what we were looking for. If any data was going to cause a massacre. Remember, last time you had a rally in bonds, it ended with data. It didn't matter what happened. I think it was jobs data we got. And then remember, everybody started freaking out. So for now, you're actually higher than when the data came out. Bonds are still holding a small green. And now, once again, SPY and Dow got to match up 0.75%. We're making our push here to 1% now. But like I said, this day does not look good until we break past yesterday's high. We really have to get back to like 4280, maybe 4300 for this to look somewhat decent. Otherwise, we're doing all of this progress to not really do much. GE popping. Again, that's a post-earnings there. There's VFC. Ulta printing, Google running. The Dow is pretty much, it was up in the morning by 0.5% leading, and then in that little fiasco there, it came down. So right now, the good data, bad reaction. It wasn't that bad of a reaction. I mean, the bonds are still holding. This is the real key right now. So you're back up to the point of right when the data came up, near the highs of the day, just under 1% on the NASDAQ. NVIDIA shares reverse course from pre-market. NVIDIA U.S. speeded up new export curbs on AI chips. I got a headline here. Again, NVIDIA says U.S. sped up new export curbs on AI chips. Hold on, I don't think that was a real candle, but don't fall for that. But again, that NVIDIA stuff. And then Richmond Services -11 versus 4 previous. So I don't know. Maybe this has a react. That seems like it just came in really bad. Yeah, estimate was +1. So Richmond Fed Manufacturing did good, but Richmond Fed Services just came in very negative. So literally -11. The estimate was 1 positive. I feel like that would be good, but we're already kind of making this move. And then you got a NVIDIA headline, getting a little bit more of the data there. The NVIDIA news was this morning, so maybe that one's delayed. They're just getting it's Yahoo Newswire. for that one. News ticker's moving. Welcome to 10 a.m., baby. Welcome to 10 a.m. Right on the hour. All the latest stories. Raul, SPY's old. I mean, again, we were looking dead here. I mean, SPY's going to do one thing. Remember, at one point, SPY ran with the bonds, and then bonds held up the gain, and then SPY ended up coming down at close yesterday. So just keep in mind, you know, there's a couple of things we're still juggling, but we want to watch Bill Ackman's little rally stay up here, and hopefully people could calm down. Tractor Supply introduces Yeti products to outdoor gear lineup. Wow. Tractor Supply Yeti collab. Who would have thunk it? I feel like Yeti would move more on that. Coco VZ on the high. RTX coming down a little bit. GM on the high still. That's actually looking great. It's only 1.4. Looks like it moved way more than that. Baba once again. GE still moving. 3M. Mara again. More crypto. All right, so Lil Cheekley on the bonds. Let's see if that was enough or not. So, again, slightly higher than release, but if we're back into the gulag, I mean, we could spend some time dancing. The earnings for Microsoft and Google come out after hours. Are people ignoring the why for Bill Ackman? He's sold because the environment is not good. I don't think they're ignoring it, but then it just falls into the general logic of like it's more uncertainty versus, you know, you don't know when all of that stuff will materialize versus knowing somebody is actively shorting or buying the bonds. But I do feel you. There was definitely less attention to that. Citron Geo monopoly on immigrant monitoring. When Biden opens eyes, stock could go to $20. Citron Geo. Did he just advocate putting illegals in jail? Wait, I'm confused. Geo's running. I don't know. I've liked a lot of Citron's takes, but in the past, but I don't know. Geo, like I said, Geo, the prisons, bro. I don't know anything about the prisons. Okay, SPY's coming down. You had data. You chilled out for like 5 minutes, 5 minutes of rallying, and now another 4 minutes taking you right back to the middle. The bonds are looking a little better, but equities are giving you more of that dancing momentum. So let's see. I mean, that's starting to pick up a little bit. Watch if it breaks. Everything is still green. VIX is still red, but we will find out. All right, you're about to flip now. So, again, Okta's on the high now. Hold up. Again, this was the one that died the other day off of all of that news. So, they're up 2.71. Again, they had the breach. Okta, only 1% of their 17,000 corporate clients are affected. There you go. A siren sound in Tel Aviv. Oh, the dollar, I forgot. Watch what Okta does. That one could be interesting. Tesla's still at the high. Dollar is up still. It's above $29.81. And remember, that's the price we've been bringing up a couple of times. I do think that price level is important. But my goodness. Tesla strong. Yeah, Okta, 3 big candles, Roblo into the high. I feel like if it's already at the high, it is continuing that momentum. Dude, even Snapchat is running into this. Again, Snap does have earnings today. They are pricing in 19%. Lyft just hit a high. Again, I've been looking at that one a little bit. Uber's starting to go up, so they both actually look great. Lyft, HSAI, Baba too. Baba's starting to chug there, 2.5. Pinduoduo was up way more. Okta looks like it wants another one. JD's still doing good. I don't have any place for Snap, no. But this time, I mean, if they drop 30% from here and we do that little earnings game again, I mean, I said eventually I'm going to buy one of these like super low dips. So maybe we do. Again, we have a deposit coming around, but we will find out. The Medi-Call got clapped. I mean, it got clapped yesterday. Where is it? It's actually the same price now, but again, I think that was just the IV while we were dumping into 4,200. I think the contracts were insane, but that play is still down, even though we're up about $8 from buying it yesterday. Then the Microsoft, the call is actually still green. The put is barely red. The Intel got smoked 50% after going up 50%, but that was off the news yesterday. And then the ARCs, they went up a lot, actually. The ARCs went up 50%. Or a little bit under that. And there's Okta. Tesla again. There's Snap into the high. And then SPY right at VWAP and bonds right where the ISM data came out. Yeah, if you have any earnings previews, Snapchat, Google, Microsoft, I have to guide you to the watch list because you got a good setup there. We covered all of them, and literally, I think Google is the one with the raised bar coming into it. Okta, RTX, kind of near the low. 3M, Spotify. Overstock 15.8. They're at 4% still. Oh, Mitch Matsono, baby. Good morning. Hamas official says we call on Arab Islamic countries and UN to take moral and political responsibility to stop Israeli aggression. And then Finnish police investigating a wide pipeline outage. What is this? A wide dragging path can be seen before the damaged pipeline spot. All right, SPY's back up, bro. You are going through a wild, wild ride here today, to say the least. Any states that have good real estate prices? I mean, the cheaper ones. So anywhere that's kind of cheaper with a good jobs market, I've kind of been a fan of. So we've seen a couple. I like Indiana a lot. That one's been a lot of fun. Nebraska, Indiana. Yeah, Nebraska, I've heard a lot. We even got some coal out in Nebraska, but I have not got to go out there. But I know, I mean, even then, I own houses in Indiana, and I've never been there. But the cheaper areas have seemingly been the best. Okay, Apple's at the low. SPY just wicked into the high. Let's see what this does. I live in Indy. Gonna put me on. I promise you, you probably know more about Indiana than I do. I'm telling you, if you live in Indiana, you should know where the Beverly Hills is at. You should know where the hood is at, and you should have a general idea of like the area. So you tell me, man. You guys got to put me on. Again, I like Greenwood. Greenwood's pretty dope. But man, there's so many different locations. Yeah, Snap is wild. It's doing its thing, coming down. But again, even 990 still been holding a lot of those headlines. Finnish police object found near broken Baltic Sea pipeline has been identified as an anchor. Shorting GE. I mean, you can short some of those earnings. Again, most of them, they've kept their little bubble, which has been a little more ironic than not. Mara's still going. Again, crypto is insane. They're still getting all of those moves like right now as we were talking about it. And RTX, where's Spotify? ARM is continuing. That one's from yesterday. They're making a move on that. You got the Nuggets tonight or the Lakers? I mean, Lakers by default, but I mean, I don't know. I don't think we. Wembanyama is the answer. That's it. Catalyst, just the earnings. We had PMIs. We already got through the main, and we should have died off of it with the bonds, but bonds wanted to hold up a little bit. I could respect that. But for the most part, no real other catalyst besides earnings. And then tomorrow you're going to get Jerome Powell speaking. You shouldn't hear from anybody else on the Fed. And then crypto, I don't know if we're going to get updates, but that's kind of its own little catalyst. Intel's on the high now. And that is it. Yeah, Intel, not bad. I mean, I think it's still clobbered from yesterday, but Intel's actually almost recovering. So that just killed all of the options. Volume is, I think, decent. Let's double check. You're looking at 12 million by just under an hour. It's above average slightly. It just all depends how it continues from here. Finnish police attempt to contact the vessel and its captains were unsuccessful. Again, this is related to the damaged Baltic Sea stuff. Apple's flushing. Overstock's coming up here from their opening. Again, this one, I think didn't they sell off their crypto unit? That's the one thing that has me scratching my head over overstock. And again, Apple into the lows right now. Netflix 417 or 414. HCA, Healthcare of America on the high. Okay, not bad. Yeah, Spotify was down, though. Spotify was down for a little bit in the morning before it went up. UAW says 5,000 GM workers in Texas are joining strike. UA, Arlington, Texas assembly plant that builds full-size SUVs. So, again, another UAW strike update. GM also had their earnings today, so watch out for that. Mary, just like that. All right, I need to go to the bathroom. Get ready here. 15 minutes till the first hour. Not too bad of a day. A lot going on. I mean, we're just holding the gap up, still just under 1%. No real other headlines today unless we get some breaking news. But for the most part, we're kind of just trying to see if bonds are going to hold or not, and they're like pretty much break even. So I'll be right back. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. Hope your morning is doing good, and I'll see you in a little bit.
good return on equity, low interest burdens. And frankly, the poster child for that has been mega cap tech. But if you look at the returns, of course, on the S&P 500, there's been a lot of ink spilled on this. About 95% of them have been driven by that Magnificent Seven. So while we look at mega cap tech as protecting portfolios from solvency risk, we also have to protect against valuation risk. And one thing I didn't mention about U.S. mid caps with their significant overweight to industrials is they're actually trading at the most significant discount to their large cap counterparts since the late 1990s. So tech for solvency risk and mid caps for valuation risk.
That is so interesting. I don't think I've heard the solvency valuation combo in that. Emily, with the industrials mid cap though, funding issues could be a problem, and how do you manage that? And also, we've heard from some of the bid guys, like Fastenal, for example, like they have the order backlogs because people don't want to kind of leave the queue, but the immediate orders might not really be there. What do you make of that?
Yeah, I mean, I think you've got to screen through industrial companies to find ones that are higher quality. We want to find, again, low debt burdens. We want to look for great balance sheets. We want to look for those companies that are really taking advantage of this, again, industrial revolution that's taking place in the United States. Look for those direct ties to the increase in semiconductor production, the increase in EV production, and really identify those names that have the direct exposure there. And look, I'm not saying that industrials are going to be completely immune from a downturn in economic activity. They're not. But on a relative basis, I think there's a pocket of value there that can be uncovered.
Okay. Emily, at the bottom of the screen right now, I've got news that the UAW is announcing that it's going to widen out the strike. We've seen Stellantis news over the last 20...
Again, they widen it. My goodness. Where is it? Apple's still struggling, but welcome back. Am I buying ETC like the crypto? No, I'm not buying any crypto. Again, even though it's going up, it's kind of awesome to watch it ahead of the halving, but I'm still really, I'm not really a fan of crypto. I am in the long term and, speaking broadly, but, I'm not really ready to allocate new capital at crypto just yet. Again, I think so. I have a lot of shit that I'm still holding. If it goes up, I mean, I'm not going to be left out. But at the same time, I'm not really, I'm still sketched out by crypto. I think I say this every time we bring it up. I would just stick with Ethereum and Bitcoin. And even then, Ethereum got a little weird over the last couple years. But I do think Bitcoin is a nice pure play. Just own the coin and call it a day. But then again, I'm not really a fan of these prices, more or less. Yeah, I'm still bullish on that stuff, but like I'm saying, I still own ETA, ETC, have not sold any of that. Again, if there is a rally and a run, like I'm saying, we're going to be ready for it. But at the same time, I got really sketched out by crypto from your boy Sam Bankman. I still don't see that situation as resolved. It's so weird to me. And after watching this last couple of months, things could hold up in these types of environments, but if that drainage starts, I mean, I don't think the price support is real. I have to pay taxes on it. No, that's fine. You got to pay taxes on anything if you're making money. But it's just more, like I'm saying, I think crypto is just a very weird, it's weird how things played out since Sam Bankman. Again, even if you look at the chart of crypto, it just looks very odd, like how stable it has been comparatively. But I do want to, I'm gonna wait until rates are at least lower, and we'll see where things are at with crypto. KRE again. Barclays wasn't good today, but yesterday, no bad news on regionals for us. Tesla, where's RTX? Still holding that again, 6. Not bad, but he was holding a nice 10. Peloton is moving up. Did you look at that? Random tax comment. Yeah, it happens. I mean, it makes sense. Crypto. They've been talking a lot about taxes on crypto too, though, recently. Bitcoin only has 14 years before it loses all its validators. Who's going to run expensive miners to verify the chain for no rewards? I don't know. I think I'm more worried about Sam Bankman and fraud. That's just it. Again, I just think it's just too deep, and we don't know that. Unfortunately, I know I got into crypto when it was the wild west, but it's even without some of that clarity towards what really went down. It's too much, bro. It's too much. Innocent until proven guilty. Yeah, I agree. I just, I wish any case of this nature, you would have been presented a list of the clients. In this case, we weren't. So again, no company goes BK. No company has a situation like this, and you are not disclosed who is a part of it. Again, Rite Aid goes bankrupt, all of their debtors and creditors. You know what I'm saying? Bed Bath & Beyond, you sell it off piece by piece. Never in the history. I mean, it's happened, but for crypto, it's very weird that courts rallied up to protect all of those people's disclosures. So that's what I'm saying. Is just unfortunately, crypto is supposed to be a blockchain, a public ledger, more or less. So without real transparency towards what happened, I mean, I'm still very skeptical, and I have been towards crypto from the end of last year. So that's unfortunately just still my stance. He admitted to some things and others he didn't, and other people snitched on him, but doesn't even matter. I mean, like I'm saying, it's clear from the get-go they are not telling you info. And it's still to this day, you have not been given that info. You could have the charade of a court case and all of that, but I want to know who the creditors and debtors were. That's all that matters, because somebody, as they're scrambling around, X billions of dollars missing, somebody was the bag holder, and they're not telling you who it was. And that could be the same person who is bag holding bonds. It could have been what happened with SVB. It could be a host of things, but unfortunately, we do need that answer. SPY's coming up and bonds a little bit, but we've been in this range here for an hour. Intel's still going. More recovery from yesterday. There's ARC. Lyft came down. Uber's on the high. Someone else that looked like Uber. Roblo, so SPY's hitting a new high again. I need to get past like 42.50, 42.60 to feel good by this. We're still 5 points below yesterday's high. People miss buying 16K at the beginning of the year. Blame it on FTX. Nah, I mean, again, it's just not. I bought Bitcoin at $300. I don't care about the 16. Again, even in 2020, we told you guys to buy it at like $9,000 and $10,000. Ethereum was at 300, but this isn't about that. You know what I'm saying? It's like, for real. I genuinely think ever since the end of last year and literally Sam Bankman, it's a big problem. I mean, again, I'm very glad with what I did. I pulled out very high even before all of that shit, and then holding that, I'd rather hold that money in cash, making yield on it. The Bitcoin moves are nice. They're volatile. You're up, I think, 122% on the year, but like, I think Meta in the video would have outperformed that, but it's just like, I would have way much preferred the safety, and that's what I did, and I'm glad I did, but it's not about chasing, thinking you missed out. That's what Bitcoin does invoke, a lot of those emotions, but there was a real risk. Again, even right now, I'd say the real risk in crypto, don't let the price fool you. I still think there's a major problem, unfortunately. No, yeah, I get it. I'm saying, if anything, I'm still I'm bringing awareness to it, but at the same time, like I think the speculation make it worth your while. No problem with that. But again, I think I like the long term on Bitcoin, but we are gonna have to navigate a little differently here as we get more insight into what really went down over the last 24 months. All right, SPY's up there, but it's still like small. AstraZeneca, remember they had data a couple of days ago. Like 30K on 2K with MSTR and Coinbase. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, man. Make your speculation worthwhile. You know what I'm saying? Make your speculation worthwhile. You have these opportunities. I'm just not ready to buy into crypto, nor do I ever feel bad about it going up. Like, especially as of late. Well, that's what I'm talking about, baby. Palestinian health minister says we need safe corridor for injured and ill to get treatment in Egypt. In 21, many people got killed on crypto because they feared paying taxes and wanted to wait till their tax liabilities fell to long-term gains. If you want to make money, you have to pay taxes. I mean, I'm never, I love taxes. I tell you guys to pay taxes. I tell you to make a strategy for it. It's part of the game. I mean, once you make enough money, you'll realize there's no world without taxes, let alone the strategy of it. But again, there's also, I think, the bigger concept. I mean, right away, we're talking about crypto. We're talking about what's going on. We're explaining some of the things that happen. And right away, I mean, there's a lot of FOMO. That's the only way that's the way I see it. So I would just say, mind the FOMO. Do what you need to do. Make your speculation worthwhile if there is opportunities. But at the same time, though, it's not like, again, I don't really see crypto as a viable investment for now. Just out of everything in the world with bonds and all of that, even if it moves up, I still can't really get behind it until we have more clarity. And if I did, it would be solely Bitcoin, and that's it. But that does not mean I don't hold crypto. I mean, I still have a nice portfolio of big coins, little coins, all of them. But for the most part, it's just still sketchy. Any new money I have is going to bonds, getting yield, being ready for things and getting a return for being ready, but not chasing after the high return on something like that. Siren sound in northern Israel. Roblo's still working its way up. LMT down. RTX done. Meta still chilling. Microsoft. Apple. HCA, again, they had earnings. They were down. They're still down. But they recovered a little bit. Yeah, siren sound in North Israel. I still have coin in the long term, like those OG shares. Yeah, we bought it high. We made an average down, but it's still like clapped. But I said our average of coin really got low. But like I'm saying, again, the way I'm set up is like if crypto does go to millions of dollars, I'm not going to miss out. And I don't think you should either, but I wouldn't FOMO in with new capital. That's what I'm saying. If you have exposure to crypto in whatever degree, you're going to be good if it does what people think it's going to do. But at the same time, you do have to have your balance. And just like I don't think your new capital right now pays you 5.5. So it's just, unfortunately, it's very hard to compete with that cash. Yeah, I bought at 300. I averaged down at like 1 something. I think my average is like low 2s or high 1s somehow. But even then, I'm like, again, we didn't have to buy it till after that. Still holding. It sucks. But at the end of the day, it's like, 5 years, 10 years. This is what I mean by ownership. if crypto is going to do what it's done this year, next year. If let's say I'm wrong, let's say Josh is a complete idiot. He hit the first decade of crypto and misses out on the second decade, right? I would still have ownership that would make sure I'm not fully left out of that game. Palantir Volatility Index drops for second day in a row now. Wow, bonds are holding. HCA is still trying to come up, but down on the day. We're working into the high, but you hit a new high of yesterday. You went up by like 0.3 or something. So we really need this to hold. Bonds aren't really out of the woods just yet. Rejectocito, cuz. Yeah, Palantir. Let's see if this holds up or not. Again, hit into a new high, get a cheek laid down. Bonds are still in the middle. High ticker is gassing. You have most things working in your favor than not. 10-year, I think, is at 4.8 right now. Let me double check, which is great, but it's still awful. Remember, 4.8 at one point, that was just like a whole different price level. Yeah, you're at 4.85. So not the best, not the worst, but again, relative to where we were at, it's good, but like you're saying, you've pretty much recovered the last week of losses, and then we're right above the second high. So remember, you're below the first high. This is great. You don't want bonds to get above 488, but we were at 480, 81 in the morning. We need to stay below these highs here and get out of that zone. But unfortunately, again, today's still like it's chugging along slow. There's no real answer yet. If anything, the fact that it's moving slow shows weakness. I sold Bill. I held for a few months to buy Tesla at 213 to 212 after they had earnings. Was this a good idea? I don't know. I mean, the way I'm looking at it is nothing is a good idea except cash, unfortunately. And I say that where you have to be addressing the risk tolerance. Again, every investment you make right now is guaranteeing you 5% doing nothing. That's on the year. So that's like 0.5, 0.65 a month. So at the end of the day, determining whether or not that's going to be a good move, it is going to be when you look back on it. Like I'm saying, if you're going to speculate, make it worth your while, but you do have to kind of be aware of just where it's at. Like I'm telling you, this isn't something it's funny because I don't do this as good in stocks as I do in real estate. And what I'm telling you is that this concept right now applies to almost any investing activity in the world right now. Whether you want to start a company, whether you want to do real estate, invest into real estate, or you want to buy a stock, you have to ask yourself, is this a good idea to do it? Is this a rational move? Will I maximize pleasure and minimize pain? So right now, the current situation is you would get 5.5% of pleasure for doing nothing. So to not make an investment, you're getting paid minimum 5.5. So this is where I'm saying, like in real estate, I'm not taking deals where if there's a cap rate below 5% right now and the interest rate and I have to pay for it not on cash and the interest rate is too high and it leaves me with, only making 6-7% and I walk away with the real rate of like 2, that's awful. It doesn't, none of that's, it doesn't make sense to do it. So like I'm saying, you're not going to know if that Tesla selling out Bill, buying, because depending on how you play it, whether you sell out higher or lower, it's either going to be really good or not. But at the end of the day, you are going to have to compare it to a backdrop of what was the alternative at the moment for risk-free. And right now, that's at 5.5. That means no matter what you do on stocks at the very least compared to bonds, it has to yield minimum 5.5. If a mortgage rate is at 8.3 right now, you need to make minimum 8% on your property in a year just to break even. Again, these are all break-even points. So remember that. Even if you buy Tesla, real estate, you start a company, and you make 5.5%, you just broke even. That means compared to interest, your opportunity cost, what you would have made, you're going to break even on it. Versus now, what would it take to double it up? So in real estate, if I have to put something on a mortgage right now and it's at 8%, guess what? For me to make 8% on that deal, I need to make 16% total. Why? Because then I got to cover the interest. Then I have to make whatever the interest was. And then now, like I'm telling you, I'm also competing with 5% on 5.5% on a year doing nothing. Or I could have been the mortgage lender rather than being the mortgage buyer. So that is the issue right now. So that's where it's just like, you don't know. Unfortunately, by default, and again, talking to somebody who lost trades this year so far, knowing this, and again, I made a killing off of Bill because that was, and if I didn't, I would have been so pissed off. But it's like, you're gonna look back and every trade right now, you're competing against a 5.5% minimum. So that's really, really high. So now just like, you got to really think about that. But if you make a trade, it's going to either work out or it doesn't. If it doesn't, you're going to look back and say, damn, not only could I have gotten that at risk-free, but now you're talking about a loss of capital versus it. So, but keeping in mind, this is for everything around the world right now if you are not using cash. But even if you are and you're using cash, remember your cash gives you 5.5%. Yeah, bonds have came down. SPY's holding up a little better, which is ironic. Yesterday, bonds held and SPY didn't. JD, BABA, MP, but a lot of China plays on the high right now. Overstock, I think, still holding. Lyft, Uber, 3M, decent. Here in Canada, you need to pay 50% tax on interest, so not much reason for me to put it in cash. No, there is. Again, I would study your tax code and understand how you could use that taxes to your advantage then. That would be the first thing I would say, but at the very least, it doesn't change anything I said. Just lower the amount now by 50%. So if after taxes, if the rate is at 5.5%, then if you're telling me you have to pay 5% on all interest, your net return's 2.25. So you still have to make more than 2.25 to break even. If you want to make 2.5%, you have to come out with 5% still minimum. It's 50% of the gains that are taxed. TLT was dropping, but then it got a bid here, and then SPY now is hitting a new high. So we're 1 point higher than yesterday. Again, we get to 42.60. We'll look a little better, but like I was saying, like 4,300 is really where we need. But this is better than not, but it's still early. Meta's on the high. Can we get an earnings recap for the day? We could cover the ones I didn't cover on the watch list. So on the watch list, I went over Microsoft, Google, and Snapchat, and I even updated them to get the analyst comments, or not the analyst comments, but like the updated metrics, and I told you which ones have been raised or lower coming into the meeting. But every other one, I could go over like Visa and a few others on stream. But if it's not, if it was on the watch list, I would go there for it. Second link in the description. Dash up 3.2 there. Again, a lot of the like delivery plays are doing good. Zim is on the high. Nike's going up. HCA again, they're still in the red, but they're moving up. RTX back to 6.4. SPY still at the green. SPX to like 4,300. Dollar. Oh yeah, I forgot about the dollar is high. Dollar's been destroyed all day just because the bad European data weakened the euro, dollar went up, and then our strong data made the dollar rocket up too. So The dollar kind of got a double whammy here. I'm surprised the bonds are hanging on, but like the real move hasn't happened. Bonds can go up or down one candle and change the whole entire landscape of the day. So we're not really out of the gulag in any way, shape, or form. Okay, dollar's going up. Yeah, I mean, I think the bonds look weak. I mean, the fact of the matter is, I mean, we don't have like catalysts. They're holding, but the fact that they're not like moving and getting off of the bid, you did rebound the data good, and there is some support, but it's not like the bonds are running like they were yesterday. That would be more optimistic. You know what I'm saying? It would be nicer to watch them, but they're moving very, very slow here. And like I'm saying, you're one real move away from either being up a quarter to a half or literally going negative to the same degree. Powell is tomorrow, which is weird considering it's a Fed blackout period. We're not supposed to hear from them, but I think you're allowed to hear from the Fed chair. Dollar is the weird part, but then again, this price has maintained for a while. Like I said, below 29.81 on the dollar. That's where you want to see Dollar General on the low. Yeah. And then MSTR, crypto still going. Bonds a little lower now. Bonds into the earlier lowish area from when the ISM data came out. Federal Reserve votes to approve final updated rules enforcing the Community Reinvestment Act. IWM is killing it. Again, Dow was leading earlier in the morning, then it gave back some, and now the NASDAQ's above it. Well, let's get a breakdown. Let's see what we're looking at, Chattadonia. So, Dow Jones, 4 names red, with Apple being one of them, and then 26 names in the green. So, majority of the names are green on the Dow. NASDAQ 100, 9 names red, and 92 in the green. Jeez. So, again, we need the bonds to die and the dollar to go up. You need to flip all of this. Bro, today is 90% green. 89 names red, 413 in the green right now. Everything is green. So, we need this to, like, death and destruction and do its own thing, unless the market really wants to ignore it. But a lot of everything, dollar still catching a bid. Those solar plays are moving up. But at the same time, though, today could turn ugly. If all of that green turns red, then there you have it. LVS, Lyft, DraftKings, GE, Cart, a lot of names on the high right now. DraftKings, there's Cart. Hershey's long. I still think Hershey's is expensive. I like it as a company, though. I don't think it's a bad long term, but, I mean, they're just back to 2020, 21 levels. Again, even then, they were still another, like, what, 30, 40% cheaper. MSTR on the high again, another round of cryptos. Bonds went lower, catching a bid. They're holding their lows, and then the market is up 1 point from when the bonds were at this level after the data. Oil prices extend losses. WTI falls by $1. MSTR. Are we debating something for the long term? We were talking Hershey's. Somebody asked about that. I mean, I like Hershey's a lot, but, you know, just being gentle with the prices for now. I'm just waiting. Yeah, dollar, I mean, let's see what happens with that. The dollar's the negative factor on the day. As long as it don't get to 29, still at 28. Again, 28.81 is a good spot as of late, but lower would be better. But Mr. Beast, I'm not too worried, but I just want Hershey's at a good price. One of the best companies. I'm a big fan. Where's Netflix, actually? How have they held up? They came down a little bit. RTX, they're still working up. 29.90? Oh, wait, I thought we were at 28. Yeah, excuse me. I read that wrong. Good looks. Muha, M-H-U-A on the high. Leanne, that was the... Damn, that Leanne one ran. So that went up another, like, what, 50 to 75? Who was the other one? CVM. That was in the morning. That was yesterday's one. That one dead. Outlook. They were up a little bit. Bonds catching a little bit and SPY's holding up. Again, like I just shared with you, 90% of the market is in the green. So we'll have an ugly day if those flip red, but to give you an idea of momentum, like legitimately every index except for the S&P has like 10 names red. S&P only has 89 names in the red, trading lower than yesterday. All right, you're working up again. A couple of value plays. Toll Brothers, PGR on the high. Kava, again, a lot of those IPOs, you're watching them run too. Yeah, Redfin is crazy. I told you in the morning what they did with their little... They raised money and paid down debt. It was like a ghetto refinance, but hopefully they have a good earnings. Are you still buying homes? I am, yeah, 100%. Email me tradingfraternity@gmail.com. And honestly, by the end of next month, once I finalize everything, though, I mean, I'm ready to go at the end of the year. So, like, if you want to sell me a house, you want to wholesale me a house, I am very, I'm an easier client. I'm an easier purchaser at the end of the year because I usually need to make moves. So, tradingfraternity@gmail.com. Yeah, the 2-year is going to be the short end. I don't think if the 2-year is bad, we won't react too much. But the problem is if like the 2 years bad and then the other auctions are bad, then people are going to freak out. That was the scenario to when we dumped on the 20-year a couple of weeks ago. It was the 2-year auction, the 10-year auction. They came in first and they were really bad. So then right when we had a bad 30-year or 20-year auction, everybody started flipping out. So it's the same thing here. We're going to get the 2-year auction today, and I think the other ones all throughout like the beginning of November. But as long as the first couple ones aren't bad, I don't think we'll react today, but it's all about how the story kind of strings together. Again, new high on the SPY now, so we're holding up a little better here. Bonds, after touching that low, 42.57. Again, we need 42.60, but ultimately 42.78. You'll fill that gap from a couple of days ago, and then we talk about 4,300. If you hold 4,300, I think that'll be very good after the 42, but again, nothing is guaranteed. We buy fixer uppers? Yes, anything. Anything. Yeah, Snap earnings. I gave the recap on that on the watch list. Snap has like lowered and raised guidance. It's really weird. There's a couple of areas where analysts think they're going to do better, and then some of them where again the guidance is a little bit lower, but they better come out with something good. I would own triple net properties, yeah, as long as again it's really about getting a good price and good location. You know, when the market crash, I'm gonna buy that triple net. Turn the bag into a boat off the buy. Let it sit. Netflix trying to come up here again. Roblo all day, 8%. My goodness. Yeah, RTX is holding. It's back up there, 7. Again, it was up 10%, 11 in the morning. That's why I was tripping out on it, but it came down right off the opening, and then they opened it up hella weird. JP Morgan's climbing again. XLF, I think, is up 1. KRE is like break even, kind of. That's the weird part. NVIDIA, AMD, Intel, ARM, Coca-Cola. That was another earnings. 3M's trying to even climb. They're holding 5.7. I forgot. IBM, I don't know. Have they moved lately? IBM is a surpriser sometimes. Yeah, they're still stuck in that range. They're going to have a big earnings eventually. Where is it? Yeah. The ARCs are up 45. That's crazy. The ARCs actually moved from yesterday. At 2-year bond auction at 1 p.m. Eastern. So, like, I just went over that. We're going to see. I wouldn't give it too much attention, but what you want to be looking for with the whole ARC thing, the bond auction, you want to see if it's going to pretty much turn us into a, if it's going to be bad, that will lead into how people will interpret the next one. So it's really all about momentum, more or less. Take-Two GTA 6 early release? What do you mean? Yo, hold on. That would be interesting. I verify that. Take-Two just had remember, Take-Two was running yesterday. Chad's saying there's an early release news. I don't have that, but. And they have earnings right around the corner. They're supposed to release GTA 6 trailer today. I don't doubt for a second that they will give the heavy October 6 calls. Yeah, that's what people are talking about on Twitter. So 2 hours ago, someone said that. OYV cheek lay to the lows. Again, you're coming down here a little bit. 3-4 candles. Again, bonds are pretty much in the same space. LYV is dying there. Good call out on that. Oh, I meant X, formerly known as Twitter. Formerly known as Twitter. SPY following the dollar. SPY is hanging on, bro. SPY, the dollar is getting a lot of volume, a lot of activity. Dollar up 0.5% is not good news, but then the bonds are still kind of fighting, but they still seem like, again, they're one move away. But then equities are in their own little land, just like yesterday. Yesterday, too, bonds did whatever they wanted compared to equities. Don't forget that. They started the rally, but by the end of the day, bonds were still green. SPY was actually red. So maybe this little gap is helping us make up that difference. Let's see. Intel options, they came back up a little, but Still clap, just not as bad. Meta plays still down. Microsoft calls green. Microsoft puts red. Not too crazy. Then LYV just had that. Dollar did come down a little bit, but dollar and the SPY both moved down. Everything, but dollar, bonds, and SPY. That last 5 minutes all did the same exact thing. Amazon, they got candles. Apple's coming down too. A lot of movements. Iova, we had news on that the other day. LXRX on the high. Oh, VKTX was running. Square, yeah. PayPal, too. Remember, PayPal, I've been seeing it every single day. Square was really hot in the morning. PayPal's still up. Square's still up 4. They're doing great. There's Cart. They're moving. Again, all of the IPOs, Klaviyo to Cart to even ARM, and then ARM has their own news. Planet Fitness on the high. PLNT up 4%. TJX. Google, so I think Google has a higher expectations. I think it's easier for Google to miss. And then Microsoft, I don't know. I played both ways on Microsoft. I don't even have a Google play, but I do think Google is going to go down. Just because I think, again, all the analysts think they're going to be very good, and then they have a weird spot with their cloud. That's the only issue. If you were watching yesterday's watch list, I would take a look at that cloud issue with what showed up on the analyst expectations, because the cloud and how much they report will be very weird. Average on Walgreens for the long term. Let's go. I'm waiting for my deposit to see. Again, thankfully, we're going to have another set of earnings and get to go there. So, but that's still on my list. What percentage of cash should I keep in long-term stocks? Save 10% of your money no matter what. And then with that 10%, you could put it into stocks or you could hold it. No matter what, a tenth of what you earn is yours to keep. And the general idea is to get what you earn, save that 10%, and then put it in a place where it could grow and work for you too. You should give 10% too, but like, I don't know if you have realized so far, it's very hard sometimes to even get people to save the 10%. So it's one thing for me to tell you to give away 10% of your money, make your tithes and give to people, give to the community. But at the same time, a lot of people are not even saving that 10%. Before every 10% off top, no matter what is yours. Whatever you want to do with that afterwards, go do whatever you want. That's all I'm saying. Like, you could put it towards trading, stocks, whatever. If as long as you save your 10% and then you put 5% for trading, but got 10% in the long term, then you're saving 15. Great, but 10% should be saved and set aside for yourself. Every dollar you touch. Just imagine if you had some discipline. Yeah, 100. 10% is not, I mean, it's the minimum. That is the minimum to unlocking wealth. That's it. No matter what. You save 10%, you're going to be a wealthy person by the time you die. Again, maybe you're like, what the fuck? Why do I want to be rich when I die? Because everybody's different. I don't know the time frame, but it's just like that is one of the building blocks to wealth. You have to save 10%. I think you put that 10% to the long term, but at the very least, as long as you save it 10%, stick it in another account, you're good. SPY, chicle, and then the bonds are moving down there. So take a look at the dollar too. See if that turns into anything. If we're worried about the uncertainty, is holding cash as viable? Yeah, but save 10% and just go put it in bonds, put it in bill. That's the general idea. Right now, even if you hold your cash, you're getting paid on it. The process T, honestly, I would tell you, I wouldn't. Right now, if you have not switched your brokerage on TD, I would tell you to stay with TD and go to Schwab. Why? Because in the process of trying to move my shit, both of them fucking suck. I am going through a nightmare right now, and I haven't even been able to access my biggest account so far just by both of them fucking around. So honestly, it's not worth it until we know, but just if you're on a 10-day time lane or less, I would just stay with Schwab for now, unfortunately. Again, as much as I like both of them, oh, I can't even log in now. It's telling me to make a Schwab login. Shit. I don't like the transition, but I'm telling you, you've ran out of time. So again, I even try to get ahead of it by like an extra week, and it's still a nightmare. The process of switching your account, even to like E-Trade, it's going to be a nightmare. You're going to have to do all of the accounts, get them set up. It's going to take 7 to 16 business days. Once the process starts, it just gets thrown into no man's land. So unfortunately, I really want to switch, but like I'm telling you, for sake of ease and making sure you don't lose out, I'm telling you from what I've learned by it, it's already been difficult. And I mean, I already have accounts set up, and it's still a nightmare. So unfortunately, I ended up still having to make this, or I guess I'm going to have to make it right now. Oh yeah, no, wait, hold on. This might actually work out. All right, yeah. Is commercial about to relive the events of '08? Probably worse, but better at the same time. Again, it's just different than '08. And in this case, all right, nice little pop there. Couple of names, TGX, I have that up. But again, I don't think commercial real estate is going to be that bad. But the one thing you have to understand is that commercial real estate is like dramatically different this time around than not. You know, COVID has put commercial through a ringer, and right now the world is at a very weird place, especially with interest rates high. I was telling you for the last couple of years how commercial had some of the best deals because nobody wanted to touch what was required. Now it costs a lot of money, and now rates are high. It's there, but at the same time, like the death and destruction you hear about, it's not going to be that bad. Again, a lot of people, the big dogs in commercial real estate, this is where a lot of people miss out on it. Real estate is a very slow game, very, very slow. It's super slow, and everybody is set up different. You could have one major property owner with an average of 7% interest rates. The other one would have 1% or 2% and maybe have no interest rate or carry risk at all. So how they could walk through and navigate, it gives them a lot of flexibility. And not to mention, there's a lot of people still on the sidelines salivating for a lot of the negativity. So commercial has a lot of issues. It has to go through a transformation. I don't think it's going to be as bad, but there is going to be pain. But it is going to be a weird 08. Maybe not as bad, but then also it's going to have 08 factors or negative factors that weren't present in 08. Yeah, all the IPOs are waking up for now. I mean, again, every single one, CART is up. But CART does this. It'll go up 9% in a day, then sell off. So you kind of got to get it out of this gulag. I like the TMF bond ETF, but right now is not the time to hold long on any of those. Again, until we really know what's up, I would flip bonds. Again, I'm down with speculating on the bonds. If you want to make flips, and not just don't get into the mentality that I'm going to buy this bond and hold it until they cut rates. Just that, we need to fucking kill that idea right now. That idea is going to work eventually, but it's not right now with the uncertainty of how much time. You're better off flipping the bonds, but just don't fall in love with them thinking that this is going to be your long-term play. I like UWMC now. Again, they've actually done good, but it's still at the price that I sold or a little higher. I think it's actually the same price. So low key, same price as my tax sale last year. So maybe I could even get back into it, but I don't think they're doing that bad. Honestly, UWMC has actually done a lot better there. Do you just live trade or communicate? It depends on the day. It really depends on the day. I don't think we made any trades today. We called out. I put in offers, but then I ended up canceling them. And then we're just riding RTX. We hit that earnings, but not so much trades today. Overstock, we were watching that earlier. Again, I don't know if they have the crypto exposure, but they're running. Remember, they had the activist stuff a couple of days ago. This was at that price. MPW, patience at that point. Just don't add more. Again, I still do like the value, but I'm increasingly more skeptical of management. But, time on that one, we should have just sold off after the divvy cut, and if you didn't now, you got to deal with the patient strat. Yeah, Overstock's running. That one's interesting. MSTR and crypto again. SPY keep making these little pops, and then it slows down. You're hovering at the highs of yesterday, which is kind of good and bad, but yeah. Long-term thoughts on oil. I don't like oil in the long term, but I do think, midterm, the next 1 to 3 years, we're going to see a lot of oil activity just with everything going on, but I don't think I'm ready to buy energy for my long term. Overstock's changing tickers November 6th? No way. You liar. Are you serious? That's amazing if they are. November 6th would be great. I'm still in JD and Baidu. And then Spy going down. I'm still in those Netflix too. I'm not opposed to holding MPW, but I am opposed to throwing new money at it. But like I said, real estate is a slow game. We bought them beginning of this year. It's crazy that all of the losses occurred in 3 months on this stock, but they were looking good. Then they kind of dropped the ball there, but they have one more year now. At the beginning of this year, they had 2 years. 2025 is their maturities. They need to do what Redfin just did last night and find a way to, structure a certain way to refinance that debt more or less. So we're going to find out. They're changing it to Beyond. Wait, what the fuck? They're changing it to BYON instead of Y. Oh, no. Boo. Boo. Why, dude, that's what a waste of $25 million. Why wouldn't you just make it Beyond? Oh, boo. They're going to change the ticker to BYON, Beyond, instead of BBBY. Like, bro, go to the BBBY. Like, no, that's weak. Damn. Cheap rebrand. But no, it should have been bad. I don't know. Some of you like it? That's good to hear. That's good to hear then. I just thought it was going to have more of the kick. No, the original ticker was BBBY. Remember Bed Bath & Beyond? It was a meme stock. That's what we've talked about. It was BBBY. Beyond is already claimed. It's lame. But they bought all of the rights. I thought they were going to get the ticker. I really thought they were going to go straight to BBBY. That's a shame. They should have just maybe added a letter or took one away. I would have been down with that. Yo, Overstock is running. So, again, this one, I think it was at the same time we saw the VFC thing. I talked about this one having that, but that one's up 7.5 right now. My goodness. Let's see. Is this higher than the... They're into the couple days ago. So maybe like 1670 to 17. That'll be interesting. Bank of America hitting lows. U.S. Maritime has now released a warning to any ships moving throughout the Red Sea to be on alert for airborne missiles and drones over the region due to the ongoing war in Israel and possible future launches by the Houthis. Spies going down once again. You've played this game for it looks like yesterday. Didn't we do this same exact time as yesterday? You hit the high, then you made this weird little step down, and then it looks like a weird version of yesterday without the bonds rallying to the high heavens. 4248. Oil's coming down. SCO is on the high. You think, I don't know. Snap has had 4 bad earnings in a row. Every Snap earnings has dropped it 10 to 20% in the last year. So I don't know. Again, everybody is expecting from that leak that they're going to guide up. Analysts have gotten bullish, thinking that they're going to do way better on free cash flow and some of those other things and cash from operations. But for the most part, I have no idea what goes through Evan Spiegel's head. So we will find out. But for the most part, I just think they need to do good in terms of advertising, or they just need to make money. Again, they're talking about I think cash from operate like $300,000, even though they're doing 1.1 billion in revenue. So if the big factor, I think that Snap, I don't know what they'll do, but I know what will be good if they discuss the other opportunities of making money. That's so literally like Snap in this little leaked document that came out, people were talking about Snapchat bringing up ways to make 500 million a year, not based off ad revenue. So depending on how that plays out, that will be the kicker. Bank of America, new 52-week low. It might be $25. Yeah. Yeah, bro. This is even lower than SVB. That's actually insane. KRE will be next, but Bank of America has already clapped. I don't think they're the next SIVB, but like they have fat bond losses, but again, their earnings weren't the worst. It's just they're missing out on so much. It's like they're not doing bad, but they're bad bonds. It's not like threatening their business as much as it's just like, damn, you guys could be making double or triple what you're doing now, but now you're just holding dead assets. Check AMAM. Amber. Oh, we've watched this a couple of times. That thing's running. It's even hitting the high ticker right now, too. That one's not bad. VKTX. Sprouts is going up. Again, SFM. We had that up earlier. RTX. See if any of these earnings, if they could have a little breakout here, that could be good. Again, I'm still in the RTX, so we're up 10% in the morning. Now it's up to 7. Do you believe in dividend growth like SCHD or DGRO? I like JEPI. I haven't bought it, but some of them are kind of new. I mean, if you get them at a right price and aren't like FOMOing into them, I think they could be decent, but I've never done it myself. Kremlin, Putin, and Turkey's Erdogan to discuss the Middle East. All right, VWAP is moving around a little bit, but you're below it. It's the lowest you've been in what? Maybe an hour? Actually, just under an hour, about 30, 45 minutes. And then I guess the low of the day is 42. You're 10 points away from it. Still holding the gap up. Still holding VWAP. Dollar's the one not looking as good. Bonds are somehow green. Yeah, dollar's trying to hit a high all the while. Bonds and equities are holding pretty decent, all things considered. Yeah, Euro closed in 12 minutes. And I don't know how everything did. I think, again, they had the bad data in the morning. So Asian stocks are good. Again, all of that China stimulus. Hang Seng is up 2.6. The Nikkei's barely up. But all of everything in Asia and Australia did good. Europe, FTSE 100 is negative, but it's bouncing. And then everything else was green by like 0.5%, 0.75%. Germany, France, all that. So honestly, Europe not bad, China not bad. Makes sense, 90% of the market's up right now, but we'll see what happens after Euro close and anything else. We don't really have much data or anything planned for the remainder. There is a bond auction at 1 p.m., 2-year bond. We've talked about it a little bit. I don't think it's going to be that important. It's only important if all of them do bad. So everybody's looking at the 2-year where we have a little bit of trauma from the 20-year bond auction, but last week or last time that happened, it was because all of the bond auctions were bad. So this will be the first one setting it off. I wouldn't read too much into it. We'll see what it does and then go from there. I am still in Young 3M. Snap even came down from the high. My goodness. All right, couple names on the low ticker picking up now. High ticker still has a lot of activity, but you should be able to see it. I need to keep that dollar up as we keep going down. RTX still doing good. Amazon's coming down. Google's actually up. Meta's coming down, and then Microsoft still kind of holding. This could just be a lot of those energy plays and then financials flipping. Because, again, you still got a lot of stuff still holding here. Crypto plays are coming down. Coin, crypto, MSTR. Watch some of those. LMT. Dollar's hitting a new high. So, again, that dollar pressure, like you feel it, but not as much. But once again, all of these lows here, it's just it's correlating with the dollar making this move. And then bonds are just flat at the data level. That got big. Yeah, a lot of things just took a drop off that too. Via low on the low. So again, a lot of those energy plays, you're like pretty much right back to open right there. You just fell about 9 points. That was that level we were saying. If we go below here, then all eyes are going to be on whether or not we like actually fill the gap or not. Sherwin-Williams on the low. Biddy, the Bitcoin inverse is coming up now. So the reds are coming to town. Dollar is on the high, and you are getting near the opening level of the day. NASDAQ still up by 0.6, SPY 0.57, and then the Dow Jones 0.6. Okay, I need to go to the bathroom. Wait, this might be an ad. I think it's an ad. So please hold. Their E-Trade charts are missing again. I'm still not drinking coffee, no. I haven't had caffeine in God knows since I last told you I did. Dollar will be the killer. Not as bad though yet. I mean, the dollar has been higher. The dollar has seen lands in areas that many have not witnessed. You know, dollar still has like an extra 30 cents left in it before making the 30 rip. I do think bonds are a little more scarier than the dollar, but I mean, you definitely could see the impact. Spot is going up. Eli Lilly as well, too. Raffle Cake, welcome, my friend. Is this news?
The joke.
I was cold reading it, man.
Follow me on Instagram, at The Trading Fraternity.
Anywho,
I love you. I'll be right back.
Kobe beef is going where Guy is. So the Tokyo Steakhouse Aragawa is opening in Wayfair.
Mayfair.
I said Wayfair. Oh, geez.
It's Mayfair,
Can
believe
you just finish the read for me? So apparently this meat must pass strict tests on marbling color and texture. It's aged for 3 weeks as it's shipped from Japan, and the master chef then uses a bespoke kiln that infuses the beef steak with just a whisper of smoke, and goes to show a good steak is no small potatoes. I got that one though.
Oh, finally, we get the punchline. Excellent. It's Mayfair. Yeah. What I think is amazing here is that it's only aged for 3 weeks. I thought the whole shtick about steaks was you want to age them for longer. I get the marbling. These are apparently they look pink.
They're very fatty.
Because there's lots of fat in there. The flavor's in the fat. But then I'm still struggling with the cooking them over a kiln, but with no effect of that on the flavor of the steak. You would have thought the smoke would impart some of the flavor into the steak, but apparently that's not the case.
And
but for that amount of money, this thing has to be phenomenal.
More than phenomenal. Apparently, there's also no temperature or anything, or no timer.
No, he touches.
So
It's all about. He can hear the sizzle.
It. He's doing it for 40 years.
He can. I wish I had that skill. It's meant to feel like your cheek or something as you feel it's perfectly cooked. As you touch the steak, how it feels.
Is it really? Is it about your cheek? Does it matter how old you are, though?
We're back to the aging. We're back. Which I guess we were when it comes to the steak as well. Mistake. I can't believe you didn't get that joke. Oh my Lord, it was brilliant.
Cold reads and puns are very difficult.
It was a good joke. It was a good joke. We should talk about European equities and talk about what it's to get us away from this as fast as we can.
Man, thank God we got the peach. I left for a second to get you some news while I went to the bathroom. It's about steaks. What's more important than a steak, baby? Bradley Frizzle and the peach. It has arrived. Let's go. Horna. You don't need no $1,000 steak. You got the $1 peach. They don't know about that life, baby. That's what I'm talking about. God bless you, Bradley Frizzle. Oh, as we get into the earnings, the bonds going up, the dollar. Oh, my gosh, so many things. And now you have the peach. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. PacWest shares follow Bank of California lower, down by 12. Oh, no, what happened with those? I forgot. I'm still in that bank shares. Oh, my goodness. Whoa, you got regionals dying over here or what? Yeah, that's not good. Why is PacWest? I didn't get any update on that. I only had the, again, unless they're freaking out on Barclays. Yeah, literally, KRE is starting to die. That's actually nuts. KRE was just, dude, it just wasn't moving there. Oh, my goodness. Investors have opportunity to lead PacWest Bancorp Securities fraud lawsuit. I don't think that's it. GE, I mean, they had earnings. They were just killing it. Bro, GE has been on fire. Again, their earnings, we went over the recap yesterday, but I think they just beat top and bottom line. Again, most of the earnings this morning beat. There was maybe 6 or 7 misses, but a lot of the big industrial ones did very good. There's news that the BTC ETF ticker has been removed. Is that in relation to that CUSIP? Xerox down over 6. FDIC Signature Bank failed due to insufficient liquidity and contingency funding mechanisms, inadequate risk management. FDIC Office Inspector releases material loss review of Signature Bank of New York. I don't know if that's tied into it all. I saw the regional slipping, but when I checked, they were at break even, and then literally I did not know they were dumping like that. So anytime I checked on the regionals, I saw XLF and Bank of America moving down, but I didn't see the regionals were, at one point, regionals were break even just about 30 minutes ago, 40 minutes ago. So, and then even maybe 30 minutes ago, 20, you were still not as bad, but that just, whoop. Very, very wild. NEE on the high. Verizon, too. That's another earning. Disney red. Yeah, remember, Disney was looking good in the morning. Disney's barely in the red right now. Netflix still holding on. They got some gains. Pfizer's down. SPY's going lower. Coin flipped. Dollar still at the high. Yeah, coin is still up 9%. Don't forget that. So even if it goes to the opening candle, I mean, there is a lot of cushion. Again, Beto with the regionals. They're again, Chad is saying Twitter chattered about the ETF canceled or something, but no verification on that. But both regional banks and Bitcoin have been going down. Oil is so weak. Oil's still elevated, though. but it did come down. BlackRock spot Bitcoin ETF website appears on DTTC website with ticker IBTC. What? Yo, hold on. I got a report that BlackRock's Bitcoin ETF appears on DTC website. It says source TB. Who is TB? I feel like that's a crypto place. So I'm actually getting the opposite news of this this Bitcoin thing. That's from yesterday. Oh, then why? That's getting reiterated right here. Maybe they're trying to pump it up again. A lot of chads are saying that's old. Yeah, if that's the CUSIP number, but IBTC. Again, Bitcoin's still dropping here. Regionals dying now. They've held on, but again, Bank and PACW, those are the ones getting kind of clapped. It was removed. That's the chatter going on right now that it's removed. So we haven't verified, but you're getting a move. Crypto plays dropping. Bonds staying in the same spot. Tesla's coming down. Dollars ready to hit another high. But you are like just a couple of points from where we opened in the morning. No news. Again, there's chatter right now along Bitcoin in the ETF. I just gave you a headline. Some of the chads are saying it's from yesterday, but then there's also reports on Twitter right now saying that the ETF has been canceled. They're like they can't find. They saw the listing removed. So we'll see. Tesla, Meta, Amazon, they're all coming down. Those are the earnings. Intel, TSM. Yeah, so there's the update. BlackRock spot Bitcoin ETF removed from DTCC website. So that's what this drop is. I have a confirmation there. Again, it's still chattered, but that people talked about it, and then it looks to be that it's no longer on their site. SCO, oil's on the low, NVO starting to come back up. Oil at 83. Are we doing this again? Yeah, 3.0. Yeah, it's starting to pick up. It's kind of like this day again. When we get below 80 or 81 again, that's where it starts to look a little shaky. Beto. DTE on the high. See where the SPY goes. 42 bills drop 5.3. Allotted at high 88%. FDIC plans to complete all corrective actions by March 31st. This could be why the banks are going down. I don't know if they're talking just about Signature. Remember, they had that report, but this could imply some of their plans for regulating those banks. So, yeah, FDIC contains 6 recommendations to improve supervision process and ability to apply effective forward-looking supervision. Tesla. Where's GM? What was the other earnings? Coca-Cola and 3M. Those all just stayed pinned for the most part. And then we have the earnings still. We still got a lot of time, though. Again, it's Euro close right now. 3 minutes ago. So literally oil, and then oil's getting mollywopped right now. That could mean a lot of things. But so this last flush candle, this is on Euro close. Let's see if anything changes, man. We'll see if anything changes. Microsoft, I mean, we'll see. If they do bad on cloud, that won't be good. If anything, I think Google could be the black swan because analysts are raising their expectations coming into the report. Google is up 11, 12% from last earnings, and last earnings they actually did good. So we will see. Yeah, let's do it, baby. Let's do it. It's time. 3 minutes after. Great timing. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we are live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on that video. Make sure you're subscribed. You're on mobile. Press hot chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly watch list and main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts boot camp and real estate costs. But ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we've been here for 2.5 hours. We got 4.5 hours left to go. Sitting is the new smoking. I need you to get beside your desk and do 10 push-ups. Can't do 10, you do 5. Can't do 5, you do 4. Can't do 4, you do 2. Can't do 2, you do 1. Can't do 1, get our knees, do a push-up, plank, the worm, anything. But get the body moving. Then optometrist recommendation. Stare at an object 10, 20, 30 feet away. Go blink, 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 blink. Blink, 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 blink. Relax those pretty little eyeballs. Then chest to the sun, flex the core, tuck the hips in, legs in front of you, and boom. Perfect posture. You looking good. You looking good. A little bit lower on the spine, but bonds are trying to fight back here. And now you need to move around and relax your jaw. Go. Then breathe in really deep. Go. Breathe out with your tongue out. Dragon breath and go. Low ticker is picking up. Bonds are catching a bid. So very interesting. And we're coming off a euro close. So get those shoulders. I've had couscous. I hate couscous. I'm telling you, couscous and tabbouleh, you know, these are part of the Middle Eastern, Mediterranean diet. I hate them. My mom would force me to eat them, and I'll go crazy, bro. I'll remember one time, bro, my dad hyped me up. I'll never forget this moment. My dad hyped me up because there was this, like, Middle Eastern lady that we knew. You know, I'd call him Ummu or Umma, but he takes me over, and he's like, this lady cooks really good, and he hypes me up. He's like, you're about to have some good food, and I'm getting all excited, right? And then, like, and I have to go to the house with him, to this lady. They stay there, and I'm like, man, ends up being this lady serves me couscous. And I got so mad, and I had to act like it was torture, bro. I hate couscous. I hate it. I hate it. My dad and my mom love it, but I hate it. I hate it. It did not grow on me, bro. I got so mad. No, I don't. I've tried it every way, bro. I don't know why I don't like it. I can't do it, bro. I can't do it. All right, but I got to do my stretches, bro. I got to do my stretches. What is it? I don't even know what it is, bro. Oh, man. I'm doing my shoulder stretches. All right, Eli Lilly and NVO, they've been running. Don't hate on the goose. Title says Meta and Google, but doesn't. Oh, wait, I said Meta? Really? No, the title says Microsoft and Google. Why are you messing with me, bro? I stopped my shoulder workout to double check. Oh, man. Three hours on this page, and dude next to me is a smelly kid. He keeps shooting on my spy chart on the plane. What? Be careful, bro. They read it. I hella be doing that, bro. Everybody on airlines, when I sit next to them, they read my text messages. So last time I even told, like, I saw the dude looking at me. It was actually some chick. And I even said, I was texting my girl, and I was like, yeah, and the girl next to me is reading this. Say hi. And I just type it out on the phone. And, like, she saw it, bro. They hella be all up in your business, bro. All up in your business. All right, where is it? Got a couple more workouts. SPY's going lower, though. Again, bonds up, SPY down, dollar is still elevated. So last couple of minutes here after Euro close, you're getting equities moving around. Interesting, you're getting that bond bid. You need one of those privacy screens. I had one, but then my ex-girlfriend said I was a narcissist because of it. So when I got into a new relationship, I made sure I didn't have a privacy screen, just in case. Lawsuits against Meta come after settlement talks fail. Okay, one more workout. One more, and we're good, baby. One more, and we're good. Does your girl have your phone password? No, but she fucking knows it. Little sneaky little. I've told you that, bro. Did I tell you that? One time, I had like an old ass phone, and I even like I needed something off of it. I've told you this story, bro, and I told her not to. I said, do not open up that phone. And I said, that's the only rule I will give you. Just do not open up that phone. And I left for like an hour. She fucking opened up the phone. I got so mad at her. That was the closest we've ever gotten to breaking up. Because I was like, dude, you're insane. And I was like, you literally just like hustled my password. And you really did me like that? I was like, you're insane. Mm-hmm. That's good. That was like a year ago or so. Longer. We're good. Mm-hmm. She's like, you could have my password. I'm like, man, fuck you. It's not bullshit. Do I like to fly? Not too much. Not too much. This open phone is no trust. I mean, I told her that, but like this was just old. I told her I didn't do anything wrong, but I said that's just the phone from my younger days. Just that's all, bro. That's all. Nothing was on the phone, but like she found just the shit. Like, bro, just imagine. Like, you don't want your girlfriend to like read you talking to another girl before you knew she even existed. Like, it's just all, I don't want to. I'm like, why would you put yourself through that, baby girl? Like, you don't need to do that. You know, life is good. Oh yeah, she got to know me for sure. Yeah. Raul's just lurking right now. I mean, either way, bonds, dollar, everything is, the dollar's saying I'm ready to dump the market. You need bonds. You get 1 quarter candle down on the bonds, we're going to be selling off before you know it. Dead ass question. Do you think you guys would be together if you didn't have this kind of money? Maybe, but I mean, for the most part, I don't know if I would have met somebody from Switzerland, you know what I mean? Because I've never met anybody from Switzerland. But for the most part, I saw this the other day, bro. I felt bad because they were ripping our boy, bro. He's a Chad, bro. He came on an interview. Now he just does like a bunch of like OnlyFans shit. But I don't know if you guys remember Jack, Mr. Doherty, the youngin. Remember, he was like a young YouTuber kid. He has like 10 million subscribers. We got him on an interview here. Remember, he was in the Chad, bro, for years. Yeah, he took a different path, but I still love the guy. But even then, I saw a clip and someone was saying that to him. They're like, they were like, what are you going? They're like, you've never been with a girl who they already knew you had money. He was like, I felt bad. The old guy was like, just grilling him, just telling him. He was like, you'll never know. You'll never know. You'll never know. And then I felt good about myself because, like, bro, I had Riz before I had $1. So either way, we good. But in this case, I just don't think I would have met my girlfriend. I wouldn't have met a girl from fucking Switzerland if I wasn't involved with what I was involved in. That's probably the only thing. But then again, like, you know, I had some girls. They believed in me when I was broke. They saw the potential. I've always been ambitious, so I believe in that one. I believe in that one. Shout out to Swiss Frank, baby. I made it through stocks and real estate. That's all. Nothing too crazy. And I mean, over a long amount of time. That's the crazy part now, is that I'm old. I was explaining this. I always just back in the day, and some of you are gonna realize this. That's why I really hope you guys understand it. Is that the years in your life are going to flow by before you even know it. You know what I'm saying? I'm telling you, like some of y'all right now, it's fucked up. Let me talk to my 23-year-olds right now. I'm going to tell you guys right now, 20 to 23 right here. Let me just tell you something. Because you're at that age right now where, like, if you do good, like, you start doing really good, like, literally, there's some of you, your family or the people around you, they would never believe if you were, like, $20,000, $30,000, $50,000, $100,000 a month, right? Some people wouldn't believe that, right? Especially if you're young. And this is the paradox that I've already gone through. I've explained it, but, like, you're at the point where you could do good and people won't even believe you because you're so young. You will be so successful. You could accomplish so much right now that they won't believe you because of how young you are. However, in just 3 years, 4 years, that'll fly by before you know it. That same level of success that people would have told you was impossible for you, it's going to be communicated as if it was a given. It's very weird. And what I mean by that is you're going to get old real quick before you know it. And it's something along the lines where it's just like, that's why I'm saying, like, you know, I've built a lot of wealth over many years. And that's where the thing really comes down to. So don't underestimate, you know, 23 to 26, 25 to 28. And I just hope you realize, like, you know, the time in adding to that, that's what really, really compounds. So, young guys, just listen up to it, man. People are haters. It's not even like about being a hater. I'm just saying, like, when you're young and you make money, it's loud. But then as you just slowly get older, that's it. Everything goes quietly. It turns into a quiet thing. You're not going to have people aren't. That's why so many young guys go from, oh man, I'm too young, they won't give me an opportunity, I'm too young, to this, to like, dude, a couple years later, you're never going to say that again. And it's not like you got much older. But you have the experience now, or you've been through it and you've gone through it. But in this case too, I really hope that some of you just don't underestimate how, like, slowly and fast the things just keep moving. And it goes from, like, wide-eyed opportunity, you're young, it's unbelievable, but then before you know it, that's 3 years out. And, you know, some people are going to be like, well, yeah, you are older now. You know, that the difference of 23 to 28, 20, you know, to the 30s or anything. But before you know it, you're going to realize, oh, wow, that was X amount of time that I put in. That's why own assets, baby. Save that money. Compound things over the years. It will be good. Are you a realtor who trades or a trader who does real estate? I would say I'm a real estate investor who trades. But at the same time, it's the knowledge level and the time I put into both of them, it's very weird. Too many young people pocket watching, changes as you age. Yeah, maybe. And just like I guess what I'm saying is that you're slowly going to work into your life where you belong. You know what I'm saying? At times it'll feel uncomfortable. Others won't believe it, but then you're naturally, like, growing into these shoes. And that's why I'm telling you, keep in mind the time, look down the line, but it's like you want to grow into those shoes of longevity and what you have built up, and it'll happen before you know it. Disney, I think that was just with the market, but they did look very good, and then flip. Cart is still going up, I think. Yeah, Cart's just doing that little weird move. You think there's more older people pocket watching than younger people? I mean, either way, I mean, don't ever, like, a pocket watcher is, I don't care about age. You know what I'm saying? Like, the pocket watcher has no place in this conversation. Like I've told you, they're going to do what they do regardless. Let other, you know what I'm saying? But this is about your plan or not. Maybe it prepares you. You're going to have to deal with it. But at the same time, like, you know, all that really matters is that you have your long-term plan, that you're sticking with it. And, you know, keep in mind as to how the time goes and how you are utilizing that time. What was the name of the Jack? It's on. I never posted it as a YouTube video. He came on stream for an 11 out of 11, and we interviewed him in 2020. You know, he's a good kid. I mean, I say that. I see what he does now. I didn't think he was going to turn into, like, running an OnlyFans empire, but, you know, I had good vibes when I first met him. I don't think he's a bad kid, but I mean, I'm a little conflicted. I know he's gotten to listen to PHILO's, and then, you know, the route he's taken, but, like, I mean, I think he's always been a opportunistic and, like, hustler. Like, I think he's out there, so if anything, I pray for him. No, he's not an Andrew Tate. I don't think Andrew Tate likes him, actually. Yeah, we're talking to that YouTuber kid. Most of you know him. He was, like, really famous as a child. He's been on the Logan Paul podcast, all of that. Again, he's even been on here. We've had him for a call. Yeah, he was on Dr. Phil. Good guy. Honestly, like, it's funny because, like, you see him on TV and shit and, like, how he behaves in certain things, but, like, dude has only been respectful anytime I've talked to him. You know, and I've talked to him a couple of times, and he was just a homie. He's not the kid from Home Alone. You watched the Mazzer. Oh, you saw that shit? Oh, hell yeah. Hell yeah. What's a pocket watcher? A pocket watcher is somebody always looking at your money, your pockets. Why? They're looking at your plate as you eat, regardless if they have food on their plate or not. A pocket watcher is usually, it comes in the form of the tax guy sometimes too. But yeah, you guys didn't know what a pocket watcher was? That's crazy. They always measuring your motion. What you spend, what you didn't spend, what you made, what you didn't make. They're watching your pockets probably more than you are. Oh, wow. This is an age-old phrase. Man, some of y'all just got a little culture today. Honestly, it is part of it's part of that crabs in a barrel mentality, you know, where you have people always, like, again, that's why some of your closest friends are some of your biggest opposition to finances. Yes or no? You tell me. Again, the people you grew up with, the people you're around, even Jesus told you this back in the day. But, like, think about it. You have people always talking about what you like. I'm going to do this. They're like, what about this? Oh, you doing this? I thought you were doing this. Oh, what about this? Aren't you supposed to be making money? Oh, damn, you lost that. Oh my. It's like, it's the same thing, but, you know, that it's very, very common. But like I said, most of the conversations we like, I don't speak to pocket watchers. I can't help a pocket watcher. I'm telling you, because you have to. It's staying. This is the philo of staying in your own lane. You got to be in your own lane. Focus on your lane. The minute you try to watch someone else's lane, you're gonna crash. That's it. You don't have time for that. That's why I said most of the time they don't really fall into the conversation, unfortunately. Well, it's everybody nowadays. I mean, you get it. You'll get it from people close to you. Again, I mean, no prophet is welcomed in his hometown. But also, you know, the internet. You have it all day. I mean, you get different things. But all I'm saying is that just our conversation doesn't apply to them. That's all, and I hope you don't fall for that trap of, watching other people's money versus applying yourself in your own path and lane. How do you help focus on you and not what's going on around you? Memento mori, my brother. Remember, you will die. Again, if you woke up this morning and said what Seneca told you to say, that I may not go to sleep today, what are you going to do? You see what I'm saying? That changes everything. More purpose to how you go about life. Why? Because if you knew you were going to die today, who gives a fuck who made or lost money? You wouldn't care. Again, if Sam Bankman did something, if this person did that, whoever you saw, and you wouldn't care. Why would you? Again, if this was your last day, you would do something more with it. You would have a different purpose, a different plan. Wake up, SPY. Bonds woke up. Dollar's still the problem, though. And we'll see. There's a more Fati and then Memento Mori. That was the PHILO that we had yesterday. Good and bad times. Amen, man. They just focus on it. Like, I don't know, man. You got to just... Life is a very interesting thing. The world is very interesting. But, just keep your head up because just don't forget the cycles. That's one thing I could definitely say to anybody, even if you're telling me that, how to focus on that. One, remember you will die, memento mori, and a more fati. But, take everything very, very just slow. Enjoy it all as it comes. And you're gonna, oh, man, I'm blanking on the real point of it. Israel says targets 3 cells on border with Lebanon. No. But know that, usually the cycle is just, you have to keep in mind there is a time to plant, there is a time to harvest, there is a time to cry, there is a time to celebrate, there is times you're going to be the best, you're going to be mediocre, you're going to be average, you're going to be awful, and then right back to being good, best, better, mediocre, and all throughout the while. It is a constant journey. So if remembering that can go a long way sometimes, but then again, if you focus too much on, it's easy to focus too much on the world because it's what's in front of your senses. That's where you got to find the balance. If you had to start your career path, what would you do? How would you speed up the learning curve with stocks and real estate? I wouldn't. I wouldn't worry about, this is what I've tried to share with you every day. I would not worry about speeding up if you're starting now or already started. Oh, come on. Let me get that one. Anybody? Anybody in the back? Dude, that's why I don't know if y'all get the content of what I tell you every day and what the long term is. We don't need to speed up anything. I know that's weird, and the world tells you, and you got to do it fast, and you see all the pocket watching, and you see other people, but no. That's why I say the best time, you got to plant today. Save that 10%, get that long term, because if you already start, that is how you are going to, it's all about starting today or starting already at a time before you. If you started already, it's about honing in, doing a good work, and again, vibing through that and being able to survive. But it's like, dude, I wouldn't worry about speeding it up if the journey has already began. Most people fall behind. Like I'm sharing with you, you guys are even asking me, would you be with your girlfriend if you didn't have money? And I'm giving you answers, right? But I'm also telling you, my life developed over many years, even to get to the point where I could enjoy what I did. It still took time, and year after year, it still changes, and there's still work and all of that. But like I'm trying to tell you, you want to just get the time in. And if you can start and have already started, that will be better than trying to speed it up. If anything, again, like Charlie in the Chocolate Factory, The people who try to speed it up are the ones who get eaten by the Oompa Loompas, usually. But if you start early, you start young, you start while you still have time. You even think you're old now, and I'd already told you, you got like 5-10 years before you know it. You'll see how it plays. Dollar down, bonds new high, and now stocks waking up again. But I hope you get at it, man. It's all about starting as soon as possible. It's not about speeding up, because once you start, that is going to be your speeding up while everybody else has not started. Apple announces October 30th product event dubbed Scary Fast. And then Cisco and Bang Olufsen unveil new wireless earbuds for hybrid work. Spooky speed. Is that Apple car? Oh, I was thinking, I was like, are they going to release RAM, a new pencil, but maybe an Apple car? I've seen some, I don't know if they're like legit. I've seen some of the like designs of it, but it looked kind of cool, but I don't know. They've been sleeping on the Apple car. People should actually expect it slower now with OA. Oh, come on. No. You can make more money faster than anything now. That's why the idea is own it. But again, it's not about time. That's all. Just the people focused on the nitty-gritty, the pocket watchers focusing too much on time rather than success. It's just, you know what's going to happen. Those are all the areas where long-terms go to die. You know what I'm saying? That's some of you have already done it already. You have already witnessed making a long term, then wanting to speed it up, and then what happens? You know, it's just, but time, whether you think it's too slow or too fast, what's going to happen? You're not going to do shit. Let's be real about it. So if you think now that it's going to be slower to make money, you're never going to invest. And then if you like, oh, I need to make money faster, you're going to uproot your money tree. So either way, if you don't know the time of it all, and if you focus on the time, that is where you are going to get clapped. That is welcome to the richest man in Babylon and the secrets of the long term. We trust in this move? Not really. We need to get the bonds a little bit more, but the dollar, if bonds drop, dollars up, I mean, market will go negative in 10 minutes, unfortunately. Why drive fast when others are not in their cars? I still like that perspective. That hits. Yeah, GM said they're putting aside their EV plans. Teledoc or Snap? Well, we already got those Teledocs from last time. Snap is going to be a weird one because they're going to come out with that leak guidance, but since everyone's aware of it, I wonder what the numbers will be and then how it hits. Now, the bond auction is at 1 p.m. or 2 p.m. Eastern, I think. The Chinese market looks great. They're like great in terms of stimulus, awful in terms of where it's moved, but today it looks great. But yeah, Xi Jinping visited the People's Bank of China. I might go crazy if I think about this news too much, but China is very wild right now. We're waiting for either stimulus to affect them or they have their hard landing, but like literally Xi Jinping, this was his first time ever making a known visit to the central bank in China. It's wild. Like, so we'll find out, but they're announcing massive amounts of stimulus. Him visiting the PBOC says a lot, but then again, I mean, they still kind of have been trying to slow their collapse over the last year or so. Ackman covering is bearish. He thinks we're getting instability. It is to a degree. There's a lot to juggle. Unfortunately, we're not in a market right now where even if you get rid of one issue, we still have something to deal with. So whether or not Bill Ackman's shorting or not, the bonds are still at the highest they've been in years. So even whether they move up or down, we now need the dollar to move too, and then every other currency in the world, and then a bunch of other things. That's why and then we still have the earnings. So unfortunately, it's just like once we get one objection answered, there's still another thing. So it's like there's a lot there, not to mention end of the year. If some of these things can calm down than where they're at, then we'll also have another reaction as well too. So it's just like we got a lot of juggling, man. That's why I'm like, this move, I don't trust anything because like I'm telling you, dollar is already ready to kill. Bonds are one candle away. They got a little better off of that move, but it's like we're still in this no man land. And even if we figure out some of that stuff, you still got the damn invasion overhanging in the background. You still got oil and that issue, and then you still got the data, and then what all of the Fed people are going to say, and then back to earnings once again. Yeah, a lot of people forgot. Russia-Ukraine was heating up right before the Israel stuff. That's why oil ran. And then we were worried about inflation again. So you have two conflicts, two global assets, bonds and currencies going crazy, and then you have earnings and Powell. So, and that's 6 juggling balls that you have to be kind of monitoring. So some are connected, but for the most part, that is where we're going to be able to, we're going to have to take baby steps through all of these little obstacles that have been getting in the way of the market as of late. Short healthcare. Apple chillin'. Oh, I forgot about the failing banks. You're right. Yeah, VKTX. It's finally up. We got a nice little gain on it. Not too bad. Where'd Overstock go? That one's just chilling. Leanne. That was nice. 3M. RTX is holding too. And then Microsoft coming down. Meta. Where's Intel? ARM. Cart. Not bad. Packard looks like call. Whoa, Packer, yeah. Dying. P-car. Shipper or railroad. P-car. Packer. Third quarter result forecast. Hold on. I don't know if they're going to early announce. No, they beat earlier in the morning. They already had earnings. Yeah, so this is post-earnings on that one. That's weird. Earnings already came out. I think they beat. The third quarter profit jumps on higher sales. So they're just giving up their little earnings gain right now. And then bonds making another move. Dollar a little bit off the high, but SPY is still near the opening, which is up. Again, it's not like it's bad. We're still up 0.5 to 0.7. Oh, they're having their call right now? 3M, no. 3M did good, but it wasn't like... I think they still declined on sales, 1 to 5% on the year, but then they beat this quarter revenue. They got some extra cash back, and a couple of other units did good. So it wasn't bad. It wasn't as bad, but it wasn't like, all right, bring this thing up to 120 again. I do remember Immunity Bio, yeah. I think I asked you for a follow-up, though. You didn't. I said, what's up with it? Well, GG if it's up 50. Good work. The next level, I mean, really, we just got to make sure it gets stability, but then also where everything else is at. I like it at this price, though. I just didn't like it in in the low 90s. Excuse me. With the spinoff, it'll be likely the dividend will come down. Yeah. I mean, it'd be nice if they kept it up, but the spinoff should benefit their book, so I think the dividend will come down with it, and then you'll walk away with... I think the 3M healthcare is going to be great, though. I think people are going to eat that shit up. I wouldn't be opposed to it at this price. Again, keep in mind that dividend yield could fluctuate given the spinoff at a later date, but yeah. I'm not really opposed to it. I just didn't like it, though, because, again, 3M, when 3M would be down, everything else would be a lot cheaper. And then by the time I wanted to get something, 3M would be the most expensive. So that just, as of late, I didn't add to it because it has held up a little bit better than some of the other ones. I'm down to buy stuff. We'll see maybe after the earnings, though, and we'll get an idea. And then, like, literally, I'm having limbo on my accounts now with the whole Schwab shit, but... we'll see, but for the most part, I wouldn't be too against it. MOH, other insurance companies looking green. Wasn't HCA. I think Molina's off of HCA. HCA, they got clapped. They ran up, but then they're still down. MO has just been chill. MO just don't even move. PayPal's a little cheaper, but PayPal's like, I guess we were at like the 60s. Maybe PayPal could have upside. I do like Disney too, though, but I think just let him get back to those 79s. Even then, though, 82 is not that bad of a price. Bond still catching a bid here. Again, SPY's trying to hold on. High-low ticker, kind of balanced, slight tilt towards the negative. The bond market, I don't know. I don't think the 2-year, there should be demand on it, but like I'm saying, it's going to be the full story, but we'll find out. Oil again to the down. That might not be good. Again, if those oil names come down and then crypto comes down, that's a lot of the S&P. Oil is at a new low, 82.94. Bitcoin's chilled. Sarepta, 42.41. Bonds are trying to hit another high. This is good, though. If bonds keep working their way up throughout the day, this is what I wanted to see. We want to see day 2, but like I've told you all day yesterday on the watch list, this whole week, I still can't make a decision because even if bonds recover for the whole week, just like last week, if they come down again, we're going to be in a world of hurt. Oil, I don't know. I think oil was off of there's one thing in the morning with it, but I think it was the softer PMIs, more or less. Some of the demand stuff, but after that, I think there's one more I'm still missing. RBOB clapped? Oh, you're talking about gasoline. I was like, wait a minute. That was leading the way down, though. Yeah, that's down 3.6. But remember, like, even before that little drop there on oil that one day, again, it feels like they've been just trying to pump gas down to make sure the price of oil does not come back up. Because, again, there is a relationship there. God bless you. Blessing coming soon to hit you in the face, Josh. Amen. Amen, bro. The time is due. The time is due. Amen. Crypto was a lot of news. Crypto was just hype off of yesterday, and then it ran up, and then it started breaking levels. They were calling it a God candle last night, and people were getting hyped off of it. And then just this morning, there was an update that, like, from what was it, DCF? They removed the Bitcoin ETF, and then it came down, but still up like 10%. Oh, yes, it was the Saudis. They said they will not raise production above 13 million barrels a day unless demand actually goes up. That was the other comment there. I still think there was one more I'm blanking on, but that comment, there was the Saudi OPEC stuff in the morning. RTX kind of climbing back up. SPY, though, you were kind of holding there. Bonds going up, but SPY still down. I mean, you're within, what, like 2 points of the low, and then the lowest of the low 4 points away. Disney, Apple, a couple of those tech names, again, even if they report, like Microsoft doesn't look too hot. They're about to go red. I think even Amazon flipped. Amazon's still in the green. Google's the best one so far. Raul. It's been a slow Raul. I think banks dying, causing oil to die again. Remember, they do go hand in hand. And anytime oil, though, like I brought up on that one video, even you could kind of look at gasoline prices, but anytime oil has had like one of these big down days, we're worried about something with the economy. Again, that day on October 4th, oil should have been going through the moon. But remember, we were freaking out, and this was a biggest day in a year off of nothing. So when you watch oil really take a downbeat day like that, it could say some of those things. New low of the day. Yeah, you just wicked into it. 42.35. So right at the, like, literally right at that start of the candle for there. And then what time is it? 9:17. Still very early. 15 more minutes. We'll knock out another hour. With 3M, the significance of gap being so far off, like what causes that. I have to double check what they reported, but usually, like, if there's a huge difference between gap and non-gap earnings, if the base level that you could look at is that there was like taxes or a one-off charge or something that they're trying to say. I think in that case it's either taxes or the one-off charge. Let's see. Yeah, so I'm seeing Gap earnings was a loss per share of $3.74 because they had a special impact on combat earplug settlement. So that's why. So that's why they're saying if you adjusted it, if you took out the one-time settlement, like it's not like they're going to have that settlement every time. They're saying, you know, with the settlement, this is where we're at. Without it, this is what we would have done. All right, another low here. You're still going down, so 42.34. You're now like 1 point below where we open. The gap fill is now in play by hitting a new low of the day here after a couple of hours. But 42.16, if we drop 16 points down, you will fill that gap. Yeah, low ticker's woken up. VIX is on the high, but it's still down, and it's below 20. So, again, we had, what, 2 days, 3 days above 21? Still somewhat elevated. KRE again. I need to keep that one up because it's just keeps going lower. It'll be ugly if we fill the gap. It'll get weird because of my thing I'm looking at. What if we fill the gap and then the bonds stay up? So now you're just going to have dollar up, stocks down, and then bonds green for day two with equities just in their own land. What? Palestine FM. Palestinian finance minister, I think, FM, calls for immediate ceasefire in Gaza to let aid into the Strip. So Palestinian FM is calling for immediate ceasefire in Gaza. It's the foreign minister. I'm used to Japan. I say finance is foreign minister. Yeah, as far the day has a lot left in it. Unfortunately, if we go red and it really gets red, you have 90% of the market that has meat on the bone to go red. Otherwise, we'll see if that adds air brakes until we get the next shift. But now you're going lower. Again, 42.30 now. You're 20 points, 28 points from the high of the day. We hit a higher high than yesterday, but now you're back to the same point. We both bounced off this level every time yesterday, and then when we broke, that's what led us into the close. So 42.31 has some weight here, and then bonds are helping us out. The dollar is still a little suspect, and then regional banks are dying. Dollar's coming down a little bit. All right, another green shoot on the bonds. Like I said, it's not like the Googl finally dropped. So hold on. Saudi foreign minister calls for immediate ceasefire in Gaza, lifting siege and Strip. So again, another Middle Eastern nation is now calling for unless they're confusing it. Maybe there was an error on the first report, but that one is from Reuters. They're saying Saudi FM calls for immediate ceasefire. So it's either there was an error or now you have Saudis and Palestinian foreign ministers calling for immediate ceasefire. UVXY, though, on the high. We'll see if that gets in the way or not. The bonds did not just turn into a safety play. No, unfortunately. I don't think so. You see it right here. Again, market goes down, bonds went up, but unfortunately, I don't know if we could conclude that just yet. So maybe, but you got to be careful still. People realize that just because Ackman covered doesn't mean equities are in the clear. I think it's not even like, again, the Ackman news was welcomed, but it shouldn't. Last week, 2 weeks ago, should tell you everything. This was such a rug pull that no matter what happens this week, you can't rule this out, unfortunately. That's my logic with it all. So that way you don't have to overlook into Bill Ackman and you don't have to downplay what he's saying. You know what I'm saying? Where it's like, it doesn't matter what Ackman did, good or bad, what he's saying and all of that. But the real question is, can we get out of this hole without getting rug pulled again by the next week? That's why I'm saying even if bonds rally, I can't even make a conclusion because it's just now the bonds, like you've already opened up Pandora's box by doing this for the last month and a half. So we just don't know when we're going to get a lid on it. All right, another low there. Bonds are going up, though. Again, buying bonds, stocks are coming down here. So let's see if we fill this gap or not. Pulling the rug. All right. Just wait to fill the gap now. Honestly, at this point, you might get like a little pop. But like I told you, 42.31, you bounced off this shit 5 times yesterday and then only sold it off once. So maybe we fill gap and then go, or baby drop in bounce. But I'd keep an eye on the gap fill for now. I have considered HD. I'm down with it. If it goes a little lower, I know it's already dropped some, but I wouldn't be opposed to HD. I like that name. Meets the industry and everything else. We just get them a little lower because they ran up. But they're at 2018, 2019, but I kind of want them, or no, I guess they're at 2021. I want them more at these levels. The OG days when we play them at like 180. Down detector looks like E-Trade issues just in Florida. I'm not in charge point, no. All right, little bounce there. If you could reclaim the 42.31 and like get vertical, then we'll do good. Otherwise, I don't like the downside there. But like I'm telling you, 42.31, you ripped yesterday, bounced off it, came back down, ripped to a new high, came down, held, went a little higher, bounced off of it one more time, and then once that failed, that's what turned into the low end. A lot of things just sold off. TLT's hitting a high. I don't know how that makes you feel. So again, I mean, it's not even, I don't know who's in control, but right now, all I can observe in this period of an hour is that bonds are going inverse of stocks for the first time in a minute. Yesterday it did it for a little bit, but you had that little squeeze effect. So let's just see. But if anything, this is just our first little gap of opportunity where we're watching equities just totally move without the bonds. So let's see. But other than that, like I'm saying, we got to go very slow because Pandora's box is still open. And then the Twitch is talking about buying houses with weed. I don't know what I'm reading. Pac West falls 10 after company reports Q3 loss. Fele. The hell is that? Then RTX. Again, watch out though. If this does not get you vertical shooting up, I mean, just watch for the next flush here. Again, very interesting spot for now. And it's still super early. We've hit yesterday's VWAP, EDV, the Qs are on the high. Yeah, Google finally reacted. Google was the strongest. There's your flush. So the Qs are on the high now. Watch the VIX. That didn't hold. So that was your little opportunity to do the small little drop and pop at the 42.31. We're going lower and now about 10 points. Not too far. You could hit. And then bonds are going straight up with it, but not too far from hitting the, what's it called? The gap fill. No news. I mean, if anything, there was calls for a ceasefire. We had news in the morning, PMIs both in Europe and America that caused some movement, but for the most part, I think we just naturally been going. A lot of good earnings in the morning, but still some bad ones, and then the overall ones are worse. Did I make a boo basket for your lady yet? No, man, don't give her ideas, please. The fuck's a boo basket? Is it a way to monitor the price of candy in Halloween? Like you take a basket of CPI candy? Like that's the only basket I know about. My girl asked me about any baskets. It's all weighted, unweighted, real index, unreal index, basket of currencies, bonds. What are we talking about, girl? I ain't got no boo basket. I don't know nothing about this. Like Easter about Halloween. I don't get my girl books. I don't get her anything on Easter. I just throw a Bible at her. I say, you better know what this day is. Repent. Why are we tanking? very hard to say. Again, I think we were just naturally moving. There wasn't really any headlines. Again, there was news in the morning ranging from earnings to China stimulus all the way down to just dealing with the war and bonds. But we had data that moved us a little bit, but it just, as of this last like hour, equities started dropping, bonds started going up, and then the dollar all day was up. So honestly, if you really wanted to blame something, I have said the dollar is the culprit for now, but we'll see. But other than that, nothing too crazy. We're going to be here for Google. Yes, sir. Again, go to the watch list. I have a nice breakdown for all of it. Iran's rocket attack targets Iraq's Ain al-Assad air base, which hosts U.S. and other international forces west of Baghdad. So, again, last time we had this, you're having another, that same Iraqi, remember, this was the news last Thursday, I think, when we had the reports. But Iraq, 2 reports now of a base in Iraq attacked. Yeah, Iraq and then Iran, the market doesn't like it, especially after what we said today. Again, the Biden administration made it very clear that if anything gets attacked by anybody, we're going to blame Iran. That's what they said. They literally said this morning, the White House, they said that if there's any attack, we are naturally going to point the finger at Iran. And then, again, 4 hours, 6 hours later, this happens. And it was the same base the other day. We got volatility. So watch out. Watch if the market does sell off on this or not. Because last time we had reports of the attacks and we're already dumping, the market just started waterfalling. So I don't know if that will be the case. Like we've talked about, there is no real pattern during these risk-on moves with war. So it's very hard to say. The only thing, bonds catching a bid, dollar still elevated. You're still trading at the lows for now. GD, they might do good. Again, RTX was supposed to be bad, and they ended up doing good. But I think people like RTX had a highlight on the consumer unit. So I don't know how GD, what their consumer unit looks like, but that's something I would keep in mind. But as of now, your first defense was good. You think they did it so that they could justify an attack on Iran? No, I think they're doing it to try to they're trying to get Iran to police it a little bit. So they're gonna say, well, if this goes on, we're gonna blame you. They want Iran to make a stronger statement towards not attacking any of this stuff. Because again, it's one thing about what Iran is doing, but then don't forget out in the Middle East, there's people out there. This is their opportunity. They don't even again, they're seeing their opportunity. They may act independently. We don't know. I don't know. I'm not speculating how many, but you're right. I would go. It's very simple. All you have to do is just go to age-old international policy. It works great for foreign policy, and it's simple. Just don't do it. And that should work. We'll see, but I do think it's just the U.S. trying to get Iran to kind of police it a little bit and trying to raise the consequences on them. But it's just honestly, this is all political chess, war chess, not war chest. 4226. Yeah, I mean, there was a notice here that said that Americans might have to evacuate the Middle East. Maybe that is kind of what caused it here, and bonds are going up. But for the most part, I mean, we just got that headline now. You got a couple of ceasefire calls, but the point is, I mean, the day after day, as we see what happens, the Middle East is very volatile. They probably laughed when Biden said don't. No, I think we did, but in a weird way, the Biden don't is kind of terrifying. You don't know what the fuck he's implying. You know what I'm saying? It's one thing if someone's like, don't do it or I'm going to do this to you. But now they're just like, what does he mean? Like Biden, I don't know. Like, honestly, Biden is kind of scary. In like a very weird, like I'm telling you, the guy is willing to do things no other president has done. Whether you think that's positive or negative, that's up to you. But the man is willing to he'll go with whatever. But in a weird way, there is something kind of terrifying about don't, especially when you don't know what he is implying and what he'll come up with next. So we'll see. Kind of scary. Kind of. Yeah, kind of. The irony is everybody thought this would happen under Trump, ironically enough. But, I mean, you've had more Middle East conflicts and blunders here in this last 3 years. But, I mean, in a weird way, Trump and Biden, they do share that unpredictability. It's not. I really hope both people could get aware of that on both sides. But they are both, in situations like this, dude, you can't, you don't know what that mother effer is going to do. Both of them, you have no idea what they. I know Biden likes war, but at the same time, you still have no idea. All right, little movement. CDZI was this. CDZ up 8.4. Overstock came down. Oh, CDZ, there's that pop. It wasn't loading. This thing's at 290, up 8%, one candle. Don't have any news. I have not even checked yet. And SPY a little bit off the bottom. How much lower did we go? Still got to get to 40. If we don't bounce at 42.31, or if it goes up a little bit and comes down, that will be negative. Again, not too many headlines, a lot of war headlines. I don't know if it's hitting us here, but we'll see. And now Jordan, foreign minister, 2 minutes ago, says unless Israel and Hamas war stops, there will be a real danger of spillover. The chances of ending peacefully seem to be deteriorating. Yeah, I mean, it's a shit show. Americans don't agree. The world doesn't agree. It's an elephant in the room. All of the social virtue signaling over the last couple of years is being put into a room and forced to contradict each other. So right now, it's very unfortunate. And again, there's people who are, getting hyped up on funding and fighting two wars at the same time. But unfortunately, it's not a situation that has, we're entering in almost the third week of it. But it's like nobody is really working on, you don't really get de-escalation. I mean, this is the first time you're getting multiple people advocating for a ceasefire immediately now. We don't agree on any, again, public, socially, social media, but then go look at Congress. You guys realize, we can't even figure out that shit. They can't even put a House speaker. They're doing this day after day after day, but and it's all over one or two issues. Again, Israel, Ukraine, money. That right there has so many people split. It's really fracturing a lot of different things right now. But like I'm saying, it just, unfortunately, it's an elephant in the room because it's all very contradicting. Like, you have to put everything into that room. 1.5 million meth tear dab, and they increased the price. Yeah, man, it's probably worth it. Let's see. Yeah, they sold it at 1.5 in 2020. What an idiot. So someone bought, oh, dude, what the hell? Yeah, bro, the tax assessment's 1.5. I would buy this. These comps are a little bad. San Jose. Oh, but this house is huge. Oh, that one, I don't know. That's a shitty comp so far. I haven't seen one. So it wouldn't be that bad, though. Yeah. That whoever bought it, they should have sold it. Inactive meth lab, no worries. I don't care. Trap house, meth lab, it don't matter to me, man. It don't matter. That's it's all about the land, Habibi, the structure. Very good deal. Active meth lab? I mean, honestly, active meth lab would be worse in California because I would have to evict the tenants. Yes, so I don't know if they hooked up electricity to run their meth lab. Unfortunately, even if it was a meth lab, unless they get caught by the police, it would be very hard to get them out of that property. So a retired meth lab in a good location, it's gated off, that has a better chance of turning that into money. I have an order for the Cybertruck, yes. GLD's on the high, so maybe a word to your fear gauge. This could just be those Middle East headlines. Again, evacuating the Middle East all the way down to these calls, but you're going lower. This is getting dangerous now because all these little pops, all these levels, you are dealing with this sell-off. IMGN, Betaville note, Immunogen. Didn't we watch this the other day? They got clapped. Are they saying it could be a possible takeover? IMGN. Why did they drop yesterday? Yesterday, about 8, 9, 10, 11, a couple hours ago, they said they accomplished medical oncologist, biotech executive Mr. Goldberg, a cancer business. Yeah, that was the earlier news. Now you're getting a Betaville mention. It's usually like activist or takeover stuff. I think gold will correct, but not if fear goes up before that. If fear rises before it comes down, and it does so substantially, then I think gold can go up. Gold could squeeze you. But at the same time, I think if fear calms down, bonds calm down, then I do believe that gold will, it has a long way to go to catch up to bonds to the downside. SPY calls and puts both negative. I mean, it's earnings season, and yesterday should have showed you something. Even in the middle of like volatility, I really think the premiums are still going to be high. Just don't forget, I bought that at the low of the day. We're dumping. Everyone was worried. Buy a Medi-Call, it shoots up $10. You'll still go negative. So just keep in mind, like, high volatility is what's going to raise those prices. So just be on the lookout if you're looking for any of those. Cadiz signs agreement with El Paso Gas for longer-term power. Is that the SIDSI? Yes. This is that company right here. That's that headline. Cadiz signs agreement with El Paso Natural Gas for long-term power. Cart is on the high. Mondelez. It's right in. Yeah, Jordan, you already had that one. That was the latest update. All right, a little bit more of a bounce. Gold is still running, but just watch out here. Again, 10 more points now to fill. What, I think it was 20 points then? 10 more points to fill the gap. I said 10 earlier, but it was 20. Target. A couple of the value plays are holding up, and again, it's not like all earnings are bad. Yeti, remember they had a partnership with a Tractor Supply earlier. Constellation, STZ into the high. That one's kind of weird, just given how everything's moving right here. Yeah, Google's crazy. Google is one of the best outperformers. Again, analysts raised expectations coming into it, and they're still up 11.9 on the quarter when the stock market's down 10 or 9%. Japan weighs one-time $260 tax cut to ease inflation's pain. Interesting. They're going tax cuts in Japan. Watch the yen. We had updates on this earlier, but I think you're getting a confirmation. It's because they want inflation, but they don't want the inflation that makes you stop buying things. That's their paradox, because they want inflation. So like, all right, we're going to lower your taxes, but you still got to buy the items that have inflation so that we could sustainably get inflation so we could get out of this 15 years of hell. Thank you. SPY flushing again. Little Chicle there at the bottom. All of these greens are nothing. You're barely holding on. Remember, there's a lot of earnings now. All day today, though, it's like unfortunate because we're still green, but now NASDAQ's about to go red. Dow is looking the best when previously it was the weakest. So that's actually quite ironic here. And then SPY, second to worst there next to the NASDAQ. And then Google is not going to go red, but it's going to go through its low of the day here. Still up just under 1%. Dollar came back up. Bonds got a nice rally, but again, equities gave up about 0.75% there. Hold on. Food, water. All right, man. We need to just get out of this hole. It's just awkward today. But like I'm telling you from all day yesterday, anything on the lower range gets ugly. It would suck if we had to test 4,200 again today. Because then it would have been nice to say we tested it yesterday and bounced. But if that don't hold up, that's interesting. And then if the bonds hold up while hitting lows, now, yeah, your bonds don't squeeze, but now your equity is going crazy. Yeah, 2-year auction. Again, I don't think it'll be too nuts, but we'll find out here. You got about 10 minutes. Look at the when issued when it comes out. We should see it ahead of time. It should show up on this wire. Okay, a little lower. Low ticker, very active. 30-second, 1 minute, still going down. Energy on the low. XOP, CVX, Gush. Now all of the inverse ETFs are starting to move up still. Bonds took their first little red off of there. And then dollar is still near the high of the day, about to hit another one. Is oil still flushing? This is one, I mean, this could be economic worry. If we beat that day from October, then it gets really weird. So if we beat 89 to 84, $5. So if we close at 81, this will be the second time in a month where you're getting like a 5% oil drawdown intraday off of no crazy headline. I mean, that would be economic worry more so than not. So I'd watch. $81 is kind of what you want for oil if there's going to be a big problem. Dollar now edging up, new high of the day for the dollar. Bonds came down there a little bit. Chadadonia, what's up, Braxton? How you living, man? Good morning. Good morning, evening, afternoon. About to be 10 o'clock. Russia's envoy says does not support proposed U.S. action on Israel-Gaza and has put forward an alternative draft resolution. Huge potential. China looks to Belt and Road Initiative to feed demand for minerals. NECB Flushing, Northeast Bancorp, another one. AMAM still running. You got Northeast Bancorp down 3 on one candle. Watch your boy regionals. Again, already had a couple of weakness there with Bank and PAC W today. If we hit 420, I mean, it'll be one thing, but we better not flush 420. That's the thing. Again, it would have been nice if we had the test yesterday and got a little relief, but as of now, I mean, you're closer to testing that than not. So we haven't filled the gap yet, I don't think. So keep that in mind, and then this, you don't want to go below that level. Dollar at the highs. Yeah, that was going up earlier. Okay, regionals are dumping. Like I told you, there's one that just sold off. So bonds are dropping now as SPY's about to go red. That's what makes it a little interesting. But then, like I was telling you, all day, a couple of candles, a couple of minutes, this isn't a big enough move. I mean, they could go red too. So before you know it, if bonds go red and the market's already red and the dollar was up, ta-da, it's going to look like it was, but you just saw it start off much more lopsided. We'll see with oil. This is E-Trade Pro. When you see any lines on the screen, this one is TD Ameritrade. So we got 2 platforms that we're utilizing. Again, watch regionals. You got a little bit of bad news there just on that one, but they're still down 1.8. Dow's up 0.19, SPY 0.09, NASDAQ 0.08. Bond auction is in 5 minutes. I am going to use TD for the meantime for a little bit until I'm literally having trouble transferring my account. I got one account in limbo now, but I did end up making a Schwab account today just as a backup. So we'll see, but now I will be on Schwab for a little bit. On names green versus red, I can. It's a good one because remember earlier, everything was green. So now you have 12 names red on the Dow, 18 green. It used to be 3 or at one point. NASDAQ 100, 46 names in the red, 54 in the green. Previously, it was like 12 names red, 80 names in the green. And then S&P 500, you now have 234 versus 268. At one point, it was 400 names in the green. So now, like I said, if those names start to flip red, you get a lot of meat on the bone coming back. So now, SPY's like 50-50. JP Morgan red now. Again, banks were up, and then even Meta started to go down. And then the Qs on the high are hitting another low. Let's see Microsoft. I don't know if those Microsoft puts came up. Nah, the calls are up on Microsoft, and then the puts came up a little bit, but still down. Is Outlook loading up for FDA before end of year? I don't know, because I believe the update's supposed to happen in 2024. So I don't even know if they're on the FDA schedule for the end of the year. I think people may be getting hyped up on it, but I'm pretty sure it's 2024. SLI on the high. Let's see. All right, a little bit off the bottom, but I mean, don't hold your breath. Let's see what happens. Yeah, well, they announced a shit ton of stimulus, and then China's president going to the central bank for his first time ever, but then also off of the heels of the damn Country Garden downgrade, 2 rockets land inside a Rocky Air Base. So that one's old. We had that one earlier, but that might be the confirmation. So we'll see if we get another one. So again, there was a couple of attack stuff around here. That's why I was like, we got to watch out. My goodness. Well, we already have an Air Force base in Iraq. Again, this is the same Air Force base that they attack every time. Again, when we killed Soleimani, they attacked it. Iran did. The other day, you heard about it. Literally, just last Thursday, we had a headline with the same air base. So, I've been getting a lot of back and forth. I wouldn't be surprised to watch this one kind of come up a lot with some of the headlines. Two minutes till auction closed. Does anybody have the when issued? We'll find out. We'll get the results and all that. But let's see. Funko on the high. Yeah, something that's Suzuki, a Zuzu thing. You guys posted that earlier. There's another headline there. Palestinian President Abbas will not accept any more security. Military solutions that contributed to escalation could drive region to regional or even world war. Palestinian president calls for an immediate cessation of this aggression and provide protection for our people. So now you literally have the Middle Eastern countries today. Last week, they all condemned Israel for the hospital attack. You have the same lineup, Saudi, Palestine, Jordan. They're all calling for an immediate ceasefire right now. And they're saying, again, Palestine's president has just said that it will drive the region or even the world into a world war. Puts on RTX. I mean, that's the problem, though. Like, dude, I don't think, like, Biden wants... I think Biden wants a war. It's weird, especially when you follow, into the politics of all of it. But, like, because you're saying puts on RTX. I'm like, dude, Imugen is going. That was the Betaville mention. That one's running. Humanitarian aid to Gaza not getting in fast enough. Yeah, it's like he doesn't want a war. I mean, I don't know. I feel like he does. In a weird way, it just seems like we're kind of just barreling towards that path. So it's like I don't know if these, if even if they want to cease fire, I think he wants his hostages, but you have a lot of, again, I mean, he's made it very clear on his support to Israel, and Israel has made it very clear of their commitment to destroying Hamas. That's why I said yesterday, some of you guys didn't really agree, but I was saying, like, when they were talking, when Kirby was talking, I was literally saying this sounds like a war on terror. They're saying Israel says we have to destroy Hamas, no exceptions. They're starting their quote-unquote war on terror, and then the United States is saying, we support you. Nope, that's it. What they say, well, what's your goal, America? Our goal is give Israel what they want, and they're saying that it's stop terror. Again, that they're using that Hamas to all of the words and the conflict and all the people affected. They're trying to create the enemy as quote-unquote terror. But that's why I'm like, man, it's wild. The bond auction's there, but I'm not getting the headline yet. Wait, look for the when issued. Where is it? 01. Give it a couple minutes. It'll usually flash over here. But like I'm saying, I'm not expecting it to do too much. Meta's getting flushed out right now. And Microsoft. It's weird. Is oil coming up? Because you're still getting a green on a couple of the names here. There it is. Yeah, 2-year notes, 5% coupon. 5.05 at the high. What was the when issued? I think it's the same as last month, though. Matches pre-sale. That's it. It came in on, what is it, at the screws? No, I don't. It's not. Again, Israel is saying they want to get rid of Hamas. Is it possible that Israel has other intentions? 1,000%. But how they are communicating it is a war against Hamas. That's the easiest way to target the enemy as this and not them. But then they're saying that is their number one priority. Again, if you don't know how 2001 played out, the enemy was Al-Qaeda. The enemy was terror. And we did the same exact thing, because when you are trying to accomplish this goal in the Middle East, that's the whole point. The Middle East is not as easy as you want it to be. You have people from different groups, same backgrounds. They will be cousins and share two completely different ideologies and beliefs. Your American words don't work, unfortunately. That's why they say terror. They have to give it a broad designation, because how do you differentiate between the people that are being unjustly murdered versus the people who are unjustly doing the murdering, the people in the middle, the people who have certain religious beliefs, the people who do not? It's like they're trying to make it a clear-cut approach. So that's why yesterday I came to the conclusion, after listening to how this keeps getting talked about, it sounds almost exactly how we got into this situation of fighting a war on terror and getting people behind it. Because, again, why in 2001 did you guys support dropping bombs on all of my cousins? Because you thought you were fighting a terrorist threat, and that was easier to explain than the 50 other things going on. So, unfortunately, that is what I believe is happening right now, where, again, you have America is saying we're going to support Israel, but Israel, their enemy is terror, because that's the only word you could use that doesn't make you start getting into the whole thing of it all. And that's where it's like, but that's an awful enemy to have, because it's invisible, and it's these groups, and it's funded by so many people and all of that. It gets wild. So that's what I mean by my belief, to clarify that there. But that's what I'm saying. It's like, I think everybody wants war, even though you're getting people calling for these things, but it's just like, if people we would have been talking a lot of other things for the last couple weeks, but it's just all about money. Do we have the money? Let's do it. Let's spend it. Let's fight. Let's kill. Guns, weapons, money. Guns, weapons, money. All in circles. yeah, we'll give humanitarian aid because we have to blow up everywhere. It's like, you don't need humanitarian aid if we could get, again, a ceasefire would be great, but I don't think both sides, it's a shitty history. Nobody, like, you guys got to understand it. Do you guys realize the first ever peace agreement, how it played out? Like, do you guys know how we have borders in Israel and Palestine? It is a result of World War II. And when we finally drew sovereign borders, it outlined, the land, and they said nobody could change anything. And then the day after you had your first peace agreement in the Middle East, Egypt and a bunch of others, they attacked Israel again. It's the same thing. So don't even underestimate. Why I bring that story up to you is to don't even underestimate a peace agreement where the history of this of all of these nations, they will get into a peace agreement and then the next day blow each other up. It's happened literally since the first World Wars, sadly. So that's why it's like, we'll see where it plays out, but just it is such a wicked, slippery slope in this area. Well, yeah, after World War II, everybody agreed. They worked out a deal, and they're like, boom, we're down. Yeah, we'll nobody, these are the borders. We won't change it. Great. And then all of the Middle Eastern countries, they didn't like how the deal was. They attacked Israel the next day after doing it. And then vice versa. Again, like I've said, I don't say that as if Israel has not given unprovoked attacks throughout the last thousands of years to the other side. It goes both ways, but I'm trying to give you a picture of the type of scenario you're dealing with and how far it runs, because if I could know about this stuff, imagine the people who live there and how they feel, and they remember this history more than you will. It doesn't, to be fair. Did you not hear the story I just said? So it does go both ways. Again, Jewish people have attacked on Ramadan, and you've had literal terror groups, whoever you want to call it, have attacked the Jewish people in Israel on their Jewish holidays. This is all throughout history. Like I'm telling you, the first Middle East conflict that ever was started after World War II, after a peace agreement was made in the area, it was the Middle Eastern countries attacking Israel. I cannot change history of all of that. Unfortunately, it's both ways when it's all said and done throughout history. That is what I've studied and I'm explaining. But unfortunately, there was no Israel till World War II. Exactly, yes. And why did they do that? It was for sovereign borders. It wasn't just for Israel. It was for every nation. Imagine what just happened with the world wars and what they were doing. I forgot the name of the act, but what they decided on was we need to have a world sovereign boundary. And they said they were going to outline. Now, how that resulted in Palestine getting the land and that being unfair, I could agree with that. But what happened, they said, these are the borders. Everybody agreed. Then they made a peace agreement, and then the Middle East nations attacked Israel the day after, literally no longer than one day. So I get it. But like I'm telling you, I want you to understand the history behind it all. That's the thing to get, where it's like, yo, why is it back and forth? Why are they all saying this and saying that? Why is it turning into this obscure conflict that everybody is saying is going to destabilize? Because this task of peace and pointing the finger has been going on for so long. And now that's why to get a answer to this, and you have both sides saying, nope, I'm infallible. That is just not true. I think both sides, again, everybody is killing. I can't get behind that in any direction, me personally. But like I'm saying, the history, this isn't new. None of this is new, and this goes all the way back, and that's where we're getting this all. And I want people to understand that without having to pick a side. It's to understand why this isn't easy right now, why this is turning to a potential conflict that is literally running off the rails right now, because this isn't like even Russia, Ukraine had way more history, but this goes 10 times, 1,000 times deeper, and both sides have bad blood in history and reasons for their children to be mad at the other side. again, let alone the whole Middle East on top of it. Like, and then that's why it's just like this isn't. It's not as easy as some people want it to be, unfortunately. But I hope it does lead to understanding with what we are explaining. Whatever you support, though, I'm with you in the sense that I believe we should have good discussions. We shouldn't attack each other. You are all entitled to support the Jewish people as well as the Palestinians and communicate your stance. But if you do it, please be respectful of other people. That's all you got to do. But I'm with it. I'm with it on all sides. But it's like I don't support violence and war. And that's all. Whether you indirectly support it or not, that's on you. But I don't. Yes, my people get persecuted and killed and treated. Yes, I know, 100%. Christian people are. Where do you think Christian people in the Middle East fall in all of this? And I have the maturity to tell you to try to understand this situation versus kind of, again, everybody has been lying about so much. I don't get paid to tell this. If anything, I create enemies by trying to educate, which has always been the most fascinating thing to me. But, my stance is that, my people die, and I've been saying that from day one. Again, and especially if I'm a Middle Eastern who has a Christian belief, Jews, Palestine, terrorist groups, they don't like me either way. Nobody does. So I'll use that to my advantage to tell you the history. And like I'm saying, most people don't even understand why we even have a border to begin with. It is all from World War II. This even goes back to how we found our way into monetary systems as well as floated and fixed. So it's a very wild concept to think about. But I'm saying, I got emotional about it a while ago. Like I always bring this up. I was telling you guys about Yemen when you were telling me about Ukraine. Again, 2001, dude, you know how many, it's awful, the things that have happened. So I really do hope there is, and I understand you have, this is my people too. Like, that's what I'm saying. It does hit a little different, but at the end of the day, it's there. God will take sides. I agree. But God is not on the side of murder and killing people on any side. So any side, the meek will inherit the earth. I don't know, whatever. I think I could even find multiple verses, but murder and killing is never going to be okay, no matter what. Unfortunately, even defending yourself, no matter what, there's too much murder and killing for me to find a right side on both of those. I cannot point to Israel and say you're doing good. I cannot point to Palestine, Hamas, any of those people and say you're doing good with the amount of death that I see and the amount of death supported by both sides and both supporters. So until we're ready to have peace, everybody is just a warmonger trying to hype up somebody to go and get America to give guns to all of the Middle East to kill each other. And I don't stand by that. No matter what. No matter what. You are on the side of good. You are on the side of even. You could take God out of it. If you believe good, do you get behind people killing or not? Don't tell me the reason why they're killing. Tell me they're killing or not. And if they are, I do not get behind that. So if you think I support Jewish people for killing, you're wrong. If you think I support Muslim people, Palestinians who have been persecuted and they are killing, I don't support any sort of killing. That's all. And if you indirectly support the killing and murder and want to see people die, you're wrong. I'm sorry. I can't get behind any of that. God does not pick evil, death. People's souls are being ruined. And that's it. I don't want to be diplomatic. I don't want death. I don't want death, and I'm sick of young kids supporting it and older people supporting it and confusing people and lying. Like I'm saying, I'll break down the history respectfully, lovingly, and I want people to understand. But and I want to, because if people don't understand, more people die and more people are taking the easy route of telling other people to fight rather than not. So that's all it comes down to. And until we have society willing to do that and fight for it, this is going to be a Middle East conflict. That's what everybody needs to understand. If there is no peace, it's going to be a battle. And more people are going to die. If you don't know that by this point, you don't understand the history of it all, and that's okay. It's my job to let you know about it. But, that's the scary part about all this. So you're saying, I support this, I support that. Dude, it's just going to be a slaughter for everybody because everybody is still supporting war. We have not learned anything from Russia and Ukraine. So that's why I'm like, dude, it's crazy. Funded by U.S. weapons. It is, sadly, all the time. I think Uncle said it. He said the land of the free, but we sell to death. All of us. And again, we get behind it as consumers. This consumer cult, we're all behind it too. That's what I'm saying. Like, just please, in your heart, man, just understand people are dying, and before picking sides. And again, I'm talking about the Middle East, my country, my more of my family lives right there than in the United States still to this day, even with how much money I've made and all of that. It doesn't matter. And it's like, dude, it's so sad right now. So it does have an effect, but when it's all said and done, no peace. No peace is not a good response, and we need peace. There shouldn't be any death, and I don't support it at all, because regardless of the beliefs, I look at people there and I see my family, and I don't want anybody to die, unfortunately. And that's why I am a pacifist by the full sense of the word. Some of you are not used to it. Some of you have too much social media, but you have to understand, I'm a pacifist, for real. That's all. And you guys may not understand it, but you got to really get behind it or not, and maybe you could respect my opinion, but I don't believe in killing. I don't like war, and I think neither should you. But, maybe I'm a hippie. This is how a lot of people were. Again, even in my age group and even before in different times, like this shouldn't be a new philosophy, especially for Americans who give a shit about people. Especially if you want to virtue signal and say you care, we should be the generation protesting against any war, not protesting for one side or the other. We should be protesting for everybody to stop, and that we will not get behind any war, no questions asked. There should be no violence, especially when we are the ones with all of the guns and the money and feeding it to whoever we want. I respect the heart, but that's not how the world works. Amen. And it's the same thing I'm saying back. So take that mirror and hold it up and look at yourself too. One has given money and support to the Middle East, stop the conflict. Exactly. We want to repeat the other history with way more death. I hope you see. Not once has the real world produced a reaction of funding this Middle East bullshit that didn't leave thousands of people dead and us in the same position dealing with it 10 to 20 years later. So I agree. Maybe that's not how the world works, but the world don't work by doing what we've done every time. Nah, man, I think the market liked this little debate because it stopped dropping. What's going in? I hope so. I hope it helped, and at the same time, I love all of you. But like I'm saying, it's just, all of this stuff is a big deal. And we're hearing all these headlines, and I don't want to see you guys get sad off of, like, again, by me trying to share something educational, because I don't take sides in this. Like, if you haven't gotten it at this point, I don't fuck with none of it. I don't believe in it. I have history in a study of it, but it's like, I want you all to understand. That's all I want. Whether you think you know about it or not, it's just like, maybe you hear me say something, look into it and get in there. But I don't want people to be getting distraught, and then also at the same time just getting sucked into the war machine of believing you have to fight your brothers and sisters to understand what's going on, and you don't. That's what I'm saying. It doesn't have to be a fight or all of it, and hopefully you're not getting too stressed before being able to just get as much. And remember, it's a war machine, dude. It is a war machine, and people are getting sucked into it. Just like fire needs oxygen, the war machine needs you to keep doing this so that they could still justify all of this day after day. Otherwise, the war machine doesn't work with pacifism. That's why you don't see it anymore in our culture. Isn't there an amendment that anyone could add their tax file and opt out of paying tax to any foreign war if they don't want to? I don't know. I do not know. Mm-hmm. If it wasn't for murder and war, we wouldn't have lived. Yeah, I know that. That's why I shout out the vets. People have already died for us to not repeat the same mistake. So shout out to the vets. I'm grateful for my freedom and the people who fought for it and went through trauma, literally PTSD, never got to return home, torn families. Even when they got back, they had to pay for it in so many ways. Why would we want that for another generation? So thank you. You are a vet. Amen. So that's what I'm saying. Why repeat the same mistake? At the same time, and it's going to be the people who literally, more people. I respect the people who are going to go and actually fight the conflict. I think you guys have way more say than it and not, but a lot of people, they aren't going to be the ones out there. But we've already made that sacrifice a lot. And again, just like you're saying, I may not live in the real world by condoning pacifism and not killing, but at the same time, this conflict in the Middle East, funding it, sending armies, picking sides, again, there's 100 years to go look back. That's just as insane as what I'm saying. It's like, that's why I'm like, I don't think I'm that crazy by being a pacifist when everyone's telling me, nah, just run the same playbook that has led to literally right here, right now, exploding again. You crazy? Well, I'm not crazy. Like, I'm fine being crazy. If that's the case, like, that's what I'm saying. Like, I'm chill if that's the case. Market's still 50-50. We're bouncing up a little bit. It's not too bad. The market went down off nothing. So even us coming back up, it's not even like, my goodness, it's crazy. Okta, they had their rebound. Again, they said only 1% of customers was affected. TGTX, Chad was talking about that. Oh, yeah, the dollar. That is the culprit. I don't like, so dollar was up in the morning and we gapped up. But like I was saying, just you could see it. If the market goes red and bonds go red, you're quickly going to be, and bonds keep going up. But like the story would look, you would have been like, oh, that was obvious. So, but the dollar is the only bad thing on the day. Why not enter? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you to all of you. I mean, for real. You all had to listen. Some of you were nice. I mean, most people, again, I think you guys were very passionate too. I don't even think anybody, a couple of you guys attacked some of each other, but for the most part, I mean, I'm pretty chill. I hope you guys are too. And you know what I'm saying? Regardless, you don't have to agree with me or anybody for that matter. But like I'm saying, like we could have talks. And I really hope we do, and show respect to everybody. And like I'm saying, I think Chad's been pretty on point with that. So, we should be able to talk, and that's really what it comes down to. So I hope you all have that opportunity as well. And at the same time, don't get too clapped or too mad about it. I clapped you last week. It's because I'm going to ban you right now because you've been banned how many times? You know what I'm saying? So it's not like you're a chronic abuser of certain things. So then you just get in the way. And then when I try to correct you, you just try to blame it on me banning you. I haven't banned you yet, so I'll wait for your response. But if you don't understand that by now, there's not much I could do for you. You know what I'm saying? It's not related. You're a chronic offender of it. It's a constant thing. It's a pattern. And I try to communicate it to you, and you do not give me that respect back. But then you try to blame it on me every time. So let's get to the bottom of it now, so that you can have your opinion. But at the same time, don't say it's for another reason when you're doing something else. Whose man's is this? I remember when everybody used to say that. I used to say that a lot, bro. You only forecast realistic. This winter, I can't. Winter should slow down. Rates are high in real estate, but the problem is that we don't even know what this next 3 months is going to bring. So realistically, real estate should just like slow down a little bit, stay somewhat elevated, and then that's about it unless we get like a major development. Game theory, civilization built on war and how to deter it. Amen. Now they have proxy. But then how do you win game theory? The answer to game theory is cooperate. You will always win in cooperation. And then the one time you get clapped is if you cooperate and they defect. But again, I'm a big fan of cooperation, finding it. But we don't seem willing to want to even look in that direction. Everybody has so many reasons why, well, we can't just do this, then this will happen. So, Are E-Trade still clapped? Are you in Florida? That's wild. Gut feeling, Snapchat. I feel like Snapchat, it has something good coming up, but I think they ruined it with the leak, if that makes sense. So I think if Snapchat came out with whatever they're going to come out with today, we're all under the impression it's going to be good because of that news on October 16th. I think it would have hit way harder if we didn't know about that. So imagine Snap was just like chilling at like $6, and then that news came out, it would have launched it up. But I have no idea at this point. I do think analysts have raised their guidance, but the bar is still pretty low. But then again, they have struggled for a really solid year, even longer than that. But the last 4 earnings in a row have just been 20% at a time. I don't know how it's not down 100% when you look at it, but it's been like 2020, 2018, something just, it's been hideous. Chevron acquiring Hess. I think everybody is trying to consolidate for the long term, but I don't really like those energy names too much, but I like Oxy the most. And the only problem with Oxy, they don't hedge. Yeah, but like I may have gone from the point by bringing up Oxy. The point is there is consolidation in energy right now. Chevron and Hessington, PXD and Dominion. It's like energy oil assets. Again, even I think Oxy even bought a couple of places too. So there's a lot of consolidation. But as far as like what that means in making a play, I think it's for the longer term effort, like for oil and energy. But I don't know anything, beyond that to say like, oh, this is it, this isn't it, Could it be they leaked with the purpose of the stock going up, knowing they were going to miss? That would be illegal if they actually missed and like that came to if that came to fruition. Yeah, that would be illegal. But at the same time, if it's true, it would have been better off if it was a surpriser. So now the market has had like a week to pretty much anticipate Snap earnings, and the last thing that you've heard about is that they had leaked earnings talking about, really raising numbers in 2024. They're going to do well, but they priced in 12 to 15. It's pricing in 19 right now. We are right below the opening candle. That's actually a big deal because now we're above the 42. We've ripped right off of that, but you need that to hold. I told you earlier, if it's like a big bounce and comes down below, that will be ugly. Yeah, they already ran up 12, but then it's pricing in 19. That's why I'm like, I don't know. I don't know how it's going to trade unless they come out with something way better, but it would have done way, way better without the leak. I think it could have gone up like 30, 40%. If they were like, boom, guidance, they raised it, it was something nuts and nobody saw it coming, it would have been great. The issue with Snap is stock-based comp. It's ridiculous. I mean, it wasn't bad when they were doing good and growing, but right when the growth stopped, then fuck yeah, it's awful. But I think it's their spending still and the money. It's not like they don't make money, but after all of your expenses, they're losing money. Again, like, they're going to probably make $0 cash from operations in 3 months. That's the good expectation. It should have been a loss of $300,000. But that right there is just, they're starting with $1 billion of revenue, and by the time you pay everything, they're just walking away with zero. That's the only issue. So that's why people got excited. If Snapchat finds a way to make $500 million a year outside of advertisements, oh my goodness. That right there is where you get a game changer. Why? Because now, all right, great, make $1 billion, don't turn any profit, and I don't know how they're going to do it. Like, what the fuck are they going to sell? What are they going to do? But if they find a way to add another 500 to the back end, then boom, that changes a lot of those. Again, now your cash from operations, assuming they don't have to spend money and it's all built in and they could do that on the same format, then they'll be good to go. Or at least it'll bring some life back to them. But we'll see. Only Snap? Maybe, but no, they wouldn't risk it. They got a good hold on that young demographic. Don't doubt that. That's the thing about Snapchat, where performance-wise, money, it's not, that's where I'm saying they've like slowed down, but they don't want it to become that sex app. They're going to push the realm and keep some of the edgy 16-year-olds and all of the influencers who push and pump all that shit, but at the same time, like, they do want to protect their holy grail of demographics. They still dominate that 13 to 17-year-old demographic to this day, and it's been 3-4 years. That means those 13-year-olds 4 years ago are now 17, and they still have all of the 13-year-olds for the next generation. You're a real one. You 100% appreciate the channel. Listen every day since exposed to you. I'm older. Wisdom and thoughts are appreciated. Well, thank you, man. That's very good to hear. You know, we're a cult if you're not familiar. So, you know, everybody here is very culty. You know, it's not too often we come across a new cult member. So good to see you, man. I hope you got a long term, man. I hope you got a long term. White House, Biden, Australian Prime Minister to announce tech innovation cooperation, including on AI, clean energy, and critical materials. Maybe watch out for some of these plays. Watch out for any infrastructure plays. Australia, America infrastructure deal. And now you get Kirby because I need to go to the bathroom. So follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. God bless you. And we will be right back.
I won't belabor my time here, but very exciting visit. President and the First Lady are very much looking forward to it. Lots to discuss, lots going on in the world, and we're excited about it.
Thanks, Kareem. Thank you, Admiral. French President Emmanuel Macron called today for Hamas to be added to the targets of the US-led coalition fighting the Islamic State group. Is that something that the White House would support?
Well, we're just aware of these reports coming out from the LSA. I would say, first and foremost, we're focused on helping Israel go after Hamas right now, making sure they got the capabilities, the security assistance to go after Hamas. And we're certainly in discussions with our allies and partners. As you know, President Macron was on the call, actually 2 calls that the president has had with European leaders in just the last several days, and we'll continue those consultations.
Thank you. I have 2 questions. Amnesty International said that they found evidence that Israel used white phosphorus in Gaza. Any confirmation from the U.S. on this?
I cannot confirm that.
And just now, as you know, the UN Security Council had a meeting. The Arab groups condemned killing civilians, but also said that we should support a peace process instead of sending weapons to Israel if we want to support Israel. Do you envisage a scenario whereby the hostages will be released, Hamas will be disarmed, and some kind of international conference will take place soon?
I couldn't begin to speculate on that. Those are potential steps that haven't happened yet and may not happen. All I can tell you is we're going to continue to make sure Israel has the tools and the capabilities that they need to defend themselves. We're going to continue to try to get that humanitarian assistance in. We're going to continue to try to get hostages and people out of Gaza appropriately. And as I think you've heard us say, a ceasefire right now really only benefits Hamas. That's where we are right now. And I understand the question, but I'm just not going to get ahead of where things are.
So there's no scenario to avert the war now. That was my point, really. There's no other scenario to avert.
There's already combat between Israel and Hamas. If what you're saying to avert a ground incursion, that is a question for the Israeli Defense Forces. They get to make the decisions about what operations they're going to conduct or not. We don't believe that a ceasefire right now is what we would believe that a ceasefire right now is only going to benefit Hamas.
Thanks, Admiral. There was some reporting overnight that the U.S. is planning for mass evacuations of Americans
ceasefire
if the war were to spread.
would only benefit
Can you
Hamas,
kind of give context
says Kirby.
of how likely you guys are viewing that scenario and whether this is very top-level planning or if there's some sort of granular detail that you guys are going into on this effort?
I won't go into granular detail on operational planning one way or another, but it would be imprudent and irresponsible if we didn't have folks thinking through a broad range of contingencies and possibilities. And certainly evacuations are one of those things. I mean, there's not a place in the world where the Pentagon doesn't have contingency plans on the shelf, may need updating, but have them on the shelf to help with the evacuation of American citizens. And given what's going on in the Middle East right now, I think it's perfectly reasonable. I think it would be imprudent and irresponsible if we weren't doing some kind of contingency thinking. But we're not at a point of execution right now. And there are still plenty of opportunities, for instance, even in Israel, for people to get out. We're still doing contract charter flights, and there's still commercial flights going in and out of Ben Gurion, and frankly, the demand signal for our contract charter flights hasn't been very high. They're still going, but they're not all filled. And And the same could be said for places like Lebanon. But each country's different, and the threats and challenges in each will change over time. And we're doing all the right prudent thinking that you would expect us to.
I know that you've thanked Qatar for its role in helping to secure the release of some of the hostages so far, but I was wondering if the U.S. believes that Qatar should expel the Hamas leaders that are in the country right now.
I don't think. Well, I'll just say we're having conversations with partners across the region, and we know that Qatar has an open line of communication with Hamas. And as you saw, we thank Qatar for their support in helping get those 2 Americans out. I would just tell you that those discussions and those conversations are ongoing and critically important, and I think I need to leave it at that.
Thanks, Admiral. Former President Obama shared some of his views about the conflict yesterday. One of the things he said was that the Israelis haven't done enough to avoid killing or injuring civilians as they seek to take out Hamas in Gaza. Does President Biden share that view?
President Biden has, since the very beginning of this conversation, been talking to the Prime Minister, and we have been talking to Israelis at various levels, at the cabinet level and below, about what separates us from Hamas as 2 democracies, and that's respect for human life. That's abiding by the law of war. That's by doing everything you can to try to prevent civilian casualties and collateral damage, and that's an active conversation we continue to have with them.
Urging them to be more respectful of human life? What exactly is the message that he's conveying?
I think I just conveyed it.
Okay, and then another thing that President Obama said is that the Israeli government's decision to cut off food, water, and electricity to a captive civilian population has the potential to erode global support for Israel. I'm wondering if President Biden agrees with that as well.
He's been talking again to Prime Minister Netanyahu, and we've been speaking to the Israelis again since the very early hours of this 2 weeks ago. That respect for human life, respect for the civilian population in Gaza, making sure that they can continue to get access to food, water, medicine, and electrical power remains critical. It's important, and that's why he worked so hard on this last trip last week to do exactly that by getting the Israelis and the Egyptians to agree for humanitarian assistance to get in.
John, just to make sure we're all using the right numbers, 33 Americans dead right now. How many unaccounted exactly?
10.
10 total, okay. Let me ask you, if I can, the president, when he was departing the event that just took place a short time ago, was asked by a reporter if enough is being done to let aid out. He said it's not going in fast enough. Who is the obstacle right now? What is the primary obstacle to the ability for that aid to arrive at the pace the president would be satisfied by?
Yeah. I know it would be very tempting and satisfying for us to just sort of pin the tail on the donkey here, but there's a lot of factors at play here. If it was easy, my goodness, there'd be hundreds of trucks flowing in every day. It's a combat zone, Peter. It's a war zone. And that greatly complicates the ability to move safely and to the right recipients, the customers, that kind of humanitarian aid. So there's lots of players involved here. Hamas is obviously a player. Israel's a player. Egypt's a player. The UN is a player. And Ambassador Satterfield is working this as hard as he can. Unfortunately, today we haven't seen any trucks go in. We'll see what the hours to come bring.
One quick follow-up, if I can, on a separate topic here. Broadly speaking, we know the Israeli War Cabinet has been meeting with the Prime Minister, the President, and others have spoken to members of that cabinet often, the President Netanyahu often. Is the President confident that the Israeli War Cabinet, led by the Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, will do the right thing as he views it in carrying out this war?
He is confident that we are going to keep doing what we need to do to get Israel the capabilities that it needs. The War Cabinet can speak for themselves. Prime Minister Netanyahu can speak for his government.
To be clear, I'm not hearing you saying that he has confidence in Netanyahu and that War Cabinet to lead this war effort to the U.S.'s liking.
It's not our place to decide the competency of the unity government that Prime Minister Netanyahu put in place. That's for him to speak to and for his cabinet officials. The president left Tel Aviv confident that he had the opportunity to be candid and forthright with Prime Minister Netanyahu privately and with the War Cabinet writ large, and that he had the opportunity to ask them the hard questions that he wants them to be asked.
Open face. It said that you pocket banned someone. I'm pooping. I got to get up off the toilet to tell you because I can't find it to unban him. So if you still see him, unban him. Yeah, my bad. All right, I'm going back, though. I'll be right back.
Can you characterize
I'm in the
threat
that the U.S. faces in the region right now as Israel poises itself to invade Gaza? And then I have a question about Australia.
We remain deeply concerned by the potential for future attacks on our troops. As you're right, we've seen, and I'm guesstimating here, but it's about a dozen over the last several days. And as a result, tragically, one U.S. contractor died as a result of a heart attack from sheltering. So it's potentially a dangerous environment, and we're taking it very, very seriously. Our commanders on the ground have the right to defend themselves and their troops and can take the appropriate and are taking the appropriate force protection measures. And as you know, the president has added additional military force to the region, and now one of those carrier strike groups is going to go on through to the Gulf region to make sure that we send a strong signal of not only deterrence, but our willingness to protect and defend ourselves and our national interests.
Question about Australia. Apologies. Sort of as you have the Australian Prime Minister coming tomorrow in the midst of all of this activity around the Mideast, can you just give us a sense from the president's perspective, how is he balancing these two sort of immediate foreign policy objectives versus sort of his longer-term foreign policy objectives that the Prime Minister's visit sort of embodies?
Well, he's balancing it well.
He's
doing it. I mean, if you want to give him a report card, A+. I mean, he's commander-in-chief. That never stops, and the duties and responsibilities are literally global. I mean, we are one nation that has truly global responsibilities, and he's managing it all. Now, it would be really helpful if he could also get the support of Congress up on Capitol Hill, particularly for this supplemental funding. It will be immensely simpler and easier for the president to manage all these multiple crises if we could get that funding for Ukraine, the funding for Israel, the funding for the Indo-Pacific strategy, and of course down at the border.
But even sort of today, you're seeing things are being delayed. I mean, surely as
what's being delayed?
I mean, this briefing, for example, is delayed by quite.
Well, that's my fault.
Right. But I mean,
I appreciate that. The national science thing is delayed.
It's true.
Good move.
It is true.
It is true.
I'm trying to get a sense, right? Presumably, the president is going to have a number of calls he has to make tomorrow that he wouldn't have otherwise had to make if there had not been this crisis in the Mideast. And how, are you going to keep the Prime Minister of Australia waiting while Netanyahu's on the phone? Like, how is that going to work?
I don't anticipate keeping the Prime Minister waiting on anything tomorrow. They got a pretty full agenda, and as I said at the top, the president's looking forward to that. But being president of the United States means balancing an awful lot of priorities and challenges, whether they're domestic or foreign. And oftentimes the line between those gets blurred pretty dang quickly, as Kareem was talking about at the opening, in terms of the spillover of domestic potential threats here in the United States. But the president is managing it really, really well because of his long experience in government, the wisdom he brings to the job, the relationships that he has. Look at Prime Minister Netanyahu, and they've known each other for decades, since the Prime Minister was working in the embassy here in D.C. As the deputy chief of mission. All that comes into the way he executes the job, and he's on top of it all.
Thank you. So 2 questions. Can you tell us specifically what the U.S. government is doing right now to get Palestinian Americans out of Gaza? Because understandably there are some logistical issues, but we've talked to people who are who are stuck at Rafah and who want to leave. And so what is the government doing right now?
Again, this is something that Ambassador Satterfield is working really, really hard. I mean, obviously a prime focus for us is the several hundred Americans that we know are there. And actually, I don't know exactly how many are down at Rafah, but we know there are many American citizens down at Rafah that want to get out, and he's working that very hard. We also believe, and he's also talking to partners, particularly Egypt, about the possibility of others getting out through Rafah. Again, innocent civilians of many different nationalities, certainly Palestinians, that want to leave and should be allowed to leave an active war zone for their own safety and for the safety of their families. I wish I could tell you that we got the recipe cooked here and they're all going to get out at a certain time and place. I just don't have that right now. But I can assure you, and all of them, that
okay, I'm back, guys.
Very hard
you got him unbanned. Good work.
So the Gaza
we got to get ready. Earnings. I'm using this time to my advantage.
About 700 people were killed in an Israeli airstrike today. First of all, is that a figure that the U.S. government can
GPCR? Damn, it went up another 3.
And I think he was right by you saying that the Ministry of Health is run by Hamas, and I think that all needs to be factored into anything that they put out publicly.
Right, and this is sort of related to Nancy's question, but setting aside whether that 700 figure is correct or not, I'm wondering if the administration is
I did
having
good. I did good on the
concerns
wiping, I
that
think.
the
Baby
Israeli
wipes.
response
That's an
has
odd
been
question, but yeah.
disproportionate
Did
in
great.
response to the obviously horrific attack that we've seen from Hamas.
We're going to avoid trying to react to every single event on the battlefield. We all saw last week how quick reactions to events on the battlefield turned out to be inaccurate.
Israel says two projectiles launched from
we're not
Syria.
going to jump to conclusions on every time there's a report of something. We're not going to react in real time.
Maybe I should have saved that for the
to,
Twitch. Save, pop in, save, S-A-V-E.
To which we are not a
Save,
part in terms of being a
save.
presence on the ground. All I can do is say what I've said before, that we have and will continue to talk to our Israeli counterparts about the importance of avoiding and minimizing civilian casualties. And
that's a 4% pop. Check any other
trying
airlines.
to prevent collateral
Low-cost
damage as they
airlines
go
are
after
suffering. I don't see
legitimate,
anything yet.
Hamas targets. I said this the other day.
Check
and-
JetBlue or
and I
anybody else
think
related.
Your question prompts me to say it again because I think it's an important notion.
AAL
This
is the only one that
war.
moved a little bit
It
off
is
of that.
combat. It is bloody. It is ugly, and it's going to be messy. And innocent civilians are going to be hurt going forward. I wish I could tell you something different. I wish that wasn't going to happen. But it is.
12
it is
months,
going
baby.
to
God
happen.
bless you.
And that doesn't make it right. It doesn't make it dismissible. It doesn't mean that we aren't going to still express
All right, just
concerns
huge
about
pop
that
on
and-
save. No
and do
headline
everything
yet.
we
Keep
can
watch
to
on
help
that.
The Israelis do everything they can to minimize it. But that's unfortunately the nature of conflict.
Thank you, Admiral. So going off your earlier exchange with Peter, to be clear, the U.S. cannot say if they're confident that Israel has a clear and achievable military plan?
That is a question for the Israeli Defense Forces.
You've said you've asked them tough questions, but has the U.S. set or discussed any possible red lines?
No.
And following on that, Secretary of State Antony Blinken had just said
where is the
humanitarian
driver?
clauses must be
Or the
considered
dollar?
to protect civilians in
The
Gaza.
driver.
Can you expand on that?
Can I expand on, I'm sorry.
Secretary of State Antony Blinken said humanitarian pauses must be considered to protect civilians in Gaza.
Yeah, gold
We
was
want-
hitting a
as
high,
I
I
said
think,
from the
earlier.
beginning, we want to
Nothing
see
on
all
save yet,
measure of
but keep
protection
watch.
for
I don't want to take it off.
civilians. And pauses in operation is a tool and a tactic that can do that for temporary periods of time.
So does that mean
That is not the same as saying a ceasefire. Again, right now, we believe a ceasefire benefits Hamas, a general ceasefire.
And just to follow up on that, so could you clarify just a little bit how you would define the difference between a humanitarian pause?
I mean, I think it's really, it's a question of duration and scope and size and that kind of thing.
Got it. Okay. And then you said yesterday
the words.
when asked about kind of what the future of Gaza might look like, that's something that the
What's the
Israelis
difference
are gonna
between
need
a
to
pause
figure
and a
out
ceasefire?
subsequently.
And I think that they are.
Is it
They're
not the
exploring those questions about what governance in Gaza looks like long term. I just don't think that, and understandably, their focus is much more on the here and now and the operations.
And does the U.S. have a view about the legality of a reoccupation of Gaza by Israel and whether that's a temporary thing or a more permanent thing?
I don't believe we've taken a position on that.
Thank you.
Do you believe that the current level of bombardment allows for the extraction or transfer of hostages?
Good question. Good
Um,
question. How do people
Difficult
plan to get
answer
out
the
if you're blowing the
question,
shit up
given
out of
that,
everything?
We're
Sorry.
not completely sure about the location.
That was the
of each and
slowest
every
answer.
Hostage,
Yeah,
and
let me think about this
we're
one.
working to get more granularity on that. And we have seen now just yesterday another 2 got out. Now obviously that's just a tiny fraction of the pool that we think Hamas is holding. But we think the effort to continue to negotiate for the release of additional hostages is worth the effort. Obviously, we've got 4 now families who are going to get reunited. That's a good thing. And we think that work needs to continue.
Yeah, Save don't have anything.
Pause rather than a
It came down
ceasefire is
2% off the
necessary.
top, but no
How long
headline
do you
yet.
think is reasonable to expect some of that information to be obtained?
I couldn't begin to answer that question right now.
And then Israeli officials have told CNN that they do not support any transfer of fuel into Gaza, which Hamas has said is required for any sort of deal to release hostages. Does the U.S. support that position?
Separate and distinct from the hostage situation and what we're doing to try to get them out. I want to be careful that I'm not talking about the specifics of the conversations that are going into getting these people out, lest I say something that makes it harder to do it in the future. Put that aside for a second. We have said, continue to say, that fuel is an important commodity for life and sustainment in Gaza for the Palestinian people that are still there. And we know that fuel is a precious commodity that's running out, and you need it for generators in hospitals. You need it to run the desalination pumps so that you can drink fresh water and not seawater. All of that is important. And so we're going to continue to work with partners in the region. We're going to continue to push for fuel to get in. Now, look, that said, I said this again yesterday, we certainly understand Israeli concerns about the possibility for Hamas to abscond with fuel and use it for their own purposes and not allow it to be used in hospitals and desalination plants. We understand that. That is a legitimate concern, no question about it, which is why, again, Ambassador Satterfield is on the ground working this so hard. There's a balance here that has to be achieved. Obviously, we haven't achieved it.
So again,
yet,
this is still right
but
above
we still
that level.
Just in general,
4231 or
that
something.
fuel needs to be able to
on the
get
high.
into to the people of Gaza.
Oh, thanks. Of the 10 that are presumed, missing or hostages, can you tell us whether or not all 10 are presumed to be hostages, or are some still missing? What's the percentage?
We don't know. They're unaccounted for. Some could be hostages. Some could unfortunately be dead. We don't know. That's why they're still in the
been almost
unaccounted
3
for
weeks,
category.
And then just to pivot back, because lines get blurred on everything, the Australian Prime Minister has a meeting with President Xi of China scheduled for next month.
I'm in Microsoft both ways.
Countering China expected
no
to
other
come up
plays.
tomorrow? And
I'm in
also
RTX. We hit
what
that.
What is the position on having such an important ally that needs
I don't
to
know
do
if I'm going to make a
business,
snap play.
as we also do with China?
Oh, I think we fully support and understand that the Prime Minister wants to meet with President Xi and travel to Beijing. We have traveled to Beijing. 3 cabinet secretaries and Special Envoy Kerry. Of course, Jake Sullivan's going to be having, and the Secretary of State's going to be having meetings later this week with their Foreign Minister, Wang Yi. So conversations with the Chinese and keeping the lines of communication open is really important. The President has said that many, many times. And of course, Australia's, their relationship with China is incredibly important to them as well to manage it. Now, to your first question, there's no question in my mind that the challenges and the opportunities in relations with the PRC will be on the agenda tomorrow. No question about that.
Thank you. John, does the administration agree with the UN Secretary General's statement today that the Hamas attacks, quote, did not happen in a vacuum?
I don't know what he meant by that, so I'm not.
I can read you
I'm not sure. I didn't see the comments, and I'm not sure what the context is.
He said that it's important to recognize the attacks by Hamas did not happen in a vacuum. The Palestinian people have been subjected to 56 years of suffocating occupation. They've seen their land steadily devoured by settlements, plagued by violence. It goes on. That statement infuriated a lot of Israelis. I want to know if the administration disagrees with what he said.
The president has spoken very clearly, and I think very forcefully, on who's to blame here for October 7th. It's Hamas. It's not the Israelis. It's not the innocent Israeli people that were slaughtered going to a music festival. It was Hamas. They planned this thing for many months, maybe even as long as a year. Hamas is to blame. Hamas is to blame.
On that note, is the assessment still the same that Iran did not directly play a role in this attack? Because we had Senator Blumenthal saying over the weekend.
I never said that Iran did not play a role. What we've said, and there's been no change, what we said, Jackie, is Iran is certainly complicit here. Without them, there is no Hamas. Without them, there's no Hezbollah. Without them, there's no militia groups firing rockets at our troops in Iraq and Syria. And as I said yesterday up here, we recognize Iran's monitoring all these events, and in some cases, they're encouraging some of these attacks. No question about it. Now, you talk about October 7th. We still haven't seen any direct, specific intelligence that says they were witting or participating or directing the attacks of October 7th. But as I said, broadly complicit, no question about that. And I'm sure that our Israeli counterparts will, in due time, take a harder look at the intelligence picture and what might have been missed, what gaps there were, but I'll let them speak to that.
Can you just speak to the shift in language we heard yesterday out of the Pentagon? Last week no one would confirm on the record that these attacks were coming from Iranian proxy groups, but then Brigadier General Pat Ryder said the U.S. holds Iran responsible. Is the U.S. taking this as a signal that Iran is in fact trying to widen the war?
We see that they are backing these groups, no question about that. We have sent a strong signal of deterrence. There's no indication right now that any other nation.
Did you see this headline? Apple to make parts and tools and documentation available to fix all products at independent repair shops nationwide.
I want to be clear.
Says the White House.
Nobody's turning a blind eye to Iran's
UFC signs biggest ever sponsorship deal with Anheuser-Busch.
These militia groups in Iraq and Syria, their support for
White House to ask Congress to pass right to repair law.
We have addressed that through additional sanctions. We have addressed it through additional
right to repair law
posture. We're obviously going to do what we have to do to protect ourselves and our troops. Nobody's at all turning away
Bud's
from
moving up.
That threat or
no shit.
Their historic
Budweiser's moving on that
for these terrorist groups.
Thanks. John, just a follow-up to what Peter asked earlier. I'd like two questions, but one to drill down. I assume when the president said aid isn't getting fast enough to Gaza, that he's not critiquing our efforts to get it there.
Who's getting the money, UFC
hanging
or?
The hook on who's responsible. Is he saying that more can be done from our end? Is there more that can be done to get the aid to them?
I think he was referring to actors in the region.
And then the second question is, it's for many years, you're going to meet with the Australian government, and they have supported the release of Julian Assange. Now, we haven't done so saying there were national security reasons, but for the reasons that he has been charged are basically the same efforts that many reporters use. So is there any change of heart in this administration's efforts to free Julian Assange?
I won't be able to talk about extradition matters, Brian, and as you know, this is something... fair question, but this is something the Justice Department is handling, and I think it's better if you go to them on that.
EW, what the hell is this? EW, Edwards Life Sciences.
Thanks,
EW.
Admiral. So the,
EW,
you talked in here
Chad,
about
huge
contingency
pop.
plans for this conflict potentially escalating, even though the administration wants to prevent that. So is the U.S. military really planning for possible evacuation of hundreds of Americans from
They
the
announced
Middle East?
5-year data for Partner 3 Sapien trial.
There's prudent planning, and then there's sort of the tactical level planning right before you execute. What we're talking about here is just prudent planning and thinking. There are no active efforts right now to evacuate Americans.
All right, top
from the
tick
region.
Josh in full effect. I
Other
took
than what we're doing in
EW.
Israel and
I grabbed
providing
100
cargo
shares,
flights. There's no
72,
active
71.
efforts. And we're not parking ships
We'll
off
see.
the
Phase
coast
3
and getting ready
data.
to send Marines in
They
to get people
partnered
out.
on. It's just coming out right now
picked
at
the place over there.
11:02.
That's not happening right now.
So
But,
5-year data from Partner 3
what was
trial
reported in the press
demonstrates
is nothing
excellent
more
survival
than
for
prudent
patients
contingency
receiving
planning. And as I
Edwards
said at the
Sapien
outset,
3.
Given everything that's been going on the last 2 weeks, it would be irresponsible if we weren't taking pen to paper and taking a look at what that might look like. But there's been no orders given, nobody prepositioned to do it, no moving in that direction. But if it should get to that, my goodness, you'd want to make sure we were ready to do it and do it like that.
And if I could just a quick follow-up on the longer it takes for the House to agree on a speaker, how concerned are you? How concerned is the president?
I got you, babe. I wanted to go a little bigger, but let's see. MDT's dying off of it.
As well as
Hold on.
It's a concern. As I said earlier, we've got appropriations to support Ukraine and
MDT's
Israel
dying
for a bit
off
longer.
of it.
Now, how long is a
Oh,
bit's going to depend on the pace and the scale of these combat operations in both countries.
Let's see.
But
MDT dying.
We wouldn't have put a supplemental request in, which, oh, by the way, says right in the first line, it's an urgent request. We wouldn't say it wasn't urgent if it wasn't urgent. We want them to act as quickly as possible.
John, I wonder if we've heard numbers of several hundred Americans who are in Gaza, up to 600. Do you have a more specific number of the actual number of Americans who are in Gaza right now?
State Department is a better place to go for that. Several hundred I know is accurate. I wish I could be more detailed than that, but you really got to go to state. They would have a better count probably than I would.
And then in the prudent planning process, I mean, for these several hundred Americans who are in Gaza right now, if it's in a prudent planning stage,
No, please don't mix up the two. What the question I was getting was on the Washington Post report about regional evacuation planning. We are actively trying to get Americans out of Gaza. Ambassador Satterfield was appointed for that purpose, well, also to get humanitarian assistance in, and we're doing that.
They have
But
earnings on the 25th.
we know there's
Oh.
Americans in there. We know they want to get out. We're working very hard to find safe passage for them.
That
That is
sucks.
different than a non-combatant evacuation operation. That's safe passage out of a war zone.
Is there a current, advice, I guess, for folks who are kind of trying to gather near the Rafah crossing in case that is where they would evacuate? Is it advisable for Americans in Gaza right now to be in a certain location?
I got this question yesterday, and I really should refer you to the
ABT
State
could be
Department. They
required on
manage
that.
and handle our communication
I'm at
with
72.71. I
American
got filled at
citizens
the
overseas,
literal
and I
top.
think it's better for
I only
that
grabbed 100.
question
I was going to
posed
grab
them.
more than that, so I'm gonna wait a little bit. But they do have earnings in the morning, so you're gonna have till end of the day if people get hyped on it. The news is good though. It's a 5-year trial. It's a heart valve drug, so like ABT, Medtronic, they probably should get a reaction.
Is it something that the U.S.
If MDT drops though, I'm gonna use that as kind of a more confirmation.
Well, you heard the Secretary of State talk
Yeah,
about
they're both kind of looking the same.
need to look at that, to consider the possibility of a humanitarian pause to
All right.
allow aid to
I
get
grabbed
in
another
and
100
get
at
in
70.80. They hooked me up.
and to allow for the safe movement of people out. But
Well,
again,
there you
there's a
go.
lot that
I
goes
grabbed
into
it.
that.
So I have
Matt. You
200 now. Use
you
that
gotta,
as my average
the Rafah
down.
crossing's open on the way in. It's not open on the way out. There's a lot of spade work in diplomacy to get that to happen.
So you're not calling for it at this point. You're saying it should be an option.
I think it's, again, I would refer you back to what Secretary Blinken said, but it's certainly something that ought to be considered for the purpose of humanitarian assistance.
Okay. And then one last thing on the 10 Americans that are unaccounted for. Is there any confirmation that some number of those are currently being held hostage, or is it completely that the U.S. has no idea where those people are?
No, the fact that they're unaccounted for means we truly don't know. We know, again, as I said, a handful, less than 10, are being held hostage. But when we give you the number of unaccounted for, and the reason that number goes up and down is because you get information. Sometimes it's really bad news. Sometimes it's not. So that number fluctuates. It hasn't fluctuated much over the last several days. It's hung around 10, 11. Today it's 10. But what I can tell you is we're working real hard to try to solve those mysteries.
Oh,
and
Mattel, I don't
so
have
that
a play for
the
that
number's
one.
0, and at least families.
No, I want to
know.
still
At
play
least they
Take
have
2.
information, and
I don't know if
we're
they came
working
out with
hard
that
on it.
trial stuff, but nothing on Mattel.
Thank you. Thanks, Corinne.
Thank you.
Sorry I was late.
See?
It's my fault.
That's twice now.
Noted for the record.
Yes, noted for the record, indeed. All right, Sungming.
Thanks, Corinne. A couple topics. On the expanding UAW strike, obviously you had 5,000 workers walk off the plant in Texas today. The strike is in the 6th week, and you had Ford laying off workers in
6
Michigan and
weeks.
Ohio. And I'm wondering how concerned the White House is right now that you can get a resolution that's in a timely enough fashion that you
Chrysler,
avoid significant
Stellantis furloughs
So obviously we're
525
monitoring
workers
all of this,
in
everything that
Michigan
you
due
just
to
laid
strike.
out very closely.
That just came out now.
Yesterday I was asked about Gene Sperling and also Acting Secretary Sue, who have been obviously playing point from this administration in helping in any way possible, clearly not part of the negotiation, but certainly helping communicate with the parties, both UAW and the Big Three. Look, the president continues to believe that collective bargaining is incredibly important. The options that are under collective bargaining, UAW has the right to kind of think through those options. And so we believe that if everyone comes together in good faith, that there could be a win-win agreement. And so we're going to let them have those negotiations, continue to have those conversations. Obviously, everything that you laid out, we're going to monitor very closely. I don't have anything beyond that.
And on the supplemental packages, obviously you set up the national security focus up last week. We have reporting, others have reporting as well, that there are plans to send up a domestic focus supplemental. And I'm wondering if you could talk through kind of the idea of sending it in 2 different packages,
Yeah, you're only
especially
6
because you have
points
people
above
like
the other
Bernie
level
Sanders
there.
saying Congress can't pass just tens of billions for priorities abroad without addressing the priorities at home. So why did the White House choose to do it in separate packages?
I mean, look, in Director Young's letter, she said that there would be a domestic supplemental as well. It's coming this week. So certainly it's going to lay out the president's priorities as it relates to disaster relief, as it relates to child care. And so that's coming. That is forthcoming. We did certainly, as you heard from the Admiral, with the supplemental that we released last week, the foreign one, the international one, it said urgent on it in the first line, right? Because we believed it was incredibly important as we see the war in Ukraine, as we see what's happening with Israel and Hamas. We wanted to make sure that certainly that we got that out there as soon as possible. But the domestic one is coming this week. That's what Director Young said in her letter that you all, I'm sure you all saw, that there's going to be an additional request on the domestic front, and those are going to be priorities and just as important, but also priorities for the president as well. That is critical to domestic push or platform that he has.
Thanks, Green. We've heard from Senate Republicans that humanitarian aid to Gaza is an issue for them in the aid package. Are there any modifications to the aid package that would be red lines for the White House?
I'm not going to get into any hypotheticals or any red lines. We believe there's no reason for Congress shouldn't pass or support this. We believe this is a national security priority, right? Which includes, as you know, critical aid to Ukraine as well, not just aid to what's happening to Israel with what's happening in the region. But we also believe there is strong bipartisan support. We've heard it from Mitch McConnell. We've heard it from McCall, right? Chairman McCall. We heard it from Chairman Turner. So we believe there is actually strong bipartisan support for this supplemental package that was introduced by the president last week. And we believe that there's no reason at all that Congress can't get it through.
Does the president have any reaction to the reporting that Congressman Dean Phillips is going to be seeking the Democratic presidential nomination?
I'm going to be careful from here. Not going to speak to electoral politics, upcoming electoral politics 2024. If one thing I would say outside of that is we appreciate the Congressman almost 100% support.
Are you kidding
of this
me?
president as he's moved forward with some really important key legislation
every single time.
I just don't have anything to share on that.
My goodness.
2024 from here. Go ahead, Kim.
Republicans have selected.
Yeah, bro, that just washed me out.
Speaker
$800 on the 200 share, bro. That just dropped 5-6% on that one. I
I'm
mean,
sure.
there's no update on it. It's the one I played though. If I call the news and don't play it, it's gonna run, bro. If I go for it, we're gonna get murdered.
I'm
it's
just
the
not
lesson
going to
I've
speak
been
to the
taught.
process. I'm sure there's more.
I don't have
steps
any
to
other
go,
update
right?
on it. Literally,
Before
you
we
are
get to
just
the end
getting
here. I
a
think it's
reaction ahead of
important
earnings.
and
If not,
that the Republicans in the conference get their act together, get their business in order, and figure out who's going to lead.
Yeah, I'm not seeing anything
not just
else.
the conference, obviously, since they have the majority in the House.
Let me
have a
see
speaker for the
MDT.
House. Just not going to get into it. I have said just
Yeah,
moments
I'll
ago
take it.
we have seen bipartisan support for you.
MDT is
for the
holding up
supplemental
better
package that
again.
the president,
I actually thought this was
announced
very
last
good
week,
for him. Again,
that we
there's not
announced
too
that
many
we
5-year
spoke to
trials,
last
but
week, and so
at the
we
same
believe
time,
that
earnings
Congress
are
should
in the
move forward
morning,
with
but
that.
we'll
As it
see. Let it
relates
move
to their
around.
process and
That's just
finding a speaker,
literally
that is up to
total
them.
reverse.
We do not, as the president has said himself, just quoting him, we do not have a vote in that space. Go ahead, Brian.
Just to follow up, I know you don't want to talk about their process, but once the House picks a speaker, your process, considering the global situation, is this administration considered asking the House Speaker to speak before a joint session of Congress, or would you consider having them over to members of the GOP and the Democratic leadership in Congress over to the White House to talk about the situation, since you're asking for additional funds?
Look, there are conversations that have been happening and will continue from this administration to folks on the Capitol. That has been happening via the director of OMB. That's been happening with the Legislative Affairs Office. Those conversations with congressional members have been ongoing as it relates to making sure we get this additional funding. And so that hasn't stopped.
Procter and Gamble on the high.
We're going to continue to make sure that we talk to folks, whether in the Senate or in the House, about the importance, the critical importance about getting this aid, especially as we talk about our national security. And now we're going to announce pretty soon the domestic piece of this as well. So those conversations continue. That's never stopped, and they will certainly move forward with that, regardless of what happens.
But will the president become personally involved? I mean, the situation has been outlined here in the White House is how dire it is in the Middle East and how dire the situation is in Ukraine. So in order to sell it or in order to make the deal, is the president willing to do it himself to talk to?
We believe we have bipartisan support. We believe we have bipartisan support in the House and in the Senate to get this done. I just mentioned a couple of I just mentioned Chairman McCall, I mentioned Mitch McConnell. They've been very supportive of getting this moving forward. So we believe the bipartisan support is there, and there's no reason for Congress not to move forward. Go ahead, Karen.
The president spoke with the families of unaccounted Americans 11 days ago. Are there any plans for him to have another conversation with those families? And if not him, can you talk about the contact between senior White House officials and those families right now? We're told that there has been daily communication.
I don't have anything to read out to you on any further conversations, so just don't have anything to share at this time on anything that's going to moving forward on as it relates to the president speaking again to those families.
And how about people in the White House, like who is talking? To
I just don't have I don't have specifics. Obviously, we have had connection and conversations with them. I just don't have the specifics on who is talking to the families. Okay, Justin.
Thanks, Corinne. We're only a couple of weeks away from government funding also running out again. At this point, do you guys have a preferred strategy for how you'd like to see the government funding bill and the two supplemental requests go through? Do you want to see one sort of collective piece of legislation, or?
So I don't have a direct process on that. But certainly, we want to see both of them get through, both the domestic supplemental, which we're going to announce this week, and obviously the urgent supplemental as it relates to our national security that we announced last week. Certainly, we think Congress should move forward with both of them. They should move forward on getting those passed. As I mentioned, as it relates to the national security request that we made with Ukraine and also Israel, we've seen bipartisan support. We don't believe there should not be a reason for Congress to move forward with that. Once we get the domestic supplemental request out there, obviously we'll have conversations as we are now, continue to have conversations with members of Congress to talk about that piece as well. But we want to see both of them move forward. They're both critical. They're both important. If you think about the domestic, we're talking about child care, right? We're talking about disaster relief fund, all incredibly important to the American people.
When the negotiations were going on before, you guys referenced pretty frequently the deal that former Speaker McCarthy and the president had out of the debt ceiling talks. Yeah. Given the state of Republican leadership right now, do you guys still see that framework as sort of operative, or do you think we'll be starting sort of from square one when they go into the negotiations?
So look, I'm not going to get certainly into hypotheticals from here, how the process is going to go. If we go back to the budget agreement a couple of months ago, it was something that, again, House Republicans, 2/3 of them voted for it. It got bipartisan support. It was something that American people wanted to see, both Republicans and Democrats coming together and delivering for the American people. And so that was incredibly important to the president. We believe that they needed to stick to the deal that they voted on. The president signed that bill, and now we're at a point where we're talking about the supplemental budget, right? Which is something that is common. It is not unusual for the administration to ask for a supplemental request.
Yeah. You said that in addition to sort of disaster relief, it might include child care and other priorities, and so I'm wondering if
you are still just you're not even at 40. You balanced out the 42-30, sort of but my goodness, this has been maybe like 45 minutes here.
I understand the question. Look, supplementals are, as you know, not unusual to ask. And these are domestic priorities that the president thinks are incredibly important, that the American people need and want to see. If you think about child care, if you think about the American Rescue Plan, how important it was.
I'm getting your earnings preview set up.
CTC and what the difference that made to communities across the country. And so this is something that's been part of the president's platform for some time. And so he's gonna put out his domestic supplemental in the next day or two. He'll lay that out for Congress, and we'll continue to have those conversations. But he thinks the reason he's asking for it because he actually believes it's very important, and it's not unusual for the administration to ask for a supplemental budget. Go ahead, Ed.
I want to ask you about current energy prices and Iran, if I could. So Iran makes 70% of its revenue from oil. It's doubled that oil output since 2019, adding $40 billion to revenues. So are the president's current energy policies giving Iran enough money to fund terror groups? Because the price of oil has gone up under this president. The former President Trump, the average price of Brent oil was $58. Under this president, it's $83 a barrel. So the price of oil is more. Is that giving Iran enough money to fund these terror groups in the Middle East?
I mean, I wholeheartedly
Mathematically
disagree that
speaking, the answer is
we're-
yes, but that's a
you know,
wild
we're-
question.
Our actions are giving. Is that what you're saying? Can you say that again?
The current energy policies in the U.S.
From our energy policies.
Yeah, seeing the price of oil go up because
Okay.
when you restrict supply here in the United States, it's forcing to get the global supply from somewhere else. OPEC is cutting prices of oil, so the price of oil goes up.
Yeah, and we're not part of OPEC, as you know.
Right.
And
But
so they're going to make their decisions on
She said,
whatever
"We're not
they
in OPEC."
decide.
That's
we are
the
not
answer.
a member of OPEC.
the administration has decided to regulate the oil industry here in the U.S. and restrict investment, future investment in the oil supply in the U.S. And so as the price of oil goes up, is that giving Iran enough money to fund these terror groups?
It seems to be a big jump. And so certainly I'm not going to
What a
speak into
question.
that type of hypothetical. It sounds like a hypothetical that you're asking me. So certainly I'm not going to weigh into this. I'm just not going to weigh into a hypothetical here. Go ahead, Phil.
Thank you. Just to quickly follow up on something that John Kirby said about the Gaza Health Ministry, because I think this would be helpful for Americans who are watching this conflict from afar. Does the administration see the Gaza Health Ministry at an all credible source of information concerning the crisis on the ground in Gaza?
He literally just spoke to this, but he just answered this question.
He said that they were associated with Hamas, but does the administration think that they are at all
He literally just spoke to this and answered it. I don't have anything else.
The other
additional
one
to
was
say.
crazy.
He just said.
He says, "Are you guys supporting terrorism?"
He actually
because
answered
oil
the
went
question. I
up?
don't have anything else to say.
I mean, technically, I guess.
Thanks, Kareem. On a visit of the Chinese Foreign Minister, Wang Yi is coming to D.C. For a 3-day visit. So besides the potential meeting between President Xi and President Biden at this APEC summit, is China's stance on Israel and Ukraine on the agenda? And also, in the wake of those attacks in Europe and Middle East, I'm assuming U.S. doesn't want to see any other conflicts happen in Asia. So in this visit, will U.S. reiterate to Wang Yi that United States will not stand aside if China attacks Taiwan?
So a couple of things just to say at the top. As you know, Wang Yi is going to be meeting with Secretary Blinken and also our National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan, and so it's going to happen. He's going to be in town on Friday, and so that's when those meetings are going to occur. This is about engaging face to face. You hear us talk about all the time how diplomacy, face to face diplomacy, especially as it relates to foreign policy, is incredibly important. So we're going to raise the challenging issues, obviously. We're going to address misperceptions and also miscommunications and explore working with PRC where our interests intersect. That is something that we have said certainly from the beginning of this administration. And so our strategy toward PRC has been consistent here, and our assessment of the challenges that we have with PRC that are there that poses has not changed. And we have been very clear. We want to see competition. That's what we want to see with PRC, competition. And so we seek to manage that competition in a responsible way. And so again, you're going to see a diplomatic engagement, a face-to-face engagement with the Secretary and our National Security Advisor. We think it's important to have those conversations. You heard the Admiral, how there's been 3 secretaries that have already gone to Beijing, had those face-to-face diplomatic conversations. Now Wang Yi is going to be here on Friday, and so we're going to continue those we believe important discussions.
Is Israel and Ukraine going to be on their agenda?
I'm not going to get ahead of what's on the agenda, but obviously we're going to talk about challenges, ways to work together that better our interest, obviously, and we're going to continue the engagement that we've had at various levels at the PRC.
Question on the global south. So of course, you highlight UN's call for Israel to follow the law of the war in effort to provide humanitarian aid to Gaza. But we also seen from the Arab world and global south, and we're seeing protests in Indonesia, in Malaysia, against United States support to Israel, and which those are important allies in Indo-Pacific and ASEAN. is United States concerned about the strategy right now might alienate those allies that might be important in the Pacific?
Yeah, we have important allies and partners across the globe, and we certainly, those relationships are very important. But the president and this administration has been very clear in our support for Israel and how we want to make sure that they are able to deal with a terrorist organization like Hamas and to protect their people, right? We have been very clear and make sure that humanitarian aid, as you've heard us say over and over again, gets into Gaza. And so that's going to be our focus. We have someone, an ambassador on the ground who's focusing on that, making sure that we do everything that we can to get the hostages out. So that is our priority right now, and that's going to be our focus. Go ahead.
Thanks. On the House Speaker race, the odds are whoever Republicans end up electing, one, is not going to have much of a history with the president, and two, is not going to have done much in terms of major negotiations over legislation. So I wonder if that heightens any level of concern the White House has about being able to get these priorities done by the end of the year, being able to kind of have that familiarity in those conversations.
So look, I'll say a couple of things there. Look, we believe it is important to get the work done on behalf of the American people. It is important. It is important to have a functioning House, which is right now is not functioning because they cannot figure out who is going to lead, they meaning the House Republicans, who's going to be the leader of their conference, who's going to be the Speaker of the House, and that's a problem. We see that as a problem. But we're going to continue to do everything once they decide, and we hope they do it very quickly because we have a lot of business to get done. Just talked about two supplementals, one that we had, the national security one that we announced last week, and a domestic one that we're going to announce this week, obviously, and to make sure the government stays open. And so there's a lot of work to be done, and we hope that they get their priorities in order, they get themselves in order, so that we can get this done on behalf of the American people. We are willing to work with them in a bipartisan way to get things done. We see bipartisan support.
That's good. She said we got to get this. There's a lot of work to do. Again, SPY is now back above VWAP. Not too bad. EW is a trip. We made a play on there. They had phase 3 5-year data. They dropped down. This was just a huge block sale that came in here. Now you're moved up. But other than that, couple of headlines, a lot of talk on the Israel-Palestine situation. I think we're going to get a little bit more there. But while they were talking, I was pooping. And then I also did some work for you. Who believes in some earnings previews right now? Are you guys down? Would you like some earnings previews? I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of them. About 3 this afternoon, and then 3 for tomorrow morning. However, there is already earnings previews that exist. So Microsoft, Google, Snapchat, I have already gone over those on the watch list because they're a little bit more extensive. And what I mean by that is that some of the previews I'm going to be showing you, it's giving you the company guidance. However, if the analyst guidance is not listed, that means it is volatile and subject to change, meaning it could have already moved higher or lower. So there was a couple of instances, Microsoft, none of the analysts and expectations, everything, there's like small gaps playing in the range. Google analysts are a little bit higher than where the numbers currently stand. And then Snapchat, some numbers are positive, but people have rose them up. So if you want the other 3 earnings previews, go to the watch list. The second link in the description, okay? I don't know how to get there. Oh, that's me. That's me talking. Wow. Yeah, you go here. Look at that. You go right here. YouTubechannel.com. All right, lady. Oh, that's me again. And then you're going to skip over to here about, let's see, how many minutes? How many minutes in? About 7:20? 7:06, 7:05, 7. Oh, no. Hold on. I don't even know what I'm looking at. I need to get you this. You want to go like 7:40, 7:37. So that's Microsoft. And then I go over the Google ones. And where's the Google? I even go over the play that I have too, so I'm still holding those. But again, certain metrics could be altered, or in the sense that the company outlines it, but analysts have moved higher or lower leading into it. And again, some of it's very subtle. So, like, I was trying to do this for you yesterday. It's just, like, it takes some time to actually, like, find it a little bit and, like, get up to date with it. So that's all you got to watch out for. You know what I'm saying? That's the only issue if we do run into an issue. But if you want Snapchat, Microsoft, Google, the big ones, go watch those. I'll give you, it takes, like, 5 minutes there? So we'll get into the earnings previews in 5 minutes. Give you enough time to catch yourself up, see what the market's doing here. But I got Visa on the way. We're going to go over Visa. Then I have Boeing, Teladoc, T-Mobile. Boeing's in the morning. Which one's after hour? Texas Instruments. Which one's this one? Boeing again, T-Mobile, and then Hilton for travel. Okay, sound good? Sound good. And the SPY is going back up, my friends. Yes, welcome back. Welcome back. Again, I think the SPY is... Whoa. You're green by 0.6. I guess that's word to the gap up, but that 42.30 was indeed a nice level to move off of. It's kind of just like we spent yesterday from Euro close to here. Euro close to Euro close has pretty much been the same price. We've just stayed stagnant with things moving back and forth. Oh, you want IMAX? You know, Marshall, since you brought up IMAX beforehand, I would love to go over IMAX. You know, you brought that one up yesterday, so and you were telling me how bullish you were about it, so, like, fuck yeah, I'm down. I love to see you were tracking it. You know what I'm saying? The least I could do is get you a preview, my brother. I got that for you. Hold up. It's queued up, baby. That's before we got to wait till the end. Is that okay if I wait till the end, though? I don't know if that's good enough. We'll add you to the main slate here, but because usually IMAX, I don't think he ever go. I don't even think, did he show up on the picture? I don't even know if he showed up on the picture, but we'll see. Give the time for those who need to watch the watch list. Go watch it. Second link. I don't know. I don't know, but that's if I didn't even copy it. So yeah, you got to figure that out. Yeah, they left him out, bro. That's cold. Are you sure it reports tomorrow? Yeah, October. I have it. No, what am I saying? It says October 25th before open. Yeah. You have 8 to 10 estimates on EPS and then 3 to 6 on the segments. So you got like about 10 analysts, 8 to 10 analysts covering the stock with like 3 out of 6 going very deep in terms of their coverage. The link, it's the second link in the description. I thought y'all would have been able to figure that out. I honestly thought I was going to copy it, but I didn't. So maybe that's my fault. I love All right, ladies and gentlemen, I hope. Oh, wait, I got quasi. That's mean. But I really love the, what's it called? I love the thumbnail yesterday. The thumbnail really, it's like at 7:30 for it. Again, I'm giving you guys you have like 1 or 2 minutes now. And then we'll get into it. But, yeah. SPY, it's kind of crazy because, again, I mean, we're still like at the gulag. I don't know how I feel about this, but it's just from Euro close to Euro close, we've been the same price, it feels. Or no, we actually are, but it's just, again, 20 points down, you're looking at the abyss, 20 points up, you're still like not even recapturing the last 3 days of declines. So very, very wild one. Very, very wild one when it's all said and done. Support looks good. I mean, we'll see. I mean, bonds were the only thing. Who's your problem? You should know. The only problem child of the day is the dollar. That's it. That's the only thing, and it was off of the euro weakness early on, but like borderline. This is the dollar's the only thing that's looking bad. Again, once again, you had rally on bonds yesterday. You sold off a little bit of it, but you're back up to that high there. And then the market's, just doing its thing, but market was an underperformer. China names are still ripping. Let's see. Netflix 2, Snap to 12. Snapchatty. What was the other one? Netflix. Hawkeye. Yeah, Netflix was doing better. And still 415, 411 is pretty good. But let's see. EW is after hours earnings. So we actually have time coming into tomorrow. You'll get probably analysts who are update. Again, it was a big sell order that dumped it, but I don't think it was that bad. And they're already down 23.7% coming into the quarter. So, I mean, it's literally their October low. They got earnings tomorrow, but, I mean, I didn't want to immediately sell out. I only wanted to flip. I'm still down like $400, 200 shares at 71.79. But, all right, you guys ready? I think it's time. You're above VWAP. Market looking a little decent. NASDAQ just under 1% again, 0.75%. SPY 0.6, Dow 0.6, and then Russell 0.75. ARM took off. Yeah, ARM did good. Back-to-back, dude. Another 5. Still has a long way to go. Again, a lot of the IPOs were just on the money day. Weed stocks moving up. MSOS. See ya, boy. No, weed went to the July levels. Yeah, someone was asking about weed. Actually came down a little bit. If you want to play any of the headlines, I don't think it's too bad. That's back to their October lows. Yeah, was that you asked me earlier about it? It's not bad. Honestly, if you wanted to start getting ready for these election plays, I mean, obviously it comes down lower, but that's a pretty good dip off of it. There's still premium, but it's not like weed wasn't running at the beginning of the year. So, like, this is where but there's still, like, I mean, $1.50 lower. SPY's still holding up. J's going up. A little red on the bonds. You have not seen that one in a while. Stellantis announces 525 additional layoffs. Yeah, I think it was early. Was that the Michigan plant, I think? Or was it Chrysler? Biden spoke today with Crown Prince, White House says. They said ceasefire. Ceasefire, baby. All righty. Let's get to our earnings previews. We're going to make them quick. I'm not going to go over any of the, like, segment data. So, and that's the thing. For the big ones, that's what I did on the watch list. And because, I mean, we're going to pick those apart. The really big earnings, the segments are very important. So some of these names, I don't know how you're going to have to feel about it. You know what I'm saying? But we will see. But this one is for Visa. They are today after hours besides Microsoft, Snapchat, and Google. Visa is expected to do, or the company has guided, $8.57 billion. Operating expenses are $2.85 billion. Non-GAAP operating margin 67%. EPS of $2.25. Visa is down 0.5% since last close. S&P is down 5.5, and XLF is down 6.3. Near-term options imply a 4% move. Last 4 quarters of earnings. The latest one, they dropped 1. Earnings before that, drop 1, then gain of 3, then gain of 5. Revenue has beaten 18 of the last 20 quarters, with EPS beating 19 of the last 20 quarters, with 1 in line. So that is young Visa. Visa. You know, at one point, I'll tell you a funny story. My parents were explaining to me when they first got to America. They were explaining to me their visa and some of that process and how it went down. And, like, for the longest time, I thought they were just talking about getting a credit card. You know, I was very young. I won't tell you how old I was. I could have been like 3 to 10 to 12 to 20. I don't know how old, but either way, I thought I'd mention that with you. That's a little fun fact. You know, get to share some of myself with you while we go over earnings. One of my favorite times in the stock market, by the way. Ariana Salina, my visa. I tried that with my girl. She got really mad because she knows I used to have a huge crush on Selena. I'm like, damn, okay. Anyways, here's Teladoc. Thankfully, this one still might be, like I'm saying, all of this stuff can change leading into it. But this is Teladoc. This is the company guidance, and then this is where analyst average estimate is at. However, it doesn't account for the analysts in mass that have made any changes or alterations to it. So here it is, Teladoc. They have revenue expected by analysts to be 664. Company guided 650 to 675. So analysts are right in the middle. Adjusted gross margin 70%. Adjusted EBITDA 76.8 million versus company guidance of 72 to 82. So kind of on the lower end. Adjusted EBITDA margin expected to be 11.6 versus 11.1 to 12.1 the company outlined. So that's on the lower end. EPS loss of 37 cents. Company guided 50 to a loss of 40. So just a little bit better than expected on the lower end is where analysts think they're going to do. Integrated members expected to be 86.1 million members. Better health paying users 483,000. Chronic care members 1 million. And total visits 4.84 million. So if you take the looks of it, analysts expect them to come in on the lower end of guidance, but they do think Teladoc is going to do good on EPS. That's what you could see based on where analysts are sitting at versus what the company has guided. Fourth quarter guidance expected to be $687 million, adjusted gross margin 70.8, adjusted EBITDA $109.2 million, adjused EBITDA margin of 15.9% on an EPS loss of 18 cents with 86.37 U.S. integrated care members, 494.9 thousand better help paying members, 1.13 chronic members, and 4.9 million total visits. Full year guidance, loss of $1.60 to $1.25, revenue of $2.6 to $2.675 billion, adjusted EBITDA of $300 to $325 million, and then U.S. integrated care members at 86 million flat. Price history since last close, drop of 19.5%. S&P down 5.4%, XLV down 5%. Near-term options imply a 14% move. Last 4 quarters, gain of 27, gain of 6, a loss of 7, and then gain of 6. Revenue has beaten 19 of the last 20 quarters. EPS has beaten 9 of the last 20 quarters, 2 in line. Short interest is 15%. Forward quarter revenue guidance has beaten 12 of the last 20 quarters. Forward quarter EPS guidance has beaten 2 of the last 18 quarters with 2 in line. Wow. Teladoc, bro. Teladoc. And then the final one as part of the second string. Again, these are not Google, Snapchat, Microsoft. This was Visa. Who was the other one? Teladoc. And now we have Texas Instruments. Texas Instruments analysts expect guidance to be 4.5 versus company issued 4.36 to 4.74. Analysts are right in the middle. Gross margin expected by the company 62.6, operating margin 42.1. EPS analysts expect 1.81 versus guidance of 1.68 versus 1.92. So leaning towards the higher end in terms of EPS. Revenue for next quarter expected to be 4.5 billion. Gross margin 62.6%. Operating margin 41.6% on an EPS of $1.76. Since last close, July 25th, Texas Instruments is down 18.4%. S&P is down 5.5%, and XLK is down 6%. Near-term options imply a 5.3% move. Last 4 quarter moves, loss of 5, loss of 3, loss of 1, loss of 3. Revenue has beaten 16 of the last 20 quarters. EPS has beaten 20 of the last 20 quarters. Forward quarter revenue guidance has beaten 7 of the last 20. And forward quarter EPS guidance has beaten 10 of the last 20. Wow. That is for Texas Instruments. So a little bit of the chip news. You know what I'm saying? A little bit of the chip news. Ooh. And then you now have your boy for the morning. I got Boeing for you. I got a Boeing. Do you like a Boeing? If you like a Boeing, I have Boeing. It's your boy. Revenue expected to come in at 18. So I don't even have analyst numbers, so who knows where this could be at. But company given guidance 18.06 billion. Commercial airlines, screw that. We don't need the segments. I'm leaving that to you. Operating margin gap, is that a loss? Yeah, that's a loss. Unless there's parentheses gap. I'm pretty sure it's saying a loss operating margin of 2.3%. Commercial airplanes, loss of 9%. Defense and space security, loss of 7.3%. And then global services and support, gain of 16.5%. Full year guidance of December, OCF expected to be at 4.5 to 6.5 billion, and then free cash flow 3 to 5 billion. Price history since last close: Boeing is down 14.6, S&P is down 6.3, and XLI is down 9.1. Near-term options imply a 5.8% move. Last 4 quarter percent moves: gain of 9, loss of 0, and then loss of 9. So pretty much break even after the year. Revenue has beaten 10 of the last 20 quarters, and EPS has beaten consensus 6 of the last 20 quarters. Wow. So there it is, Chad. That is your boy Boeing. It's your boy. I don't know why I like saying that so much. Yeah, EW, I'm back to break even now, or like down $20. So that one came back up. Let's do more previews. T-Mobile. So T-Mobile, again, these are for the morning. Please don't get it twisted. We've gone over all previews for yesterday or for tonight, okay? So keep that in mind. But T-Mobile for the morning, the revenue expected to come in at $19.3 billion, adjusted EBITDA of $7.43 billion, EPS $1.70, cash from operations $4.78 billion, capex $2.14 billion, free cash flow $3.87 billion, and total net adds of 1.46 million. That's the amount of subscribers. Average revenue per user: postpaid phone 48.9, prepaid 38.1. Full year guidance. Let's see. Post net customer additions 5. This is big for them too. Don't forget, that is a huge deal for them. Where is it? 5.6 to 5.9 million. Merger synergies, $7.5 billion. Merger-related costs, $1 billion. Net cash provided by operating activities, $18 billion to $18.3. Capital expenditures, $9.5 to $9.7 billion. And then adjusted free cash flow of $13.2 to $13.6. Since last close, T-Mobile is trading, since last quarter, down 1.5. S&P down 5.7. Communications actually barely down. Near-term options imply a 4% move. Last 4 earnings have moved 1% gain, loss of 4, gain of 1, gain of 7. Revenue has beaten 9 of the last 20 quarters, and EPS has beaten 18 of the last 20 quarters. Yeah, EW, right? I told you, we came right back to positive, and then it got flushed by another wicked candle. But I don't know if you're getting updates. What is it? We got 2 more. I am playing Microsoft both ways, and then I have Meta plays and then Intel. But I'm not playing Snap or Google, I don't think. I have EW for tomorrow now. And then I'm still in RTX. That one was a good one, but that's about it for now. Let me see. I'm still holding RTX, yes. Yeah, Google analysts are bullish on it too. So again, our analysts have raised into Google. That's the only issue with it. And then they're up 11% since the last quarter. I mean, not many things are like that, actually. So, but then again, I do think they were weaker coming into it. So this is for Hilton in the morning. Why I'm bringing this one up, because think about travel for tomorrow. It's one thing with airlines, but again, Hilton will give you the first insight here into some of the lodging. But revenue is expected to be $2.62 billion, EBITDA of $807 million versus guidance of $790 to $810. So analysts think that Hilton is going to be on the higher end with EPS at $166 versus guidance of $160 to $165. So analysts think EPS and EBITDA will all come in on the higher end than not. Full year guidance, expect system-wide revenue PARs 10 to 12% on a comparable and currency-neutral basis. EPS 5.93 to 606 excluding items. Adjusted EBITDA 2.97 billion versus to 3.02 billion. Adjusted net income 1.3 billion to 1.4 billion. Capital return 2.4 to 2.6 billion. General and administration expenses 390 to 410. Net unit growth is expected to be approximately 5%. Since last close, Hilton is down by 0.5, S&P down 6.3, and then XLY is down by 10.3. Near-term options imply a 7% move. That's huge for Hilton. Last 4 quarters, loss of 1, loss of 3, gain of 2, and then break even. Revenue has beaten 11 of the last 20 quarters, and EPS has beaten 15 of the last quarters with 2 in line. Yo, why is Hilton pricing in 7%? There's no way. I think it's because they don't have short-term options. There's no way to, there's no way to price it in. Yeah, that's $10. Yeah, there's no fucking way. That's actually, you just learned something there. That just shows you about there's no short-term options. There's no way to price in the earnings for tomorrow morning. So you are, by default, you have to price in the earnings in the next 2 weeks after. You have to play Snap. It's your child. Oh shit! I didn't think about that. I was planning on being a deadbeat. You know what I'm saying? I really thought we could get away with that. We'll see. Oh, we need to do IMAX. Let's see. Okay. And now for your boy Marshall, the man, the myth, the legend. We have IMAX earnings. Is Marshall here? Because I need a Marshall check. Because thank God you're here, bro. I was like, there's no point. I'm not gonna do it if you ain't even in here. That would have been awful if you didn't make it. But yeah, IMAX is the last one. Again, and hopefully you learn from that little Hilton lesson. If the options don't have weekly options, which I thought everything had a daily, you can't price it in. That's the dilemma. So IMAX revenue, again, I don't have analyst numbers and where they're at, but like I said, it's like 6 to 8, I believe, are covering this. Or no, it's 8 to 10, and then 3 to 6 on the actual bigger metrics. But revenue, $98.5 million. Content solutions, $37.2. Gross profit expected to be $52.2 million. Adjusted EBITDA of $31.8 million. Adjusted EBITDA margin of 32.6, and EPS of 20 cents. Full year guidance, global box office and IMAX, $1.1 billion approximately. Adjusted EBITDA margin of the mid 30%. Installations 110 to 130. Since last close, IMAX is up 3.7. Kind of surprising. Again, they're in their own little category there. S&P down 6.3 and XLK down 5.3. Near-term options imply a 10.5% move. Last 4 quarter percent moves. Gain of 8, gain of 5, gain of 8, gain of 0. So a whole year of just ripping off of earnings. And revenue has beaten consensus 15 of the last 20 quarters, and with EPS beating 13 of the last 20 with 1 in line. Your math is correct, 4%. I mean, how did you get it? So my preview says 8%, which doesn't seem correct. But then again, there's no Hilton short-term options. So, I mean, I don't even, you would have to extrapolate the value, but I don't know, man. How did you come to that number? I'm curious. They're about to blow out that EPS. I mean, a revenue beat would be good too, but yeah, IMAX has been like on a tear, low key. So again, I mean, their last 12 earnings, they've been up still holding on the year, but they've been doing good. That was for IMAX. And then Hilton, HLT, that's the other one. Termy says implied move 3.6. Yeah, that's weird though. It's all an extrapolation though. I think it's all based off of the assuming what the value of a short term would be. That's a trip. You don't really see that too often. Because usually the earnings aligns with like when they report. So like the expirations are like around there. And SPY's working its way up still. Or? Again, bonds, TLT just hit a high there. So that's working its way up. Very interesting. EW came back on that. I mean, definitely not as bad as this morning. My goodness. Yeah, TLT. I don't want to call it rocketing, but this is good to string it together. But unfortunately, like I've told you these last couple of days, I mean, we're not going to be able to make a judgment on bonds till this really works itself out. We need to get. I could tell you what happened on Monday. We'll find out from there. But we need good signs of bond stability. But even then, even if it looks stable by Friday, that Monday is going to be the real question now. So bonds, TLT's hitting a new high. Dollar is just still a problem. PCAR's up. So again, PCAR earnings beat, sold off randomly during their call, and now they're running right back up. And then CART is coming back up here too. And Netflix going up good. So then just really even Microsoft, everything has that little, I wouldn't even call it, it's like a weird U shape. I don't even know. But then all of the earnings are kind of getting ready, some more than others. Yeah, what's good, Stefan? How you living, bro? How you living, man? How you living? I've been going over other stuff every time, and then I'm like midway sentence, and I see another one of your messages, bro. You've been like, yo, you got NFTs, Josh. I need PHILO, Josh TLT COVID play. What's going on, bro? How you living, man? What are you thinking about right now? What's going on, bro? What's going on? What's on your mind? What's on your mind, Stefan? My man. Habibi. Zayak. I'm hype. You hype, baby? That's good, man. I hope you're hype. I hope you've hype. But you what are you thinking about, man? You all over the place. That's why I'm like, what you got on mind? Like, what's inspiring everything from NFTs to PHILO to COVID and bonds? What you been thinking about lately? You played snap earnings, calls, and puts, and I got clapped. Scared to play it. I'm waiting you for the call the next play. Honestly, bro, like even then, I don't know. You guys want to try? I'll try it for like example sake, but like I may just like let me give you the headlines, bro, and I'll tell you if I'll play it or not. But like I won't play it because if I play it, I feel like you're gonna get clapped. I could call out the headline for you very quick. I'll tell you, but I'll try it for like a week. Maybe we'll start it next week. I need to get through earnings though. That's the thing. I like my earnings. I'm playing my earnings. Fuck you. I don't give a shit. It's earnings season, baby. Outlook. Nah, people keep asking me about that one, but just again, I don't even think anything's scheduled for this year. LT. Oh shit. Should we call him? We could, but like I don't know, man. Maybe I don't want to. Last time it didn't really work out too well, did it? Remember last? I think the LT earnings trend ended last time. I don't know. Alpine, Bior on the low. Is that the one? Biora? No, these all sound the same. Bonds are still working up, or they're trying to at least. Go with the EW. It's 100% crapshoot. I like mine, but like, I mean, so far, clapped on UAL. We hit on RTX. Netflix was actually a hit still. And then But even then, though, the prices haven't really, like, moved that good, unfortunately. But then there has been, again, UAL was an instant 10% down. So I feel. And in general, I mean, like, that liquidity, the fact that the drain is still open. I mean, right now, there's still a lot of uncertainty. So I don't, I mean, nothing is safe. Again. Yeah, all of them I had already. So the one that I added new, I lost on. RTX, Netflix, I already held prior for other reasons and decided to hold through, and both of those won. Netflix until, I mean, who knows if Microsoft and Google shouldn't affect it. Maybe Google with ads, but for the most part, I mean, remember, we've gotten earnings, but like we are still, remember, Apple is next week. So after we have all the big dogs, you know, we kind of move weird. And then once the big dogs all have reported, we kind of just do our thing. T-Mobile, they're honestly not a bad company. Even after looking at their preview and metrics, like, they're really not bad. And surprisingly, communications, I think it's because of, you have to look at like an equal weighted index or something, because communications did not move in the last quarter. They're actually one of the best performers, but Meta sadly falls into that. Qualcomm says Snapdragon can outperform Intel and Apple. Okay, NVIDIA's on the high. Are they reacting to that? Qualcomm. Yeah, Qualcomm's popping off of that. Yo, Qualcomm's getting a boost off of that. Interesting. So they're like, we the best. And then the stock's moving. So we'll see. Again, couple of news pops here today. A couple have had follow through, but way less than the last couple of days. But see. QuantumScape. I've heard about them. Yeah, QuantumScape, what is that? That's Z-Scaler, right? I think I call it Z-Scaler, but I think it's QuantumScape. Do they have earnings? Oh, I forgot that Bud news with TKO. Again, did they pay the UFC or did they get paid? But Buddy's working up a little bit. China, because of is that, and they announced stimulus. They announced like $130 billion, I believe. And then they announced stuff the day before, and another fucking bank just defaulted, or the Country Garden. And then pretty much, you know, that's signed by Xi Jinping is a lot of support. And then not to mention they like actually put money into the system. It was like $130 billion so that they could buy China ETFs in China. Boyle is on the high right now. What's going on? Is there natural gas numbers? And then remember, energy had a shitty day today. And we're still kind of, everything's up 3. Everything is like magically up almost exactly the same. Look at this. 0.74 SPY, 0.77 Dow, 0.77 Russell, and then 0.84 on the NASDAQ. FRBN. Fribben. Looks very illiquid, but yeah, 86%. Bonds are at 85 now, so almost another 1%. This is starting to, it's turned into something small, but I mean, 2 1% days in a row would be good for the most part. It's slightly higher than where we were at the high, but again, the dollar is not involved in any of this. That's still the wildest part here. But I do blame the euro. Remember, their soft data today caused that. Wheat stocks, I don't know, but it could be maybe legislation stuff. Are just getting closer on the calendar. The dollar, again, off the morning, it was already up. Your soft data in Europe caused the weakness there, and that brought up the dollar. Our yen was good. Check the yen relative to bonds. So pretty much if the yen, but even the yen is actually getting weaker. So that's also contributing as well. But at one point, the yen was up in the morning today. That was helping somewhat. It's still like the same price, but for the most part, that could have been better. But it's not like we're reacting to the dollar getting stronger besides just more weakness there. Qualcomm's still going. So that one's having a lot more follow through there. Or at least even first. It's only 1.3, but you're at least continuing that calendar trend or the trend on the chart. $130 for the population. That's 87 for. They're not like giving stimulus. You know, they're literally just giving the money to buy stocks to support the economy, like the stock market. So China, they don't give stimulus. They're actually very opposed to it. Xi Jinping is like, he hates stimulus. He thinks stimulus is one of the worst. He doesn't even want to discuss it. He gets very bothered. You'll get banned in China if you talk about it. It's a very, very, don't bring that up there. But they're talking about like supporting with capital for stocks. How based, honestly. That's funny. You get banned if you talk about Winnie the Pooh. That is true. Very true. Puts either clapped or covered. I go with clapped. Anything. Even then, again, these earnings moves, wicked moves down, wicked move up. Like, I mean, we saw it already on Meta yesterday. Even today, though, just it's going to clap some of those earnings. I was even looking at RTX earnings to see how to play that in the morning, if I wanted to get out, if I wanted to protect it. It's all of the options, bro. Just 7 hours of this, especially with the hype revolving earnings and how people's attitudes are quickly changing. I mean, it's leaving a mark somewhere. There's Qualcomm down now after like 4 or 5 minutes of that. Dollar came down a little bit. Bonds are still going. Let me check. 10-year looks this. Actually, 10-year don't even look the same. So the 30-year is running a little bit more. That makes so much more sense. There you go. That's so the 30-year is the only thing recovering today. Yeah. We got to look at the rest of the curve. Because 10-year is not like ripping like that. So again, I think if anything, you got more residual effects from long expectations calming down here. But still overall, but you don't see, it's not the same dramatic 1% move. The 10-year is just borderline staying. We need the 10-year lower. So honestly, that's where some of your tension, besides the dollar, is fact. You're back at the 483 is good. So we need to get it like 4.8. That's where we're at in the morning. This was actually really good in the morning, but you want the 10-year at least below that other high we were talking about. You're below it now barely, but 4.8. 4.8 looks, you start testing that other high here, and then we could start getting back to 4.7 to 4.5. Check EW. It came back up. I mean, right, I hit break even, and then it literally took another giant sell order and brought it down $2 in one candle. So I'm still in it, but like I said, they have earnings tomorrow. I think the news was good. You should watch MDT and Abbott go down off of it, but they kind of held up. But I'm surprised they're still down. So, and then earnings too. I mean, the stock is down 30%. There's upside. I'm kind of down to play it low key, but if I could get out by tomorrow, I'm also down with that, assuming I really did think it was going to have a good phase 3 reaction there. The yen's trying to come up a little bit, but he still look like, The yield curve, I think it inverted. Or no, it uninverted last October too a little bit. And then we chilled out, and then by the beginning of the year, SVB, we uninverted, or we went, more disinversion, I guess. And then it started developing. I'm in Microsoft. That play was from yesterday, if you watch the watch list. And then I added EW today. That was the only trade I took. Right now, the curve, it's like it was yesterday, moving up a little bit. Like, you're still under a quarter basis point from uninverting now. Or I guess it moved there in the last couple of... Now you're back to 0.27, which is better than not. But, like, that 10 basis points is big. That's, again, every bounce we've had starts with, like, a 10 basis point drop on the 10-year usually, and things calming down. The MetaQuest has gotten great reviews. Great reviews so far. We'll talk about that here in a sec related to... I'm sure maybe even tomorrow, too. But again, last October, you had like inversion leading into it. And then as you kind of like started to collapse, we uninverted and then it inverted once we bounced again. And then beginning of the year, you had some uninversion. Then we bounced, you inverted again. And then problem, we uninverted. And then we bounced. And then now we're uninverting problem, but we don't really know what it is yet. But if we start inverting again, then you'll probably get your bounce. NVIDIA running a little green shoot on the market now. We went over Boeing earnings. I mean, they're break even. I think at some point, like, again, it's gain, miss, gain, miss, gain, miss. That's how their earnings are, and they just stay at the same price. But I do think the numbers are lower. At least they have a commercial unit. That's what was good for your boy. Why does it say TLT? Oh, that was 100 highs. I was tripping. Like, why does it say TLT at 100? But yeah, the questing, that one I've seen a lot of good things about it, or just I've at least just seen viral videos and just people reviewing them, and people actually liking it. It's so weird. I don't know if it's a marketing campaign or if it's organic. That's the thing. It does seem organic, but people really do like that. Raul. Okay, bonds are taking this. If the 10-year, I think 30-year is going to do its thing. Keep your eye on the 10-year. Like I'm telling you, if we could get below 4.8 and then 4.77 and 7.5 and start work, if the 10-year could calm down, that's going to invert the curve again, and I think the market will like it, like we were just showing there. But I do think the 10-year now, that's the one not moving like the 30-year is the only thing moving today. Boeing. That video? No, I haven't. What day is it? Tuesday? I listened to something, though, in the car. What did I put on? I think I was listening to, I think I put on a TD Jakes. I haven't listened to him in a minute. Yeah, bro. I'm awful. I need to get it either. I need to put it on my computer. Because it's on my phone, bro. There it is. All right. I'm going to put on fucking my YouTube. Sorry. That's what I say. I gotta load it up, bro. I gotta load it up. Gotta get it on there. BDRX granted patent. GLWXJ. What's up with all these single stock tickers moving up? Single letter tickers. AWK. Apple's on the high. That's interesting. Da-dum. UFC and Anheuser-Busch announced multi-year partnership. It was from a video. I was loading up the video he told me to watch. Save doing it again? We had no idea what happened with Save. And then TLT, I think the 10-year, that looks more, reminiscent if we're going to hit it high or not. And then what time is it? 12:14. We only got 45 minutes left, Chad. Oh, does the time fly when you're having fun or what? Huh, Chad? Oh, another day. And look, you're just holding this level still, bro. Yeah, dude. I don't know. This feels like this is either going to be last year bullshit, 2 years, or this is going to be 2018, dog. That shit hella look like 2018 looking at that chart. I hate 2018 if you don't know that. 2018, that's where y'all be on some bullshit sometimes. Yeah, bro. This hella looking like 2018, though. So you have till end of October, and then we'll find out. But you're going to spend half the month ripping, balance. If you do that, it's both good and bad, but you got to realize October, you had the big drop, but then you do this for 2-3 months into the end of the year. It's hideous. Shout out Alan the Guzman. What's up, baby? You listening every day? YouTube.com/the stock market. For real? Y'all putting in the work? Well, let's go, man. Sergio and Alan, God bless you. Why is it the Guzman? Why they call you the Guzman? Why they gave you the? That's what's up, man. You better like the video, though. Don't let your homie play you right there. You better like the video, man. Like what? The Qualcomm news slept on. I mean, it was their own. It might run. If that's the case, what happened anytime those plays were slept on? Go look to stake the chain, my brother. So I don't know if there's some headline news, you know what I'm saying, and like people ain't playing it, some of you, it may bid thee to go see if you could snake the chain. If that was the case. Let's see. Oh, wow. The next week earnings are insane. This week options are cheap. I feel like they're going to find a way to scam it. NVIDIA, AMD are running. Okay. Screw it. I'm doing it. I'm going to try to snake the chain. They went 100%, then came back down. I'm grabbing a weekly on Qualcomm. I'm only spending $20, though. $28 total. No Snapchat calls. Snapchat prices in too much every time. I would kind of be down to sell premium on Snap. All right. I did go for the Qualcomm. I grabbed one of the weeklies. I spent $14 a pop, grabbed two of them. Not a recommendation. You'll lose money. So, and I'm thinking just because there's earnings too. So this shit's pinned. You have earnings in the next couple of, I think it's going to be next week or so, but you have AMD or you have Intel and all those other ones. So if you could get a lead up into it, maybe, and then if anything of that news has follow-up, if that goes crazy, I'm down with it. selling puts. I'm Microsoft, I don't know. Microsoft is pricing in the least, and it's kind of borderline, like analysts are all pinned like right in the middle of it, and then they have a cloud space that could do really good or really bad for them, and then they also have a hardware component. So that's the issue. So I'm both ways on Microsoft. We did $100 both ways or so. I think I'm in at like 220 total. And then just playing 2 standard deviations if there's a miss or not. A miss or beat. Hey, what's up, Trevor? Yeah, Powell speaks tomorrow. Is it at 4? Oh, it is 1:35, huh? Yeah, it was 1:35 my time. I thought it was Eastern. So it is going to be after hours. The Qualcomm. We'll see. I mean, that was less like the other time that happened. Remember, it was like the Okta stuff. It was like bad news, and it hit. This case is just them saying a comment. Maybe it leads to something, maybe it doesn't. But worst case, you have a backup earnings play if there's any sort of spark. Totally fake dip. No, I mean, whatever it is, the market still has things to figure out. I think it's the 10-year. 30-year we're easing up, but that 10-year and everywhere else, I mean, nothing has gotten noticeably better, not to mention the dollar kind of messing with us. But, like, we've been at this range. This is like the euro close price of yesterday, and it's like the last 3 days, you're not recovering this little drop from Friday. It's actually wild if you think about it. So all of the progress and sell-off you've made since that moment, I mean, it's meaningless because you're not really getting out of this. And again, we've had earnings. Most, there's been a couple of good standouts, but most of them did do a lot worse than pretty much any other earnings season we've had. But it's not as if you would think that the market wouldn't be trapped so hard. We're making another move. So SPY's still holding green. Look into the Puet's crash window. I saw it briefly when you brought it up, but it's just like pretty much if there's like a lunar eclipse and a solar eclipse, the stock market crashes. We're like all within a week of each other or some shit. I mean, you tell me the interpretation you got out of it, but I did read about it briefly. That's ridiculous stuff. Well, yeah, I mean, I'm not really sold on it, to say the least. RTX puts, maybe to protect it, but even then, the puts are still expensive. It's not like you're really getting too good of a deal. FRBG. Or FRBN on the high. You guys called that one earlier. Fribbin. Look at this. Now it's up 173. This looked like one of those super illiquid play IPOs, but this says it's a SPAC. NCR Atleos CEO recent networks and agrees has seen strong results. Majority of Atleos revenue outside of U.S. Who's NCR? NCR Atleos? What's Atleos? I don't know if it's publicly traded. Nope. Puts on RTX expensive ought to tell you something. It just depends where you look. So, I mean, I'm saying expensive in terms of like going back to where we bought the stock at. It doesn't make sense to insure it. But I think they've all dropped like 90%. So like the same at the money put, I mean, yesterday was going for $380 to $315. NATL, there it is. So that's the headline. I was gonna say. And VYX. Nattle. Yeah, they had a little wick, then came down. Yeah, and that was this headline right here. Yeah, I would say I'm looking at the RTX. Maybe we could. I want to, because if we could either do that or ghetto spread it, or you could just sell an option, turn it into a spread. But that you either keep riding, take profits, or you could buy a put to protect. But stock's going down now. All those puts just wake up. Oh, so this is the points window. There's a set of rules. It's basically 2-week periods in a year of the solar eclipse and lunar eclipse, plus 3 days from the lunar eclipse. No. But what are you saying? Don't tell me when the market's going to crash on the lunar, but why? G is up 100% in 12 months. Yeah. Again, they've had, I think it's all literally from that last October earnings. They had that rocket ship. Mercury's in Gatorade. I mean, I've seen a lot when Mercury go into Gatorade. People be acting hella crazy sometimes. It's because of the algorithm selling? What are we talking about now? So the algorithms sell because of the moon. They're gonna sell, but why? I'm like a child. Like again, I'm asking. I'm trying to understand, because what I read on it was just saying like it doesn't occur often, but I wasn't really like following. Meta doesn't have to. Meta's going to wait till earnings no matter what, but definitely whatever happens with Google and the advertising revenue, that could really factor into Meta. There's an article on it. They said it happened in 2013 and 2020 or 2020. In 2013, there was the little lunar thing, and the market didn't crash. Yeah, man. I don't get it. It doesn't seem like it's just like lunar patterns, but it doesn't like. I thought there'd be like a fun fact, like maybe it links to something, So Stephen Poitz has studied market cycles under his works. The analysis of cycles triggered by lunar and solar eclipses. The Poitz window opens after the first full moon following a solar eclipse, and then there's also a lunar eclipse. And then does that sound complicated? And then it shows what happened in 1987. After a solar eclipse, there was a full moon and lunar eclipse, and the market crashed. I suspect the astrological pattern was fitted to the historical data. It was determined that the astrological pattern was present in 8 major markets in the past, including Tulip Mania. But in some other crashes, it was not present. But in all 8, it was. Other times, it was present, and then nothing happened. So it doesn't mean you have to crash even on the same respect. Or as the Twitter meme goes, 60% of the time, it works every time. So, yeah. So, like, there's been crashes where that set of rules has been met, but also there's been times the window is open and nothing happened. But, like, it's literal. That's as deep as it goes. Disney, RBC. Oh, Lyft is up again? I was looking at that one in the morning. Yeah, that one's actually hitting. Where's the other one? It was like Overstock. And then Spy's working its way up. Yeah, Overstock's just chilling. IMAX was an interesting one. I'll wait till after earnings. And then we got Young Eel. Square and PayPal were up earlier. A GTX 6 trailer won't be releasing today. We got baited again. That sucks. I thought would have been. I wanted to see it, man. Again, there's a lot of hype coming into it. RTX. Sounds like astrology voodoo. Yeah, but like sometimes the astrology voodoo, like they tell you more info. They were just like, so then there's going to be a solar eclipse and then a full moon lunar eclipse and then it's gone. What? Why? Because. Why? Because the lunar eclipse was then a solar eclipse. Like at least they'll be like, you were born into an era where you'll feel your spirit and you're going to accomplish many things because November is the month of turkeys. You know, so they at least get like a horoscope gives you something a little bit more than that. That one was like, now I'm like hella suspect of the full moon and the non-full moon shit. I'm like, wait a minute. Born into it. You know what I'm saying. It's just different. NVIDIA's hitting a new high. My goodness. CART still going up. I mean, that's it. You need one of these 7 to 9% days, and then hopefully it actually holds. That's what happened on the last bounce. Literally, every time the rates come down and we calm down, CART pops. And then if the rates don't, if we don't really chill out, it comes right back down. What a wild time. What was the other one? TLT again. Look at the 10-year. That's starting to move down. Like I'm saying, if 10-year goes down, every tick below like 4.8 going lower and lower is better news, better cushion than not. So let's see. B-Fly up 15. A lot of things are good today, and even like a majority were green. I think we may have gotten back to that. I mean, we only got 30 minutes, 27 minutes left, but let's see the breakdown now. Dow, 6 names red. Other 16 or 24 are green. NASDAQ 100, 20 names in the red, 81 names in the green again. And then I think we're back to S&P. More than 100. 143 names red on SPY. I think the oil names are a little weaker. And then gainers 360. Qualcomm unveils Snapdragon PC chip at event in Hawaii. Snapdragon X chip can outperform Intel. So that's where that's from. I didn't know they were having a meeting. So there's a product presentation in Hawaii for Qualcomm. There's EQT. Qualcomm. Yeah, I didn't know there was an event. All right. I only got 30 minutes. I'm going to go to the bathroom. If they allow me to. We got to deal with that. We're good. All right. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. See you in a little bit. God bless you. Good morning. Good evening. Good night. Get ready for earnings. We're going to be here after the bell with all of them. All of them. Ready to go.
And have them stick without losing a lot of customers. And that to me is a sign of like impact where there's a dependency and an increased value that's being provided to each of their clients.
But when you look at sort of the market in aggregate and the potential gains that we could see over time, when you look at past cycles, a lot of that seemed to have been driven by growth, revenue growth in those individual names and how that sort of all added up for the S&P as a whole. If that era is behind us, or at least maybe not going to be as pronounced as the previous eras here, does that mean that we should not expect sort of those high single-digit or double-digit % gains that people have gotten used to?
So when we look to 2024, I think that we're going to see moderating pressure on employment, and that is going to allow margin expansion in certain parts of the market. I think it's going to be a tale of two cities, right? For those companies that have competitive advantage, and a lot of the S&P ones do, they're going to be able to press that advantage at this time by using their technology and their information to drive revenues and results. I think you're going to see a lot of services companies benefit as a result of all of those efficiencies. And the industries that you would expect, the lower growth, sort of slower, more aging, lagging industries, are not going to see that benefit. The net of this is that we see earnings up in the S&P 5% next year from where they are now. And we see them up a total of 12% or more to 25. We could be at peak earnings in 2025, and if we were, certainly these stock prices are justified broadly.
And I want to bring bonds into this conversation because obviously it's been hard to have a conversation about the equity market over the past few months without talking about what's going on in yields. I want to talk about the idea of the year of the bond, since that was sort of the rallying cry coming into 2023. And it's been interesting that it feels like we talk mostly about bonds from a price return perspective. But when you think about a 10-year yield at 5%, is that compelling to you?
It's extremely compelling. Let's take a look let's break this thing down. So first of all, if you take a look at the tips, right, you're getting a 2.5% real yield on top of whatever inflation turns out to be. And that is historically in the 70th percentile of returns. That's very attractive. When we
talk about the bonds and the White House eyes, $50 billion domestic, $100 billion foreign aid package. So that, I think, is part of the original 105 you got in the beginning. And what it sounds like is I'll give you $50 billion for the border if you give us $100 billion for weapons to fight. So yeah, it's coming out now. Or again, that's Washington Post. Well, it's not even. I mean, it's for the border. I mean, so it's not like it's that 50 billion or even if it's 100. I mean, it's for them to literally take care of the crisis that's going. You're not allowed to call it a crisis, though. They call it something else. You got to rebrand it, but whatever's going on down there. That's what it was. Situation. Was it? They said something like that, but whatever the situation is, it's still, because remember, that's what they were arguing about for this House thing, And they're like, we got the border. They're like, give us money for Ukraine. They're like, no. And then they started arguing about it. And then that's like where we got into this whole let's not vote for anybody thing. And then they're like, well, if you vote for the war, then we'll let you guys do what you want with the border. Huh? No? Okay. I think they might go for it. That's why I said the first, I was like, just sad. That's what this has turned into. The politics is just so obvious in everything. You got an ad for Netflix ice cream? Huh? They got an ice cream? I remember they said that. They're trying to do the little, they're trying to create those little, like, diners or whatever. They're going to try to make, like, Netflix in-person places. Would you take profit on accumulating ETFs, or do you still believe in new all-time highs or 24? Are we talking about the long term, or are we talking about a trade? So it depends. Like, why did you make the trade? But if it's long term, I mean, you know my answer. If it's a trade, I mean, as far as hitting highs, that's going to depend upon both how the data plays out and not always long term. Then you know the answer. If you have a house you want to buy, or if there's a business you want to start, maybe the fact that you want to take profits, maybe that's the world naturally showing you, maybe go look for somewhere to put the money. You know what I'm saying? If you have somewhere to put the money, then I'm down with it. I'm down like that. That's a good sign. Again, you're seeing the profits, you're seeing the money. That's literally, and you're like, wow, that's a lot of money, or it's up. Like, think about what you could do with it and find something somewhere to put it. Otherwise, long term, I mean, I would be holding if I don't have any other plan. McKesson, I like them, but I don't know. I think you might be able to do better, and I think they're premium. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, you could get something better, but at the same time, like, you know, we were talking Eli Lilly and NVO for a very long time, and we were waiting for a cheaper price, and that never happened. So sometimes those winners are good, but you just got to watch the downside if anything's there. But it's a good name. It's a very good name. Everybody knows about it. It's just high price. Bulls not giving up at all. Again, even bond bulls to IEF now, that's shooting up a little bit more, barely, but all of it's good progress. Because ACC ETFs don't give any drip, market not making. So they just give you the dividend. I mean, don't they pay a dividend though? I mean, depending on what ETF you're holding, and you are paying an expense fee. But I mean, when did you make these plays? I mean, these are the things. This is what we say, like, you know, act as if you can't change your mind for 10 years. So you could find 1,000 reasons to sell and move it. And if you really determine that's the best, you will need to. But at the same time, I would, if this was already the plan, I mean, what has changed except for the price? It was accumulating, not giving dividend. But same thing. I mean, it's still, regardless, I think, I mean, is there anything you want to buy? Like, is a house in reach and a small investment property? Is there a business you could use the funds for? Otherwise, I mean, you got to really go back to why you made this play then in the beginning. That's just my take. And again, you know, some people don't like the view. Other people will move it around, do a lot of things. And like I'm saying, if you really run through and think about it and feel like you have the need to move, feel free. But like I'm saying, you know, more changes, usually more problems. You're investing with a $30 account. Well, monthly, that shit will add up eventually. And even better, though, that amount makes it where you don't have to deal with this problem. Because if you are trading a smaller account, I would not play the game of selling and trying to rebuy little shit, especially when your account is small, because the goal is we need time to compound and build something, and hopefully we get in on something that could build and you stack up with it versus, you know, here and there. That's what I learned early on trading. That's what I learned when I was very young. TLT, IEF, all the bonds are doing great for now. I keep seeing TLT on the high ticker. Pricing in for Google's. I am not too sure. I think the earnings preview on the watch list has a number. Otherwise, you could run the calculation. To the Netflix, Ahoy is sold at Walmart. What is it? Is it real? Like, is it Netflix partnership, or did Netflix, they got their own ice cream brand? Again, a lot of names are up right now. 90, again, I'd say 90%. Of everything else. S&P, though, it did struggle a little bit after the drop, but everything is still doing good. You're up 0.85 SPY, 0.8 Dow, 0.89 Russell, and 1.02 on the NASDAQ. Yeah, is it like Kith Treats? That's what I'm saying. Is it just like rebranded stuff? Like, what are we talking about here, man? It looks like Netflix's own brand? No way. It has to be some white label shit. That's crazy. It's based on Stranger Things. Oh, I never, as somebody who's likes Netflix and all of the content, I never got into Stranger Things. I've tried twice. I've only gotten to episode 2, and bro, that shit bores the hell out of me. For some reason, I can't do it. I can't do Stranger Things. I love everything else on there usually, but it's something about it just don't. I've tried with the kids and the shit, and I'm trying to I'm trying to get into it, but I never got into it. I could not. Again, One Piece, it grew on me, but I've tried Stranger Things multiple times. I've never understood it. You're missing out. That's what they say every time. One Piece was fucking amazing. One Piece was I think One Piece might be the best show of the year on Netflix. I like One Piece a lot. $4,251. We're right. This was near the high yesterday. Where's volume at? Bonds keep going. 10 years catching a stronger bid, which is better than not. Whoa, volume on the week. Let's see, volume on the day, 61 million. We'll probably do just under 80 by the end of the day. So pretty much yesterday's volume. And then still in the gulag. Yeah, I didn't expect One Piece to be that good. But it worked. Check out Fire Force. Man, I don't know. I kind of like them live actions, man. If y'all got any more of those, I'll watch them. One Piece was just good, bro. Good story. I like the plot, man. I like the main character. He had values, something about One Piece was just good, bro. Avatar? Nah, man. Where is this? All right, man. 10-minute rigged right around the corner, bro. Right around the corner. The day is gone, my friends. Actually, it just begins because we have earnings. Oh, so get ready, Chad. Get ready. It's going to be a jolly old time. So 10-minute rigged in about 1 minute, a little bit more. And we'll see. You got live action for you. It's called Stock Market Live on Twitch. That dude yams on 2K. Hey, man, don't make sure they include that on my resume. That's it. Mikey, they don't know, bro. I'm a triple-double machine. They don't know. And I've been seeing TikToks of old guys, like, complaining. They're like, when you realize you're past your prime in 2K. And I'm like, bro, I feel like I'm just entering my prime in 2K. Maybe I was a lot better when I was younger, but still, I'm like, nah, man. Hold on. My reflexes still on point. I'm boxing out, bro. Like, nah, this is... Let them know, man. Let them know. The Good Doctor? Why does that sound familiar? You ever watch, like, Dr. Quinn, Medicine Woman? I think my mom used to like that show. But I haven't seen, like, a Good Doctor movie in a while. House. Won't the delay in speaker also delay debt ceiling negotiation? Well, yeah, the government shutdown. I mean, the debt ceiling stuff and, like, the default, we figured it out. But, like, this government shutdown and that budget, that will delay all of it. That's why November 17th is still, it's one of those big days. You go, MP. All right, you got a little bit of red here. 10-minute rigged. Maybe we'll see final five. Where the MOC boys at? I haven't seen y'all show up yet. Hold up. Damn. With the people buying stock set close. One Piece or the 100? Ooh. The 100, you got, like, that's a full-ass commitment towards the end. Market on close, $1.8 billion to the buy side. There you go. Not bad. Buy side isn't good, though. That means it's going to sell. Yeah, I don't know. The One Piece versus the 100, they're both good. The 100's an old show, but that was like, oh, I love it, man. One hater. You know, you are part of one crew or enemy of one crew. Oh, man. It's a good one, bro. It's a good one. Yeah, the 100 was one of the best shows, bro. I loved it. I really got into it. That's it, bro. I'm not gonna lie to you, bro. I DM'd Octavia. She didn't respond, but it's still. I loved every one of them. I followed all of them. I would like comment on their pictures, bro. I got way too into the 100. I got way too into it. Yeah. It was good. It turned in. It's a time commitment, though. It gets at the end, you know. There's a lot. All right, man. Final five in 2 minutes. 10-minute rig didn't move much. We're still kind of barcoding, depending on how you want to look at it. But let's see where this takes us. We still in the EW. I'm gonna hold that one into tomorrow. RTX, either buy puts or hold. I think. You could take that other 3%, but they got a long way to go with gap filler. Now, this one's kind of tough. I think we'll give it a little more. I'm still going to hold the Microsoft straddle, yeah, because where is it? Oh, my gosh, Josh, I'm rich. That's perfect time. Perfect time, bro. I was just about to talk about tithing right about now. So is it good? I'm glad you opened up that introduction. Amen. Amen, man. Amen. Kidding. Where is it? I'm in shares. Yeah, it's good. They basically acknowledge the entire reason they dropped by saying the powder issued cost is known and accounted, did buybacks, buy B, etc. I mean, with how it's traded lately, you just don't want it to get dumped on. But it's a good beat. We got 7.9. And just remember, last earnings, a lot of the earnings we won on, a week later, they all dropped. Like, dude, we hit Disney, we hit Target. All of those names got murdered within 1 week afterwards, and I'm so lucky I got out of them. So, yeah, I'm already in the shares, but it will be a little bit of a back and forth there. But they had 3% more upside, or you could take it. Again, we have a nice, 7.5 total net gain, which isn't too bad. Oh, wow. No way. Final 5. Again, they were sell side to the market on close. Bond still catching a bid. Hess on the low. Are they back? Was something backing out of the deal or what? Why is Hess shouldn't even be moving? And again, Google and Microsoft after the bell will have the reports right here, actually. You'll get everything. But yes, ladies and gentlemen, the new guy is going to get on here very, very shortly. So when you hear me say earmuffs, that is your cue to mute your speakers, okay? It gets very loud in here. We've had people report bleeding eardrums. We've had a dormant baby back bitch come unannounced. Again, you don't want a resurgence of anything. So I'm looking out for you. I want to make sure you have the great experience and are safe, healthy, fine, and keep all baby back bitch repressed. So when I say earmuffs, that is your key to mute your speakers. Okay, so because it's going to get really loud, really, really loud. Don't worry. Well, once the earnings comes out, I'll get serious again, and I'll start having all the numbers, and we'll have everything else. But when you hear me say earmuffs, though, just, again, if you are susceptible to any of those, then make sure you keep that in check, okay? Several big companies that were also using early customers of OpenAI, such as Salesforce and Wix, say they're using less expensive alternatives. Microsoft? Uh-oh. Is this good? I think Microsoft benefits off that. So get ready, baby. Earnings on the way. Earnings on the way. It's a baby back bitch is what it's called. Again, it's the technical term. You know, bitch is a technical term. I would always ask my mom why it showed up in dog books if I wasn't allowed to say it. She would beat me. But still, either way, earmuffs. 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 It's going to get loud. Earmuffs. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're making our final approach. As we make our final approach, you guys are holding on to any bags. Please stow them in the overhead bins above or firmly beneath your seats. We'll be coming through the house with a trash bag if you'd like to dispose of those bags. But as we make this final approach, we're going to be landing here into the second link terminal. Second link terminal in description. That's going to be your nightly watch list and main channel layover. Around 4 to 7 p.m. Pacific time. Then we're going to be taking off promptly around 6 a.m. out of sunny San Diego, California. As we make this final approach into San Diego International Airport, it's about 70 degrees and sunny, looking like a great day unless you thought down would stay down or up would stay up. But it's been a weird day with Bill Ackman still saving the bond subtly, even though that's not the biggest issue and we still got to get through a week. But good news is we are no longer under COVID guidelines, so no masks are required until the election. So all we ask is that you exit one row at a time and drop a GG on your way out. As always, we appreciate you guys' business. If you're interested in the Call Rapid Awards program card, please flag down your flight attendant, and we'll get you that as soon as possible. As always, thank you for flying with the coat, and hopefully have a wonderful evening. What's LFVN, man? Bring it home, Chad. You don't have much time left. Earnings after the bell. Microsoft, Google, Snapchat. You better make up your mind, bro. You better make up your mind. There is going to be a lot of action after the bell. We only got to play on one of them, and that's Microsoft. We made that yesterday. The play was on the watch list. Keeping it small. We'll see, but you have 1 minute. Go, 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 go. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's time to wrap it up. Bring it home. Welcome to earnings season. This is big tech. The market is vulnerable. Let's see what happens. What do they guide to? This could affect sentiment. It could affect bonds. We're going to get some more info. You got even more tomorrow. Finalize those plays, shares, options, futures. Speak now or forever hold your peace. After the bell, it all changes. And then you're going to have another delay and wait for more. So wrap it up. Less than 10 seconds. Market's closing green, making the final move. 3, 2, 1. It's earnings. Ding 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 ding. Horna, let's go, baby. Oh, Chatadonia. Let's go, baby. We did it. We made it. We did it. We made it. 7 hours in the books until the earnings drop. Watch the wire. The news is going to come out, but I need a GG. Let's go. Let's go, baby. It don't matter if you made money or lost money. I know you learned something. Everybody that contributed brought something to the table, brought some positivity, good vibes, showed respect for their fellow Chads. Good game, baby. That's what I'm talking about. Boom. There it is. Where's it at? Where's Microsoft? Cut it, cut it, cut it. Hold on. Microsoft already moving. That's up 3. Which one is it? I don't see anything on the wire yet, bro. Hold up. How come? I don't have Microsoft out yet. No. Hold on. Hold up. Damn. Wait, they made me turn off my GG music. I really thought it was going to be out, bro. I still don't have it. Hold up. Oh, Texas Instruments came out, so that's TXN. Again, we talked about that one. Wait, did it all just delay? Micron, or is that Microsoft? No, Micron collaborates with Qualcomm. Microsoft's going, so let's see here. Microsoft first quarter revenue, 56.52. Estimate was 54.54. Oh, my goodness. I have the Google one up. That's why. But hold on. My shit just lagged hella. I don't know why I'm not even seeing it on here. It should be coming out. But it looks like Microsoft beat on revenue. Huge beat is what the chat's saying. You're already up over 5. So remember, that's what it priced in already. Let's see. And then Google. Hold on. Is that one out? Bro, is this for real? Oh, there it is. Google. Operating income 21.34, revenue 76.69. Let me see. I got Google's. Yeah, Google's already coming out right there. I don't know why the Microsoft one didn't hit, but let's see where we're at. So again, Google 75.99, and like I said, analysts were a little higher. That came in at 76.9. Net income was 19.69. I don't know what they were expecting. Operating 21. Third quarter excluding tax was 64. Estimate was 63. EPS 155. Estimate was 145. Again, people expected them to do good. I'm trying to see where they missed. Acquisition cost 12.6. Services 67.9. Yeah, they missed by $2 billion between ads. Was that on YouTube? Cloud was 8.4. That was good. Services, other revenue, $44 billion. I think they missed $2 billion somewhere here on Google services, so it's either ad or search. A googly woogly. Again, Google is the one with the most gains. Again, my Microsoft, I'm not getting the same breakdown, unfortunately. That one is sad. My Microsoft literally won't load. Alphabet, third quarter EPS 155, estimate 145. Services 67.9, estimate 66.89. Cloud 8.4, estimate was 8.6. Revenue excluding TAC 64.05, estimate was 63. And then third quarter ad revenue 59.6, estimate was 58.9. So ad revenue was a little better, but Meta's down off of that. Oh, wait, did Snap come out? XOP big dump. Hold on. Let's see if there's any Snapchat. Darden's coming out. I don't know about Visa yet. Take a look at the wire. Some of them will be coming across, but all my shit is kind of messed up right now. I don't think Snapchat is out yet. I think Snap is dumping off of Google. Yeah, I don't think Snapchat is out yet, unless my thing is just lagging on everything. Only earnings I got so far is Microsoft. You got the ones and then Texas Instruments. But again, Google ad revenue was a little bit better, but overall, I mean, analysts were expecting good out of Google, and they still didn't really do good. I mean, or again, they didn't live up to they've outperformed the stock market by 20% in the last quarter. They gained 11 while everything sold off 5 to 10. So it wasn't really good. I don't want to say they're bad. I think I need to take a look at that YouTube number. I think they're struggling still a little bit, and they have a couple of other things, but it's not too crazy. Yeah, I still do hold Snap. I mean, my average on one account is like $12 after covered calls. It like takes us down to like $9, and then the other average on the account is like $9 or something. Third quarter acquisition. Where's fucking YouTube? I don't have the easy numbers on that. Teladoc dump. Did they come out? Let's see. And there's Google. Teladoc third quarter results. They did 660.2. Where was the breakdown? I don't have any easy numbers on them though. No, that's TXN. Teladoc, they were expecting 664 in revenue, and then net loss was 57 million. So I don't know what they were expecting off of that. And then let me see, adjusted EBITDA, 88.8 million. So they beat on adjusted. They killed it on adjusted EBITDA. I'm surprised. Teladoc, hold on, it's down there. So they missed barely on revenue. The net loss, again, a loss of 35 cents a share. I think that was in line. Expectation was 37. So they did better. Again, they did better on that. And then adjusted EBITDA actually did good. GAAP gross margin, 68.6. Oh, that's where they got fucking killed. That's GAAP, though, not adjusted. Visa's coming out, EPS 227. Adjusted EPS 233, fourth quarter net 4.7 billion, 8.6 billion. So they beat on revenue. 4.7. Where was that? Is that data? No, transactions processed. EPS 225. So adjusted and non-adjusted beat. They beat top and bottom, EPS and just revenue. The net was 4.7 billion. Yeah, these are Visa's numbers. So I just don't think they did bad. Again, Teladoc, adjusted margin was the killer, but I think margin killed for them. Microsoft EPS 299, Alphabet CEO Pichai continuing to focus on making AI more helpful for everyone. There's exciting progress and lots more to come. Remember, they're going to give updates. I think Google and Microsoft, they're going to give more updates on the conference call, especially Microsoft. So the first reaction isn't over just yet. Microsoft, they beat, they're in line. Google, they missed. They beat, again, on revenue, and I think they only missed on a couple of small metrics. But remember, people were expecting them to be a lot better. Snapchat, I don't know when Snapchat is, but watch Meta because they will react. And then even after Google, you've already watched Snapchat move a little bit. Yeah, again, Teladoc. So they were 660 versus 664. Adjusted EBITDA 88 versus 76. EPS was a loss of 33 versus, again, anywhere from 30. But some people, again, there was lower estimates. Their average between 18 So again, that one we didn't check and update. Revenue, 658 to 663 guidance. Everybody was expecting 680. Adjusted EBITDA, 107 to 117. Everybody was estimating 109. So they did good. It was the margin that was the worst, but it doesn't seem like anything else was worse than that. Snap creeping back up. Again, you're getting those Microsoft numbers. Microsoft lagged on the wire for some reason. Amazon's probably reacting to Microsoft's cloud. 100%, I would say. And then Google also have a cloud division that did good. But, again, Google's still a little bit more shaky. But Google's not even down that bad. Don't forget, Google ultimate outperformer here in the last quarter. And then raised dividend on Visa. Yeah, Visa just beat top and bottom line. Nothing too crazy. They're up 3%, and they announced dividend raise. And a new $25 billion multi-year share buyback program. Meridam, crypto, they dumped. Yeah, so Microsoft's cloud came in at 24.2. Estimate was 23.6. So that right there, that's why Amazon is up. 09, Google making more AI helpful. Product momentum. CFO Ruth says fundamental strength apparent again in third quarter with $77 billion in revenue, up 11% year over year, driven by meaningful growth in search and YouTube and momentum in cloud. Continue to focus on judicious capital allocation to deliver sustainable financial value. Oh, snap. Wait for it. Yes. Snap, adjusted EPS, 2 cents a share, revenue 1.19. So they beat by, I think, 100 billion. Hold on, or 100 million, not 100 billion. What in the Dr. Evil am I saying here? Hold on. It looks like they beat, again, even EPS. That's adjusted EPS. Non-adjusted was still a loss. So don't get your hopes up too much. Where is Snapchat? Yeah, no, so they did about about 100 million more in revenue. So that was nobody, again, not too many people thought they would. I don't have the guidance numbers yet. So you're going to have to wait on that. But it's a beat for now. We haven't had a beat in a fucking while, dude. So adjusted EPS, 2 cents, loss of 23 cents. So even then, the EPS on unadjusted was still better than expected. Daily active users, 406. So they came in 1 million users above. I told you there were slight updates. Analysts kind of expected that. Loss of 368 million. Where is the loss? I gotta see. What's the cash from operations? And then revenue 1.19. Hold on, I gotta get more on there. It doesn't have the easy numbers. They announced 500 million buyback of common stock. Not bad. Maybe just pay the executives 500 million less and save the cash. But hey, who am I to say anything, you know? Bro, what the hell? I just had a news dump on it. So again, the easy numbers aren't out. Snap financial forecast for quarter 4 is built on the assumption that daily active users will reach 410 to 412 million. So they're saying they're going to add 6 million subscribers between now and the end of the year. But that is kind of achievable. Financial forecast built. Snap observed pauses in spending from a large number of primarily brand-oriented advertising companies following the onset of the war in the Middle. You guys are fucking idiots. Why do they do this? No, it's going to go down again, bro. They're doing the same thing. Just like the Russia shit with the fucked up guidance. They're saying people pause spending. I know they didn't. Nobody paused spending because of Israel and Palestine. Okay? And now they're saying it would be imprudent to provide formal guidance for Q4. But you don't want anybody to, again, anytime they just they say these little things and then it just comes out as like a warning. You know what I'm saying? Like, no, like you can't do that. Like, so now they're just like, yeah, but like, and then due to no one's saying the war in the Middle East. That's not even going to show up anywhere. Oh my gosh. They need to fire those people. They really do. Or at this time, or maybe they're hiding something, because at this point, that is very. I don't know if I believe Middle East war is leading to pause in ad spend. Like there's no way, bro. There's no way. I have not heard anybody become that audacious. Maybe they're trying to get ahead of it because that's what they said with Ukraine. But no, that does not bode any sort of reasonable at all. Okay, here's where it gets good. Snap internal forecast assumes a fourth quarter range of 1.32 to 1.375. And then now the headline, Snap returns to revenue growth after 2 quarters of declining sales. So they're forecasting growth, and now this quarter. So that's good, but again, everything else, though, is just like that one little statement is so stupid. My goodness. We'll take it. It's up 15. It seems very small so far, but still holding up. You'll take it. Bonds are going up after hours actually now too. No way. So a little bit, but again, Google, Microsoft, Visa, Microsoft and Visa were good. Google down. Snapchat hasn't died yet, but it's just there. I still have the same. It's like, what, 600 or 900 shares? Whatever the breakdown is between those accounts. Just still riding with them. Average between $9 and $12, and then covered calls lowered us too. Teladoc dead. Alphabet taking actions to optimize global space. Exit charge recorded during 3 and 9 months were 16 million and 649 million respectively. They announced reduction of workforce, recorded employee severance charges of 86 million and 2.1 billion for the 3 and 9 months ended. In addition to exit charges, 9 months ended, they incurred 30 to 207 million in accelerated rent and accelerated depreciation. May incur additional charges as we further evaluate real estate needs. Another weird situation. One big stock up, one big stock down. Google down 4.8, Microsoft up 4.9. Maybe. It's literally balancing out kind of perfectly so far to start off. And then you're going to have all the other earnings and then the big dog Apple. Cancels out for the most part. Indexes after hours not moving. I'm still like, I can't believe over or under how many companies they blame the war in the Middle East. I don't know. I think Snapchat is very audacious to come out this early. There hasn't even been a ground invasion in Gaza. Why is Evan Spiegel ahead of this? I really think it's just them. I don't think that's why. But if it is, that's hella sketchy, bro. That makes me very, very sussed out because I'm like, what the fuck? Why would you say that? Why would you be bringing that up right now at this point? Just tell us you don't want to give guidance. Tell us something else. But, if I'm going to interpret that as a blatant lie to shareholders, I don't like that. They could try to go ahead, under promise however you want, but don't tell me otherwise I'm very worried about the nature of your business because who the fuck is canceling because of this? It's excuses, yeah, but it's like they did good on revenue. They're talking about good things. I'm not following. You know what I'm saying? Maybe they wanted to keep the sandbag, but I'm really not following. That earnings wasn't as bad as some of the other ones. So why would you want to bring up slowing ad spend when nobody has talked about this remotely? Here to say GG. Yeah, this started to. But they said no. They said it's for guidance. So they said they don't want to give guidance. That's what they said with Russia, Ukraine. And again, other factors when things would get inflation, they just blame whatever the talking point of the day is. But at this point, I think I don't know why they don't want to reward the stock because at the same time, it's like you hate your own stock at this point because I don't know why you would even want to, again, your numbers are great. You don't need to keep telling us bad things and have everybody, water down the good things because then they're worried about something. And then it's like, all right, we deal with something else, man. So very wild. Heat map usage, maybe, but we'll see. We'll see. I don't like it. But then again, I don't know what their conference call. I don't know if they do it after hours or in the morning. But so far now, Microsoft, maybe I'll go live. Maybe I'll go live on Twitch or something because during the conference call, they'll get some movements there, and we'll see. But that's it, man. I think that's the day. I think that is the day, my brethren. Uh-huh. We made it. We made it. So thank you for being here. I hope you enjoyed it. I'm gonna give you some Uncle to vibe with, and then we'll see, and we'll close it out. But GG's, baby. God bless you. Big shout out to the members, the non-members, the stream alerts, everybody with positivity, bro. For real. A lot of talk, a lot of news, money made, money lost, a lot of emotion, but having respect for your Chaz, bro. Showing love, man. Thank you for keeping the chat how it has been. Y'all have been amazing and a lot of fun, so I hope you're ready for it, bro. But God bless you. Thank you all for your time. Go check out what you need. I'll still talk to you. Let's see. What do we got? I kind of want some cribs, bro.
Depot on the beat.
It's a cult, baby. Yeah, Boston cribs, they said a crash. I kept the band, so Lambo cash. I kept it cool, was moving fast. I came with nothing left with the bag. You should do the math. I ain't pulling back. I'm pulling up, you pulling that. I double down, then double that. Y'all change the plan, I'm fuck with that. Nah, this should be your motivation. Balance, growth, and values. I ain't talking about it. Stop rotation. Price are going up, but that ego also got inflation. Told you it was tough, but it's different when you finally face it. Take it, fuck complacent, get your patience. If it reset what you making, cause it hasn't taken place. When it does, you can't replay it. So I hope them words you saying don't come back to harm you later. This a vicious game we playing, but we in it though. Put me in the dictionary and that's the fucking getting it, bro. Please don't get it twisted, that's the man who leaving when we's broke. I just kept it simple, nothing special, just the shit we sown. Tell me why you bitching, everybody giving 24. So use it wisely, it's surprising how much time they waste despising. That could really tilt the balance or could kill you at the margins. Beg your pardon, I ain't never beg, I planned it and I got it. Long time Luka Doncic with the options, I'm Giannis. Feel like Jokic with the passes, I'm a holder, you a talker. Getting older and I'm wiser, I can run it like Elijah. You can't tell me that I heat it if you've never been through fire. Whoa, I'm the favorite to the yes before a favorite. You got motive, not no motivation. Stop with all the faking, thought I told you. When I'm finished, then you gonna hear me say it. They can't do it how I done it, they still tryna make the payments. So fuck it up, yeah, that's the plan. I ain't watching them, I watch the end. I short the top, then buy again. Some love the top, some play to win. I love the work, they love to spin. They love the rest, love folding hands. They love the clap, they need the friends. I ain't need the shit. Been with nothing, I ain't fearing it. You ain't need the love when you in love with it. Made $1 million bucks, I gave all of it. Y'all play the kid, I ain't faking shit. I claim it shit, I called that. I made the grip. It fall off, but I can slip if I stop now. I'm still leaving rich.
Okay, we talked about this one today. I'll give you one more. We talked this one got brought up today in a weird, very kind of aggressive though.
Keep it 100, I let it fly. Look at the numbers. Then
this one you might have to listen on your own. I don't even know if my like Uncle be saying some aggressive shit on this song. You know what I'm saying? Like Uncle have some crazy lines. That's bro like. That song is, you love it, you love 100. I mean, we could give it to them. I don't think they know it. It's viewer discretion is advised.
Never lie, I fell in love with the other side. Touch on my brother, you gonna die. Live in the hills and it's hard to find. I sign an M on the dotted line. I'm getting my money, you fall behind. Know who I am, then you fall in line. Bad, I'm getting bad. I'm in the triple it fast. Getting it, flipping it just for the hell of it. Back in magnificent, getting them dividends. I was just spitting that shit, they ain't getting it. Intimidating the way I be spending it. Bet I invented the way to...
They guided down to 135 to 157, and then revenue of 3.93 billion to 4.27. But previously, the analysts were expecting 175 EPS and then 4.5 billion. So they, on the low end, they almost guided down $1 billion, but pretty big guide down overall. Like it's at least 15%, little more. It's not really that good. Not really that good, actually. What's the other one? I think that's it so far. Again, Microsoft, Their conference call, I think, is at like 3 or what, 4:15? Or no, 5 p.m. So, yeah, like 2 o'clock my time. You're going to have to wait. I don't know if we're going to make it 30 more minutes. I only got like one more song. Again, Snap, I mean, dude, that shit was weird. I don't know, like, that's that every other, as much as I would love to talk my book. And, again, I still own Snapchat. And again, anything higher from there, I go green and I'm fucking, yeah, woohoo, I'm still green. But, like, that was the weirdest fucking warning. Or, again, the fact that it even could be interpreted like a warning. Why would they bring that up, bro? Oh, Google's in 2 minutes? All right, maybe. I'll give you a song. I'll give you one.
Hey, man, it's a cup. I don't even know, bro. Could be wise. Yeah, they hold them Bibles like they Hitler. And Biden still dismissed it. And I'm still trying to sell you. Like, you should come invest in shit. Epstein ain't dead and shit. Think it's cause the president. The problem clearly evident. We saw this in the medicine. Forgot the opioids made millions of us die. Forgot the bullies pushed our kids to suicide. Forgot the vets come home and fought their wars at night. Forgot the people lost in every single one them Boeing flights. You right. This really is about the blacks and whites, the darkness and the light, the goods and evils, pick your fight. The difference this time is we actually looking weak, we making moves before we think. It's not a movement if you sink. Before you shoot me, let me tell you something. I don't care about the message, just don't do it dumb. And don't forget, every man is always wanting and he's scared of something. And if you hurt the innocent, then you just like them. So can we conversate? Bring solutions that don't confiscate. Own up if we violate. So if they tell you that they sorry, then you can't complain. And yeah, they'll use you cause it's good views, then throw lots of money at your pain. Whatever you decide, I'll ride, but no, I take my time. So you can't wait on me, that's fine, I know you got your life. Just know I'm watching and I strike it when my time is right. The fruit is always bitter if you pull before it's ripe. So tell me what we doing, I stay standing if they shooting. Enough about problems, toss solutions. Don't bandwagon, make a movement. Otherwise you just diluted. This about dollars, not pollution. Or some shit they attach it to it. Stop the talk and show improvement. But I ain't trying to judge, I sat at home and did me none. Made $200,000 while people scared about their lungs. Not flexing, but the money is the moral of the story. Every story need a publisher, and that's what starts the horror. I ain't got a chorus, I just list some problems back because the problems keep occurring. Like the walls we built in Berlin, how we still got starving children. Think the problem starts with learning, but the margins are the burden. We should teach instead of kill them. Come with peace and don't condemn them. Show them that there's more to living. Maybe we would come out different, but there's people stuck in prison on sins that could be forgiven. Or where legal if said different. That's the problem with the system, y'all ain't feel me. And the damn vote won't fix the fucking issue. Lest you teach them about the governments and representative systems in the districts, the effects of the consensus, how they monetize the mentions for political agendas. Y'all ain't want that shit. Some of y'all just wanna rob some shit, pressure me to talk some shit. Now people think that's all it is. Perverted with the politics, witch hunts and abolishments, remnants in the chloroquine. Everybody's dumb as shit.
Hey, I don't know if y'all heard that in a while. It's out there. Y'all have that. I mean, I don't know. That's. Hey, man. I like the ending. I like the ending a lot. That's it, man. I like the ending a lot. I like it a lot. But yeah, man. Uncle was a little more, aggressive that day. It was deep. Yeah, hell yeah, bro. But that's it. Like, I think we're done, bro. Snap conference call. Dude, that was the weird shit, bro. It's just weird shit. I'm telling you, man. That's maybe Uncle can make a song about really weird things on Wall Street, but my goodness. That one was it's not ridiculous. Like, you guys heard my reaction right as I read that shit out loud. And the stock was up 17%. And even and nothing, again, guidance is looking good. The other one's looking good. You know what I'm saying? Like, but it was just, dude, that headline is mind-boggling. Mind-boggling. That song is called Riot by Uncle Answers. It's a good one. It's a good one. Dude, that's fucking crazy. That's just a weird ass statement. It's not, and it's, again, like I'm saying, I mean, I'm literally every account looks good at that price, but unfortunately, the headline, it was just all the earnings came out again. Snap was good. Like, dude, they got $100 million more. Their revenue has returned back to growth. They announced a $500 million buyback. Their guidance for next quarter back to $1.3 billion. Like, these are all good things. Like, these are all things as a Snap shareholder you want to hear, especially after, 4 earnings in a row of loss of 20%. These are all great news that we've gotten, but that was great to hear. But then what came out, they said, due to the unpredictable nature of war, we would believe it would be imprudent to provide formal guidance for quarter 4. And then they said that they observed a pause in spending from a large number of primarily brand-oriented advertising campaigns immediately following the onset of the war in the Middle East. That's out of pocket. Unless it is true. And if it's true, how the fuck did you grow? Wait a minute. What the fuck? And then, what do you mean compared to the Russia war in Ukraine? I'm not understanding. Okay, maybe I'm yelling because I don't understand. Maybe that's what people do. They get loud and when they don't but I am not understanding. I'm just, like I said, that just an out-of-pocket ass headline, whether it's true or not, it does seem something is amiss, or it's just more, like, what are they, I don't know what they're pointing to or not. Like I'm saying, because if you even wanted to describe that, the easy way to answer that is just say it's a warning. Like, why would you ever come in? Like, you don't need a warning for this. Like, it doesn't make any sense, because I'm like, what? I've not heard any large number of advertisers. Like, dude, like, Netflix, it was like, our advertising is killing it. But it is. It's like the third time they did this during Russia, and we were more scared of Russia because other companies were saying it too. A lot of people were doing it, but then it's just like, they're really pulling the supply chain card. You know what I'm saying? Like, I would delay hella work sometimes. They would be like, you have to do this. I'd be like, supply chain. Sorry, I can't. Supply chain. They just using this. Bro, this is like the COVID supply chain excuse at this point. But I'm like, why? And why, if the numbers are good, are you still dropping that shit? Hold on. So, yeah, that's why. But, like, I'm not surprised, honestly. Again, that was my first reaction at up 17%. So, once again, Snapchat gets an earnings, stock trades up, and then just some weird-ass comment from management regarding the advertising situation gets everybody off of their rocker all of a sudden. But then again, this time around, very literally just, it's that meme of the, like, SNL skit where they're, like, shooting the guy, and they're like, why would you do this? It's like they are literally shooting themselves in the foot every single time. I can't because I need to buy toilet paper. Fire Evan. I don't know, man. It's like, that's just weird. Like, I don't know, man. That sandbag life. No, brother. It's not even like, no, that's like getting, dude, they're down now. I mean, I'm sure, because no one's going to look at anything except for spending pause from a large number due to onset of war. Nobody paused. There's nobody paused because of the war in the Middle East. I'm sorry. I don't know what they're saying, but I feel like that is just completely untrue. And even if it is true, what the fuck? Yeah, it's internal forecast, not formal guidance. Well, my goodness. I don't even know, dude. That's I'm telling you, is mind-boggling. This is the most mind-boggling out of any of the earnings, because we've seen so much already. That's why I'm like, what? If nobody paused, just play calls next quarter. Yeah, but then it's like, that's a very aggressive sandbag, because I would like to know these large number of brand-oriented advertising campaigns. We did pretty good, but look at this over here. No, they were like, we did really good, but just out of an abundance of caution, we put everybody into a bomb shelter, and we're worried. That's just a large number of our staff is now, we made sure. Wait, why? Wait, what? Dude, it wasn't even like, it just makes no sense. Dude, that was not on my bingo card at all, let alone anybody's. I don't think anybody, did you think you were going to hear about Middle East war on any earnings? Besides RTX didn't even fucking mention. I need to hit the mic for a little bit. That's fucked up, dude. RTX, the provider of the Iron Dome missiles, they went up because of their consumer business today. I don't even think they mentioned anything about Middle East. I'm going to go find their damn transcript and get to the bottom of this now, because that's insane. I don't even think the defense company brought up the Middle East war. Fascinating. That don't even come up on one headline. I'll have to go to the conference call summary, Q&A summary. Yeah, look at this is from an analyst. This is the summary of the call. Pratt & Whitney margins will be impacted, affecting aftermarket margins. Defense margins are expected improve towards mid-decade with consolidated margin. Rate of defense expansion weighted towards 2025, growing backlog. GTF-powered A320 fleet, biggest risk for MRO. Powdered metal issue, they discussed that. $10 billion. Then despite challenges, company remains confident in achieving $7.5 billion cash flow. So the call summary does not even mention the Middle East for RTX. Oh, my goodness. I love ranting Josh, too. I hope you know it's great for my mental health, and I enjoy it. So if you better be laughing, because I laugh all the while. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you really think I get angry during these rants, I'm having the time of my life. I'm having the time of my life. So, oh, man. You know, you got to hit the trigger for it to unleash the floodgates. So it's good because, again, I'm responding naturally and honestly, like I'm saying. This was my reaction, but my goodness. My goodness. That's weird. Can somebody, to all of the silent people who watch the stream, can y'all get that to the analyst? Can y'all just ask why they're bringing it up when RTX isn't even bringing it up? Let it out. I got it out. I mean, until the next topic comes up or until something ridiculous reminds me of how ridiculous it is. Snap, from a revenue perspective, our business remains in a period of rapid transition as we work to improve our advertising platform while forward visibility demand remains limited. No, bro. Hire your IR manager. Whoever is in charge of investors and PR needs to be fired immediately. That's all. Respectfully. I'm not trying to even cancel nobody. You know what I'm saying? But, like, that's it. This stock would be at least at $20 without 5 statements over the last 5 earnings. I promise you. And I don't think those statements materially change the output of the company. That is why I'm saying this. That's it. Don't even hire me, bro. I'm not even. They need to get the best. However, whatever their process is, throw it out the window and then don't hire me just because I'm talking about it. You know what I'm saying? We need to find. They need a system to get the best of the best in there. They need whoever works for RTX needs to work for them. You know that? Because, like, literally, how did we get through RTX, bro? Even the analyst, oh, my God. That's crazy. That's crazy, bro. Well, on that note, Chad, I love you. God bless you. I think we're gonna wrap it up there. I think we're gonna wrap it up there, bro. I think we're gonna wrap it up there, man. That's it. You wanna? We can leave it on one more, bro. No, you want one more, bro? You want one more? I can leave you one more, but that's the day, bro. I love you. God bless you. Amen. I'm just giving you old school bangers, bro.
Is it called 2019? Holla at me. Hey. Stop it with the talking, I ain't got no animosity. Called it when I profit, you could say that shit a prophecy. The topics that you talking make me think you doing comedy. I shop it on the market every morning like a shopping spree. Yeah, see, I love it when they doubt it. Ain't rub it in their face, they could read up all about it. Can paint a perfect pic, I don't need the perfect palette. They be coming at me sideways, but still I kept my balance. God gon' get the glory in the story that I'm brewing. Sorry, I'm not sorry, I believe in what I'm doing. Yo guys, I'm pretty godly, let me see him, let him prove it. I got mountains that need moving, round them lions and they drooling. I've been through a lot, these the lessons that I taught. See, I got a lot to teach, cause I had a lot I lost. You tryna eat with me, I'ma ask you what you brought. Nothing in this life is free, everything still got a cost. At your party, what's on my face? It's a code, I'm sorry. Fuck your gang, everybody want the money, but don't want change. You don't gotta love me, I'll be okay. Yeah, they talking and they barking like I care if they believe it. Honestly, you right, bro. You thinking you gon' be it. I'm not trying to fight, bro. I'm on the turn to cheat shit. Hold it, go the light bulb. I win if I'm defeated. Yeah. What's the plan without the work? What's the blessing without curse? Been depressed and I've been hurt. I've been stressed and I got burnt. I've been tested and I learned. I've been tempted, I discerned. Love them lessons but hate church. I've been knows a lot. Thought they supposed to help the flock, but they always talking guap. Thought they supposed to show the lies. Just because I say it, fuck, I can't believe in God. That sound fucking crazy, like they teaching Islam rhymes. Saying bombs is jihad. Don't use peace, use your arms. Use my speech, I disarm. Words stronger than the sword. Learn the mindset from the Lord. Man defined him by his wars. Progress ain't the final score. If you hate this, bless you more. At your party, what's on my face? It's a code, I'm sorry. Fuck your gang, everybody want the money, but don't want change. You don't gotta love me, I'll be okay. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I get some legacy. That's it, chat. That's it. Y'all vibed out. I give you some old ones. You got some bars, bro. Uncle got some bars in there. All right, man. So I'll see you. I don't know. Maybe I'll go live. I think Googl Call is going to be starting here. Microsoft's in a little bit, but I'm going to get going. I don't know unless I start playing 2K, but like I got to go eat. I got to go poop. I got to do a couple of things. But Chad, I love you. I hope you had a wonderful day. We still got way more. Again, a 1 up, 1 down. What a trip, but still so much more. Bond's got to calm down. There's all of this stuff that we have to juggle. So Chad, stay in the game for it. Thank you for another awesome day. I love you all. Shout out to everybody, man. Let's get it for Wednesday. Even got Cole Real Estate tomorrow, too. But that is all. I told you the books. Richest Man of Babylon, Proverbs, New Living Translation, and The Strangest Secret in the World. And ladies and gentlemen, don't forget why we're here. Why we keep going. Why that faith, hope, and love ain't ever going out of style. And why that love for your brother, man. And if you can't love something that you see, oh my goodness, the things of faith and the elements of this world we can't see become much more difficult. So show some love, baby. Why, baby? Why? Finger to the sky, baby. To God be the glory, and through the grace of God alone. Amen. Amen. Chad, I love you. Have a wonderful evening, and peace out. Yeah, what's up, man? Come on, start looking at Microsoft, Google, their infrastructure. We're gonna told you we're built better, huh? Anyways, I hope you had a good day, you guys. You had a good day today, and I'm gonna. Hey, I gotta go. Josh, I have to go to the. He has to go to the situation room. Urgent situation room meeting after this. Right when I turn off this stream, I'm going to the situation room. Yeah, I gotta destroy the toilet. Anyways, you have a good day. Hey, I'll see you later. Exactly. No, Joshua. I'm not letting this one slide. Okay, we'll start from the basics. Number 1, does Snapchat require the Wi-Fi? Yes, it does. Exactly. Does the message still disappear? Exactly. So then tell me how the fuck is disappearing messages involved in the Middle Eastern war? Are they part of Hamas? Or what's going on there? It doesn't make any sense. Exactly. If everybody's pausing, how are you growing revenue? Exactly. Just a couple of questions, sir. I reclaim my time. I yield back. Have a wonderful evening. Goodbye. This is bullshit. Makes no goddamn sense.